Chapter 351 seduces Mosey. In the early morning, the Lena River was filled with mist, and the 200 or so Tsarist Russian expeditions on the beach on the west bank gradually became sober. Most of them were Cossacks, and they played the role of the vanguards of Tsarist Russia's eastward expansion. In order to obtain the fur of Siberia, they went all the way east. If there were no obstacles from the Fuliao army, they would soon reach the end of the east and see the sea. But they never dreamed that a pioneering group composed of Han, Mongols, savage Jurchen and other tribes would encounter them, and they made their calculations. "Commander, I heard that there are countless silver mines in the east, but we have been searching for a few years. Why haven't we found them?" A Cossack who was holding a wine pouch and pouring his mouth was sitting on the boulder and muttered, "Ivan, you drank early in the morning, and you have to drink all the wine we brought." The Cossack leader said equally irritably, "This ruined place is colder than our west, and there are no women. If you don't drink a little, you will suffocate people," said the Cossack known as Ivan. "I heard those high-ranking Tsars say that there are countless gold and silver jewelry, silk satin, and silk in the Far East. Every year, a large number of merchant ships transport a steady stream of spices and tea back to Tsarist Russia. According to the truth, there should be gold mines and silver mines in the east. Yes, if we find it, not to mention wasting the time of the past few years. Why not spend a few more years? And we have not recovered in the past few years. The fur collected alone will be enough for us to live and eat for 10 years. Now, the Cossack leader said, "These furs are sold back to those Tsarist nobles. They have to take at least 60% of the profits. Those of us who were born and killed for them can only get small profits, which is really hateful." Ivan said, "In addition to the Tsarist nobles, can you still count on the poor peasants to buy the furs we snatched?" said the Cossack leader. "Don't complain. If you have time, go and urge the natives to quickly build wooden forts before winter comes, or take someone to collect more fur." "I see, it's really annoying." "You guys come with me," Ivan called out a dozen Cossacks impatiently. On the river beach, more than 100 captured natives searched for wood and stone, carried them here under the whip of the Cossacks, and then piled them up into a fort. "Most of the indigenous people on the west bank are scared by us. Those who hide far away can only go to the east bank to see if there are any indigenous people there." Ivan took a dozen Cossacks, picked up the muskets, and got on the boat to prepare cross the Lena River. Compared to supervising the construction of castles by the natives, it is better to go out and looting the Far East. "I heard the bard say that there are gold mountains and silver mines and treasures everywhere, but I have seen it with my own eyes. Besides the wasteland, it is a wasteland. If there are no furs to grab, I will not come here. The place suffers and suffers." Drinking Yifan shouted on the wooden boat holding the wine bag, "I think this is a paradise on earth. We are the masters here. No one can restrain us. We can looting everywhere. The weak indigenous people are not our opponents at all. We can enslave them at will. If we return to Eastern Europe, it's the running dogs of the Tsarist nobles, fighting for them with the Poles," a Cossack said while pulling up the sails of the wooden boat. "But there are the strongest wines and the most charming women in Eastern Europe. Don't we come here to make money just to go back and enjoy it?" said another Cossack at the helm. A dozen Cossacks talked loudly and drove the boat across the river. "Ivan, look at the black smoke on the other side of the river. There must be someone burning the fire." A Cossack saw a plume of black smoke swaggering up 3 or 4 miles away. Almost certainly there was an open flame. "It is very likely that they are natives. These idiots often expose their position without precaution. Ha ha, we are really lucky this time. Let's go and take a look," Ivan said excitedly. So the ship reversed its direction and rowed in the direction of black smoke. On the east bank of the river, they saw more than a dozen indigenous people wearing animal skins surrounded by fire. "Look at the indigenous people by the river, they still carry fur. That is precious bear skin," a Cossack shouted. "This time I sent it. Get on the shore. Don't let these natives escape." Ivan quickly directed his men to approach the shore. More than a dozen natives on the shore seemed to have spotted Ivan and others coming up the river, and the fur on the side of their backs fled into the depths of the plain. No, they are going to run away, let's chase after. Ivan only left 2 people optimistic about the boat, and the others hurried ashore with muskets, chasing after these natives, and soon they disappeared from sight. I don't know if Ivan and the others can catch up with these natives. They are familiar with the terrain here, and if they keep escaping, it is estimated that it will be difficult to catch up, said a person who stayed behind. Maybe Ivan and the others can bluff the stupid aboriginals by shooting them, or they can use them to find the aboriginal tribes. I said, brother, these are nothing to do with the 2 of us. You see, these natives leave in a hurry. The barbecue left here hasn't had time to take away, so let's take it and eat it first. Another person who stayed behind said, well, let's enjoy these indigenous barbecues. After the 2 staying behind broke down, they also left the ship and came to the fire where the indigenous people had risen. On this fire, there are still barbecues on racks. It's a pity, some pieces of meat are burned. A Cossack who stayed behind said regretfully, when the 2 of them took off the meat and chewed it, one after another appeared in the coniferous forest. There were dozens of people. They held muskets and loaded the bullets. Sir, they have been led away, and there are only 2 young men guarding the ship. Only 2 people, more than enough to deal with them. He waved excitedly, go, let's catch them. The 2 Cossacks were still holding the meat and biting Zheng Shuang when he brought people around. It's a bit wrong. This barbecue tastes even better than ours. When can their natives make delicious barbecue? A Cossack said while eating, it's so delicious. If you find this group of natives and bring back the secret recipe for this barbecue, it might be worth 10 furs. Another Cossack also said, until he brought people around and surrounded the 2 Cossacks to eat goods. The 2 Cossacks realized that they had fallen into a trap. The barbecue slipped from their dumbfounded mouths. These 2 idiots really want to be horrible ghosts, he said when he saw 2 funny Cossacks. Chapter 352. The Cossacks want to struggle after falling into our hands. He smashed Ivan's face with a punch. The ferocious little Cossack leader Ivan stared at Venus, and fell to the ground unsteadily. His hands are tied behind him by thick ropes. Who are you, bastard? Why are you attacking us? Ivan said in a daze. What language does this person speak? He turned to ask the people in his pioneer group. All the people in the pioneer group shook their heads this time, but no one understood what Ivan said. Could it really be Mosey? He couldn't communicate with them, and both sides stared. More than a dozen Cossacks, including Ivan, were tied together and surrounded by hundreds of pioneers. They have not seen so many soldiers since they entered the eastern Siberian plains, and the pioneers still have muskets. 2 Cossacks were shot and killed during the fighting, so Ivan led the rest. Directly all surrendered and gave up the idea of resistance. If the opponent was only a few hundred natives, Ivan would dare to attack even if there were only a few people around him. But the opponent was a soldier with hundreds of muskets, and if he stubbornly resisted, his army would be wiped out. Sir, Xiliu said some of them can speak Turkic. A member of the pioneer group said, some of them Mosey also speak Turkic. Okay, you guys who understand Turkic can communicate with them. It was so overjoyed to learn this. Sure enough, one of the people led by Ivan really knew Turkic. With this person as an interpreter, all communication problems were easily solved. Sir, they said they were Cossacks from Western Tsarist Russia. Their Cossacks are a mixed race of people of different races. There are descendants of Turkic people, as well as Eastern Slavs, and their languages are very mixed, but most people it speaks a Western language, and only a few descendants of Turkic people can understand Turkic language, said the members of the pioneer group who communicated with Ivan and the others. There are too many languages in this world, and communication is extremely troublesome. If everyone can speak Chinese, that would be great, he said annoyedly. Isn't this what the military master is doing? It's a pity that our generation is hard to see. In the future, our children and grandchildren will also be able to see the grand occasion of speaking Chinese in the whole world. Chen Xiao said, I think too much. Let's solve the Cossacks here first. With an interpreter, He unceremoniously ordered several Cossacks to transport members of the pioneer group in batches to an imperceptible river beach on the opposite bank. Several Cossacks were left as hostages on the east bank. Ivan could only stare at the soldiers of the pioneer corps who were constantly transporting to the other side. He lost the courage to fight when he was beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face. Originally humble, they murdered and set fire to themselves. But after encountering the more vicious pioneer corps of the Fuliao army, they were quickly confronted by fists. Where did these people come from? Why do they have guns that are more advanced than us? Ivan asked the Turkic Cossack. They said they were soldiers from the Eastern Celestial Dynasty. They also said that the Siberian plain was their territory since ancient times. They heard that we invaded their territory, so they sent troops to expel us, said the Turkic Cossack. Robologic. We Cossacks have wiped out a lot of Mongols since we headed east. We haven't heard of any relationship between this place and the Eastern Celestial Dynasty. Ivan was so angry that his nose was crooked. It has been since ancient times! They have a lot of people and guns. We are not opponents. Of course, they have the final say. The other Cossacks who were captured also accepted their fate. Oops, they are crowded and in the dark. Our main force in the West Bank is not their opponent. Ivan thought of the leader who stayed on the other side and the main force of a group of Cossacks he led. If we catch it, our largest expedition team will be wiped out. The rest of the Cossack captives also changed color. Give me peace of mind for everything, you prisoners, roar, or I will shoot one by one. A pioneer soldier guarding them pointed at them with a musket. Although he knew that these Cossacks could not understand Chinese, they must know the bright muskets. Xiao Liu saw the group of Cossack prisoners who had captured his family. Angrily, he kept throwing stones at them, while the feared Cossack prisoners moved their bodies on the ground like earthworms to avoid the stones. The pioneer group has 400 people in advance, and there are large carriages carrying supplies. It is difficult for these large carriages to cross the river in a short time, and why they are not assured that they will rashly transport important materials to the East Bank before the Cossacks on the East Bank are calmed down. So he left about 100 people on the West Bank to guard the prisoners and the large carriages. There were also 300 people who crossed the Lena River in small boats and planned to attack the Cossacks on the East Bank. Although we have left part of our troops on the West Bank, our 300 people still occupy the superiority in numbers and firepower. We must try to avoid unnecessary casualties. He gathered the members of the pioneer group who crossed the Lena River. The members of these pioneering groups are usually engaged in some chores during the pioneering, but they are still soldiers in their bones. Once they encounter such an occasion, the results of their training when the winter is unable to clear the land because of the snow and ice in the winter will shake their spirits and spread their murderous spirit. Sir, I brought a dozen people back to their camp pretending to be the group of Cossack prisoners. They must have never imagined that it was not their own people who returned, but the people who were replaced by us. They must be caught off guard. A small officer said, "Your idea is very good, but you are too risky. If they are the first to find out, you may be shot by their muskets on the river." He worried. "We are not afraid. I have tried their muskets. The accuracy is very low and the range is close. It is estimated that it is difficult to hit the target moving on the river." The little officer said, "Well, you take a dozen people in their boats to attack their camp from the river, and I personally lead the main force to attack them along the river. We will work together to ensure that they will be beaten down." He said, "What should the natives who were caught by the Cossacks do? When we attack the Cossacks, we may accidentally injure the natives. There is no way. If we don't save them, their fate may be even worse. We still hope that they can escape after we open fire. When we shoot, try to avoid these natives as much as possible." Chapter 353 Since ancient times, Commander Ivan and the others are back. The Cossacks, who were urging the natives to build fortresses, shouted when they saw a wooden boat approaching on the river. "Ivan and the others have gone too long. I thought they didn't plan to come back today." Dmitri, the leader of this Cossack adventure team, also saw the reappearing ships on the Lena River. "I don't know about them. Did you find the fur?" The ships on the Lena River were getting closer and closer, and the Cossacks on the west bank had not noticed that a group of people had been replaced on the ships, and these people had just stripped off the clothes of the Cossack captives and put them on themselves. However, as the ship approached, Dmitri, as the leader of this expedition, naturally had his advantages, and he could somewhat see that the figure on the ship was not right. "How many people did Ivan take away in the morning?" Dmitri asked a little leader in the expedition. "Probably 15 people." "Well, I should remember correctly," the little boss replied. 15 people? But you see, there seems to be one missing person on this boat," Dmitri said. "Maybe it was who was slaughtered by the natives." "We did not encounter ambushes by natives on our way." "It is normal for a person to die after a month or two," said the little boss. "Well, I don't know who was killed by the natives. I hope it's not the kid Ivan. He is smart and water permeable. He is a good explorer." Dmitri only doubted a little, and then returned his attention to the supervision. Aboriginals built a fort. He wouldn't think about other things at all, because more than a dozen Cossacks with muskets and wooden boats are invincible in this area of the eastern Siberian plain, and no indigenous people can annihilate such a squad. They didn't seem to doubt us. "When they entered our range, I gave an order and you shot them," said the Pioneer Corps officer who pretended to be Ivan on the wooden boat. On the river beach, the main force of the pioneer group led by he also approached the fortress built by the Cossacks. They can see the situation on the beach on the west bank by hiding in the dark. The Cossacks set up a few temporary tents on the river beach to protect against the cold at night, and a fortress that can inhabit hundreds of people is taking shape under the command of the Cossacks. The ability of these people to build fortresses is not bad. In addition to being more solid, they also considered the issue of snow in winter. "This time it will be cheaper for us." He rubbed his hands in excitement. He pulled out the commanding knife on his waist and waved in the direction of the Cossacks. "Warriors of the Pioneer Group, attack!" "Shoot!" The soldiers of the Pioneer Corps on the wooden boat on the Lena River fired almost at the same time, and the two people started killing the Cossacks on the shore. Bang bang! With bullets on the river beach, unsuspecting Cossack soldiers encountered attacks from two directions, and several Cossack soldiers were sniped and killed in an instant. Upon hearing the sound of gunfire, the natives who had been captured by the Cossack soldiers flee in fright, while some were lying on the ground or hiding behind the stone wall. "Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack!" Dmitri quickly got down. His head crashed and went blank. He didn't know which celestial soldier this was, and he was completely confused. In the eastern Siberian plains where technology is almost zero, the Cossack adventure team he led was attacked by an army of advanced technology, which he could not even dream of. The stray bullets were still splashing in his ears and around him, and the 200 Cossacks were blocked on the river beach by members of the 300 pioneers. Some Cossacks hid behind the unformed fortress, trying to counterattack with muskets in their hands. But then they discovered something very embarrassing. The range of their muskets was not as good as the range of the pioneers' new muskets. Even if they barely hit, they can hardly cause effective damage. "Commander, we can't hit them, but they can hit us." The Cossack soldiers tried to design the soldiers of the pioneer group with their backward muskets, but the effect was very unsatisfactory. "Damn, who are they and why do they have such a good musket?" Dmitri shouted angrily. "Who knows? Are they heretics sent by the demon king Satan? Attack us directly without saying hello." The other Cossacks were also very depressed, and were suppressed to their heads. On the contrary, he and others are very happy. "Ha ha ha, their muskets are not as good as our new rifles." I decided not to attack them, but to besiege them. He shouted. The 300-man troop was divided into several small teams to form crossfire, occupying important strongholds on the outskirts of the river beach. "You guys who understand Mongolian and Turkic, shout to them in Mongolian and Turkic, respectively, and ask them to surrender." Chen Xiaod instructed a few people who knew Mongolian and Turkic in the Heilongjiang River Basin to speak to the besieged Cossacks. "People are persuaded to surrender." "Commander, they are persuading us to surrender. How should we respond? There are not only Turkic descendants among the Cossacks, but also some Mongolians from the Siberian Khanate who were conquered by the Cossacks. They all understood the meaning of the pioneer group. Ask first where they are from, otherwise I won't be scorned even if I get killed. Dmitri roared. Sometimes people's curiosity is like this: even if you die, you have to satisfy your little curiosity, otherwise there will be no villains who die from talking too often. Sir, the people inside asked us where the army came from. Why did we attack them for no reason? Asked a member of the pioneer group responsible for persuading the besieged Cossacks to surrender. Just tell them that we are the Imperial Forest Army of the Eastern Celestial Kingdom. The Siberian Plain makes our Celestial Kingdom's territory sacred and inviolable. If they surrender, we can let them go. If we insist on resisting, our Celestial Kingdom will send 100,000. The Imperial Forest Army came to surround this fortress and let them run out of ammunition and food. He said. Good. The members of the pioneer team in charge of the translation did not feel that their leader was shameless at all, but was equally proud to translate any different words into Mongolian and Turkic as much as possible, and even added more energy and jealousy. Commander, they said that they are the advanced troops of the Royal Army of the Great Eastern Celestial Kingdom. We invaded the backyard of their Celestial Kingdom and have angered their great Dragon Emperor. Now the Dragon Emperor is furious and wants to send millions of Celestial Kingdom. The army conquered the West. After layers of translation, the version that Dmitri heard was like this: Eastern Celestial Empire, Dragon Emperor, a million army. Dmitri's heart collapsed. Didn't he just rob the backward natives in this wild area of Siberia? How could he provoke the Celestial Kingdom? Will it lead to a war between East and West? Chapter 354 Surrounded. Let's deceive people. Although there has been a powerful East for thousands of years, there can be no 1 million army. Dmitri was shocked for a while, and then he recovered a little. But the commander, obviously the other party is from the Eastern Empire. We actually broke into the territory of the Eastern Empire. If we really provoke their emperor, we may not be able to go back. The Cossacks shouted in panic. According to the intelligence of those Mongols, this place should not be the territory of the Great Eastern Empire. They might just be an adventure team like us. We can't be bluffed. Dmitri, as an important leader of the Cossacks, well informed, he soon doubted the true identity of the members of the pioneer group that surrounded them. However, even if it was suspected that the pioneer group had nothing to do with the Great Eastern Empire Emperor, it could not change the reality that they were surrounded. The soldiers are already in place. If they dare to escape from this pile of rocks, they will be shot dead by our soldiers. Chen Xiao arranged a surrounding formation. Hey! It's fortunate that this fortress was only built temporarily. It has just been built and barely serves as a shelter, but even a well has not been drilled, and there is no time to hoard food. They can't last for many days. He said indifferently. It's just that it's easy to be broken out by them at night, and their number is less than us. But if we are determined to break through the encirclement with the help of night, I am afraid we may not be able to intercept them all. Chen Xiao said. What you said is not unreasonable. Then while launching an impact, continue on the psychological offensive, and try to make them succumb before dark. He took his men and tried to attack the Cossacks' castle again. The bullets splashed on the banks of the Lena River, and both sides became angry. The pioneer group wanted to take the Cossacks' stronghold and prevent them from continuing to expand to the east. The Cossacks who were suddenly attacked were not to be outdone. They still resisted even knowing that the opponent was an adventurous team from the Eastern Empire, because here gathered the furs and treasures they had looted in Siberia in recent years. The aboriginals who were frightened and fleeing around watched this fairy fight with lingering fear. They couldn't understand what the weapons in the hands of the pioneer group and the Cossacks were. They were so powerful that they could kill each other without having to fight in close quarters. The Cossacks have a rudimentary castle as a shelter, so why don't they want to pay too much casualties? Every member of the pioneer group is very important to him. Whether it is a pioneer group or a Cossack, ammunition and materials are limited, and they need to be transported continuously from the rear. He didn't dare to say that all the bullets were consumed here, and the two sides fell into a short stalemate. Unexpectedly, the Cossacks were so tenacious. We didn't have to shake their determination after being surrounded by us. It seems that we underestimated their will to resist. His tentative attack did not work. This time it barely caused several casualties to the Cossacks in the encirclement, but 3 people in the pioneer group were also traumatized to varying degrees. If it were not for firepower and precision to dominate, a pioneer group with no bunkers might have to bear more casualties. It would be great if we brought artillery over, as long as we put a few shots. They will definitely surrender, Chen Xiao said. Who would bring artillery from 1,000 miles to a place where birds don't lay eggs? And we never thought that a fortified battle would happen so soon. He retreated with a bit of a headache. Forget it, we still surround them. And when their food is finished, they will surrender soon. The summer days in the extreme north are long and the nights are short. Even if they want to break through the siege at night, it's okay to run a few rascals. Chen Xiao said nonchalantly. Even if a few people ran out, in this vast wasteland, they lack the strength of the team. I am afraid it will be difficult to survive. That's all there is to it, he said. The pioneer group subsequently excavated fortifications around the river beach as a shelter to prepare for a long-term siege. This time the Cossacks inside the fortress were even more panicked than the pioneers took the initiative to attack. The consequences of the long-term siege were very tragic, especially since their adventure team rushed to the forefront, and the nearest transit station in the central Siberian plain was also hundreds of kilometers away, and the information here could not be delivered. In other words, it is almost impossible for them to wait for reinforcements. Even if the Cossacks in central Siberia knew what happened to this adventurous team, they had to send troops and horses from the European part of Tsarist Russia to help. When the Tsarist army intervened, it is estimated that their bodies were cold. As Chen Xiao said, Yakutsk has long days and short nights in summer. By the time it enters the night, it is already 9 o'clock. It is estimated that it can only last for 6 hours, and the sky will turn white. The besieged Cossacks really tried to break through at night, and the two sides continued to engage in fierce fighting at night, and sporadic gunfire continued until dawn before gradually subduing. This is a night of exhaustion on both sides. I didn't expect this battle to be so hard. It's been too long since I have experienced a formal battle, and my body can't keep up. We just dealt with some indigenous people all the way, and we can scare them away with a musket. This time it was a difficult situation. The opponent, after a night of fighting, his body turned out to be a bit overwhelming. The Cossacks are a powerful enemy, and they want money and don't want their lives. Then we are divided into 3 groups. Each time there are 2 teams to monitor them, and the other team to rest. Otherwise, no one can stand the fighting. After deliberation, the officers of the Pioneer Regiment decided to fight on the wheel, slowly draining the courage of the Cossacks to resist. The besieged Cossacks are even more tormented. Their number is less than the number of the pioneers, and they must always guard against attacks by the pioneers outside. The two sides remained stuck in this way for 7 days, until the Cossacks finally couldn't support it. Commander, the fresh fruits and food we brought have been eaten, only some bacon and some dry food are left. If this continues, the disease will be caused. The most important thing is that many of our brothers have been robbed and injured without treatment, and their lives are at stake. We don't have more manpower to dig wells and guard against the troops of the Eastern Empire outside. The number of Cossacks in the fortress became fewer and fewer. It turned out that there were only less than 200 people left in the fort, and there were many with gunshot wounds. If it weren't for the lower temperature here, the erosion of these wounds would be even worse. In this era, if you don't get medicines and meticulous care, you will basically be out of salvation. Why are we so unlucky to meet the people of the Eastern Empire? If we continue this way, we will all die here. Dmitri gritted his teeth. Let's surrender. Chapter 355 Eastern Robber. Above the Yakutsk fortress, A white flag made of white clothing was raised. The Cossacks never dreamed that they would encounter heavily armed opponents in the eastern wasteland, so they could only use their clothes as a banner of surrender. "Sir, they finally gave up resistance and surrendered to us." The members of the pioneer group who had tossed for 7 days and nights saw the white flag above Yakutsk castle and exclaimed in surprise, "Have these wolves finally given up resistance?" Resting on the side, he with bloodshot eyes immediately got up from the ground. This deadlocked battle finally came to an end. The Cossacks in the castle threw the rifle out of it, and then raised their hands up to indicate that they would no longer resist. Dmitri sat under the white flag, staring complicatedly at the fur that they had looted along the way. With this surrender, these furs and treasures will not belong to them. The soldiers of the pioneer regiment approached the castle cautiously with muskets, and began to collect the spoils. "Good guys, these people actually have 500 or 600 furs. They grabbed a lot of them." The pioneers found on the Cossacks' wagons more furs than they had traded, and grinned while cursing, smiled. "Damn, being a robber is much faster than doing trade." He also jealous. 500 or 600 precious furs. This is simply unimaginable wealth. At the very least, the people of their pioneer group can make a fortune from it. If it wasn't for the military owner who said that the Siberian plain would be part of our Chinese territory in the future, we should try our best to win over the local natives, otherwise we would probably start looting like them. There is nothing valuable in the wasteland, and the only valuables are these furs. That's it. An officer of the pioneer group agreed. Big mistake. Chen Xiao disagreed with them. Chen Xiao, your kid said, "What's faster than grabbing money from indigenous furs?" He struck a handful of precious white bear skins in the fur. "In my opinion, there are 3 bad things about grabbing the natives. First, these natives are scattered all over the wasteland. It is very difficult and time-consuming to find them. Second, if the natives are offended, they relying on familiar terrain to ambush us. We will inevitably cause unnecessary casualties. There is also a third point, looting will bring feud. This kind of hatred is 3 points into the woods. We will become their enemy." Chen Xiao said, shook his head. "What you said makes sense, but there is a way to get more fur than this?" He asked. "Of course it's grabbing." Chen Xiao said. "You just said that there are 3 major disadvantages of looting the indigenous people. Why do you want to rob again?" He wondered. "My looting doesn't mean robbing the indigenous people, but robbing these indigenous furs, which is black and black. You see, these 500 or 600 furs must have been robbed by them over many years, and we can take them in the first battle. The results are occupied without offending the indigenous people." "Is it possible that there is a faster way than this?" Chen Xiao said. "You kid is pretending to be a mystery. Who doesn't know?" "Ha ha, that's right. We just have to trade and rob these Cossack adventure teams. There will be no dividends this year. Maybe it's better than conquering the naval forces on the southeast coast. Earn more," he said excitedly. In addition to fur and some silver coins, the soldiers of the pioneer regiment also found things worth more than fur in the Cossack camp. "Commander, see what this is, we have made a lot of money." A soldier who was searching was holding a stack of paper in his hand. "What surprised you so much?" He took a look at the top paper, and his eyes were bright, and then he took other papers and scanned it quickly. These are things we haven't explored yet." Part of the map of the central and western regions of the Siberian plain, and marked their transportation lines and supply stations. "This is a good thing." On the maps drawn by the Cossacks, he can't understand the words used, but the basic map elements such as the line segments of the map can be seen at a glance. "Well, with these maps, we can grab all the way to Europe." His hands were trembling, as if he saw Maz's supply stations along the way all fall into the hands of the pioneer group, and their furs and silver coins also fell into the pocket of the pioneer group. Dmitri and the other Cossack captives saw soldiers who claimed to be the Eastern Empire looted their bags. Wherever there is the behavior of the Eastern Emperor's guards, most of them are adventure teams similar to them. "Damn Orientals, we have surrendered. let us go back soon," Dmitri called. "What is this Cossack talking about?" Chen Xiaod asked the person in charge of communicating with these Cossacks when he saw the person who was clearly the leader of the Cossack yelling in Eastern European languages. "Sir, he wants us to let them go." The pioneer group communicated with the Cossacks in Mongolian and Turkic. "I'm a bit restless to be prisoners. Tell them that not only did they invade our eastern territories, but their supply stations and transportation routes on these maps all fell on our territory. We need them to give us, lead the way and regain these territories occupied by them." Chen Xiaod drew a big circle on the big map painted by the Cossacks. "These places are our eastern territories." Dmitri looked at the proud Oriental man in front of him and drew a large circle on the map, and heard the Cossack companion translate the meaning of the Oriental man to him. His eyes widened. "Robber, robber from the east." This circle is about to enclose the Federation of Poland and Lithuania. According to them, the entire Moskva River is their eastern river. This is clearly a rogue and a robber. Shameless and despicable eastern robbers. They are too arrogant. The other Cossacks thought that Chen Xiaod had deliberately teased them, and scolded with jealousy. Chen Xiaod actually didn't know where these places were. He only knew that the Siberian plain was huge. According to Liu Sheng's instructions, when claiming sovereignty, he should claim as many places as possible, so he wouldn't suffer anyway. Who knows that Chen Xiaod's random circle has drawn in the entire Tsarist Russia, and has also circled many places in Eastern Europe. Those who don't know are fearless, and Chen Xiaod is not ashamed of making a mistake. "What are they talking about? Why are you so angry?" Chen Xiaod asked. "Deputy Commander, they are scolding you robbers," said a member of the pioneer group who knew Turkic. "I'm so arrogant after being a prisoner, saying that I am a robber. I will tell them to see our robbers' methods today." Chen Xiaod, a literati-born staff member, rolled up his sleeves and said angrily. Chapter 356 The Cossacks Captive. After a fat beating, Dmitri and some Cossacks who took the lead in calling Chen Xiaod a robber lay on the ground with a bruised nose and gasping for breath. "We are very kind, okay? If it is Genghis Khan who conquered the world before, you dare to resist this way, and you will only end up with a slaughter. We are just taking away your ill-gotten wealth, and we do not mean to harm you. We are in the East. This is called robbing the rich and helping the poor." Yes. Chen Xiaod put away his swollen fists. The effect of force is mutual. He went into battle in person, and it was very painful. Strong robot Dmitri still gasped unwillingly. "Chen Xiaod, don't fight with them, and don't be afraid of breaking your waist. Let's think about how to deal with them," he said slowly after Chen Xiaod fatally beat the Cossack captives. Anyway, Chen Xiaod was born as a literati, and he almost served as a civil servant. After entering the Fuliao army, he also received some physical training, but his physical fitness is definitely not as good as the soldiers and these Cossacks. So there is no fear that Chen Xiaod will kill people. As long as there is no human life, all this is easy to say. It's really tiring to beat people. Chen Xiaod twisted his neck. "We had 200 more mouths at once, and we had to guard against them. The pressure was not normal, or not only left a small number of prisoners to lead us. We marched to the west. Just attack along their lines of communication. Others escorted them back to the rear to show the achievements of our pioneer group, so as to save other troops from honestly saying that our pioneer group has nothing to achieve." That's a good idea. But I'm thinking that Muz's adventure team has appeared in the central and western regions, which is more like an influential area where Mozi and the local aborigines are mixed, and we have basically figured out what is through these maps. The situation has basically reached this year's goal. Otherwise, we will camp here, complete the castle built by the Cossacks, and strive to make it our important stronghold in the western Siberian plain, so that we will be able to march to the west in the future, he said. "It just so happens that we have 200 Cossack captives. Let them help us build castles." Yes, we enslaved them to build castles like they enslaved the local natives. As long as there is a shelter before winter comes, the ice and snow will melt next year. At that time, We can use this as a base to advance to the middle. Chen Xiaod slapped his head and agreed with He Yi's view. He Yi and Chen Xiaod looked at each other and smiled. This time they are making a profit. Not only are the priceless furs, the maps of Western and Central Siberia, but also 200 prisoners and the rudimentary castle, which can save them much time. So 7 days ago, the Cossack adventure team, who was still smashing the local natives, became the target of enslavement by the pioneer group. Their whips fell into the hands of members of the pioneer group at this moment and became a tool to supervise their construction of the castle. Don't be lazy, you won't have food if you don't work well. Chen Xiaod swung his whip and hit the air, making a popping sound. This feeling of acting as a robber turned him into an inexplicable pleasure. He ignored whether these Cossack captives could understand what he was saying. Anyway, it would be fine for them to recognize the whip. The deputy leader is addicted to being a robber. The other members of the pioneer group couldn't help but smile when they saw their deputy leader having fun. Dmitri dragged a piece of stone and piled it with his companions under the supervision of Chen Xiaod. The pioneer group ordered them to build the city wall they were going to build. This time Dmitri understood that this army from the mysterious East was not the guards of the Great Eastern Emperor at all, but was doing the same as them. The adventure team of one thing, otherwise why the behavior of this group of Orientals is almost the same as that of their Cossacks. However, he could only admit his fate, and in front of the musket and whip, they were unable to resist the enslavement of this group of Orientals without weapons. When it was time to rest, Dmitri lay weakly on the ground. He said to the Cossacks beside him, "We have been deceived. They are not the guards of the Great Eastern Emperor at all, and the Eastern Emperor does not have a million army. They are a group of Eastern robbers wandering in Siberia. But commander, their muskets are more delicate than ours, and their power is huge. It can be seen that the East is much stronger than us." A surviving Cossack said with lingering fear, "A distance of 200 meters can easily kill people." Yeah, Dmitri also had to admit this fact. The mysterious Eastern Kingdom possesses such advanced muskets. It is worthy of the heavenly kingdom. What we have heard about the East from the nobles and bards in the story, I just know that the wealthy East has endless gold and silver treasures, tea and porcelain, but no one has heard that they have such a powerful force. Maybe it was those despicable nobles who deliberately ignored the force of the Eastern Empire. They didn't dare to provoke the East, so they wanted us to come to the East to act as cannon fodder. A Cossack suspected the evil intentions of the Tsarist nobles. "I don't know how these Eastern robbers will deal with us. Maybe we will have the chance to be sent to the Eastern countries like Marco Polo 300 years ago. The most of the Eastern capitals, the most rare and precious things in the world, can be found there. Gems, pearls, medicinal materials and spices," said a Cossack with a romantic sentiment. "You are daydreaming. Do you think you are an empire's envoy or a big businessman?" "We met the robbers of the East. After we built the castle, they would use the most cruel torture in the East to torture us. Finally, we cursed us with Oriental witchcraft, so that we could never ascend to heaven," said another Cossack with a darker mind. Hearing about Eastern witchcraft, these Cossacks were obviously a little scared. This kind of unknown thing is the easiest to cause people to panic. When this group of Cossack captives were enslaved to build the fortress, the logistic troops of the pioneer regiment that received the news set out from the Heilongjiang River basin and marched toward the direction of the Yakutsk fortress. The line of communication from the Heilongjiang River basin to the Lena River basin was explored by the pioneers themselves. Knowing this line of communication, the logistics troops successfully resisted the Yakutsk fortress with almost no major accidents. When the logistics convoy of this round delivered the materials requested by He Yi, the pioneer troops of the Yakutsk fortress burst into joy. In addition to the most basic food, the logistics convoy brought in many heating materials, including coats and coal. When the Yakutsk fortress is covered by heavy snow and ice in winter, it is definitely necessary to keep people garrisoned, These materials are really indispensable. Chapter 357. Unexpectedly, they actually met the Cossacks and robbed their castle. Liu Sheng was a little surprised when he received the news from the Lena River basin. The unexpected point is that the Tsarist Russian adventure team has reached the eastern part of the Siberian plain, and the other is that the pioneer group easily beat up these adventurous Cossacks. Speaking of it, the Fuliao Army's technology is now more than one generation ahead of Mosey. As long as the number and terrain do not occupy an absolute disadvantage, it is basically a one-sided massacre. They are building a fortress on the west bank of the Great North River. As an important base of the pioneer group in eastern Siberia, they request us to prepare another batch of materials for transportation. In the spring of the coming year, they will not need to travel thousands of miles from Heilongjiang and go directly to the west from this fortress. Just go ahead, Zhao Yuwang said. Approved. It is also good to have a medium-sized stronghold in that uninhabited land. Although it is still in the investment stage, we will pay back 10 times and 100 times for what we have paid now. In addition, we will recruit a group of new people for the pioneer group to supplement our power in the Siberian plain. Going further west, there may be some descendants of the Mongol Empire in Siberia and the Tsarist army that may enter Siberia. If they encounter large-scale resistance, or go to the west of Siberia and stop exploring. Liu Sheng was already very satisfied with the results achieved by the pioneer team. At least they have curbed the infiltration of Tsarist Russia into the eastern Siberian plain. Now the sphere of influence of the two sides is divided by the Lena River. Speaking of it now, Liu Sheng didn't want the pioneer group to go to Europe. The Supply line was too long. Without a train, it would be good for the pioneer group to control the central part of the Siberian plain. The west is close to Tsarist Russia, and even if the Fuliao army has more advanced firearms, it will be choking if supplies are not available. Do you want to build a Trans-Siberian railway to Eastern Europe? Liu Sheng suddenly remembered that Tsarist Russia in the industrial age had built a large railway from Moscow to Vladivostok in order to control Siberia and find an outlet to the east. Forget it. The Siberian railway that Mosey repaired is almost 20,000 li, and it took 2 generations to build it. More than 20 years. Liu Sheng thought about the huge amount of manpower and material resources needed to build the Trans-Siberian Railway. It is really not what the Fuliao army can afford now. What's more, the construction of the 3,000-mile railway across the grasslands of Inner Mongolia by the Fuliao army has just started. If the Trans-Siberian Railway is to be built, at least it has to wait until it takes over the population of Daming's site. How is the situation in northern Shaanxi? What is the latest development of the peasant rebel army and officers and soldiers? Has the peasant rebel army started to fight back? Liu Sheng asked about the situation of the officers and soldiers of the Daming rebel army and the peasant rebel army in northern Shaanxi. Well, Hong Chengqiu and their troops attacked northern Shaanxi in 3 ways. Among them, Hong Chengqiu's skin soldiers focused on surrounding and annihilating the influential leaders of the rebel army such as King Guang, the 8 great kings, and Cao Cao, while Cao Wenzhou, Zhuo Liang, etc. The foreign reinforcements are responsible for covering and attacking Hong Chengqiu's left and right wings, making other peasant volunteers unable to effectively support the besieged volunteers. Now the volunteers are panicked, and the only troop leader Li Ziking, who has a decisive battle with the officers and soldiers, has his own self-respect and has no support for others. The rebels meant that even his old boss, Wang Gao Yingxiang, could not mobilize him. Zhao Yuwang said. This is because Li Ziking has looked down on his companions who rebelled against the officers and soldiers. When everyone was a brother in trouble, he had hoe and iron knives in his hands. But now Li Ziking has thousands of items bought from us at a high price. Tuo, of course, I look down on the group of cowards who are dragging their legs and crawling on his head to give orders. Liu Sheng said, look, Li Ziking is waiting for the opportunity. When the officers and soldiers scare these peasant volunteers, he will send troops as the savior in the remote mountainous area of northern Shaanxi. Li Ziking, who Liu Sheng spoke of, was drinking and eating meat with a bunch of small and medium leaders under his hand, and he was not worried about the soldiers entering and suppressing northern Shaanxi. In other words, they knew that the officers and soldiers were busy attacking the peasant rebels such as King Kuang, the 8 great kings, and Cao Cao, and they were pleased that the most powerful peasant rebel army, Li Ziking, was watching. These short-sighted idiots, I once invited them to enter Luoyang East to unite with the rebels in Heluo, then cross the Yellow River into Shaanxi, and then join the rebels in Shaanxi. The 3-place rebels can reach hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of people work together. Attacking the capital may not be impossible. Unfortunately, these idiots just want to preserve their strength, and they collapsed thousands of miles away. Li Ziking said bitterly while drinking, "Big Brother doesn't care about these ill-behaved younger generations. After this battle, after they're beaten by officers and soldiers, we will be able to take over their influence as a matter of course." Minister Zhang Yuan said, "If we stand on the sidelines, will we let the officers and soldiers wipe out the main force of our rebels? At that time, we will be the only one to deal with the officers and soldiers. I am afraid that the pressure will not be small." There are also leaders of the rebels who have taken refuge in Li Ziking, worried. "What is the main force of the rebel army? We are the main force. They are just a bunch of wastes wasting food." Zhang Yuan put down the wine bowl and said coldly, "If we hadn't rushed to the 3,000 musket camp for them to block the officers and soldiers for 2 years, they would have been long ago. They are gone. The scars are healed and the pain is forgotten. They don't say that our greatest trespasses are in their eyes. This time we just don't take action. They will not think of our benefits until they are beaten into dogs by officers and soldiers." Brother Jiang Xian is right. In the past 2 years, we have been born to death. We don't know how many times we have defeated the soldiers and soldiers. We even smashed the city of Xi'an. We can no longer sacrifice our brothers' lives for these idiots in vain. Li Ziking was still angry, said unevenly, "We have trained 2,000 recruits secretly in the mountainous area. Together with our veterans, there are 5,000 people. The 2,000 guns that the merchants of Liadong promised to provide us will soon be in place. By then, our gun camp will have 5,000 elites, enough to defeat. There are officers and soldiers." Zhang Yuan said, "If we have a big brother leading us, will we still be afraid of those officers and soldiers?" Li Ziking listened to Zhang Yuan's words and was very useful. Thanks to Jiang Xiandi who fully revealed the training method of the Fuliao army, our soldiers can be so brave and good at fighting. There are more than 2,000 elite soldiers. When the merchants of Liadong bring the guns, we launched a counterattack against the officers and soldiers. A group of rebel leaders were in the banquet, and a guard Li Ziking's soldier walked in. "General, the merchants of Liadong have arrived. They are here. My 2,000 muskets." Li Ziking walked out barefoot before he had time to put on his shoes. The rest of the generals looked at each other and followed Li Ziking out of the cave. 11. Chapter 358 2,000 guns. On the mountain road outside the cave dwelling, there were a dozen large carriages parked, wrapped in canvas, and nothing could be seen. Around the big carriage, there are dozens of people dressed as escorts and carrying muskets guarding the dozens of big carriages. Obviously, they are equipped with good things. A merchant in front of the team was waiting anxiously, and he was obviously relieved after seeing Li Ziking leading out. "Brother Li, it's been a long time." "Ha ha ha, Brother Xia, why did you personally follow this time?" Li Ziking held the hand of Liadong businessman Xia Hai. Since more than 2 years ago, Li Ziking got acquainted with Xia Hai, a merchant who had a channel to obtain muskets from the Fuliao army. Li Ziking has continuously used silver to buy muskets from Xia Hai, even copper cannons. The businessman Xia Hai seems to have a very wide network of contacts in the Fuliao army, and these difficult firearms have indeed been obtained, making Li Ziking more and more dependent on him. This time it is a big order for 2,000 muskets. I won't follow it personally. If something goes wrong, we will lose our money. Xia Hai wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Thank you, Brother Xia. After our people have inspected the goods, I will definitely host a banquet to entertain you." Li Ziking patted Xia Hai's shoulder firmly. "Zhang Yuan, you are a knowledgeable person. take someone to inspect the goods. Okay, you guys come with me. Zhang Yuan ordered a few soldiers and went to inspect the goods in person. They tore off the green cloth covering the carriage, revealing a pile of straw. But these straws were just a cover-up, and then opened the straws, and they saw bundles of muskets. Zhang Yuan took out a musket from it, flicked it in his hand for a while. His brows gradually frowned. Zhang Yuan, what's the matter? Is there a problem with this musket? Li Ziking walked over and asked, Brother, please see, what is the difference between this musket and the musket we bought before? Zhang Yuan will take out another musket and give it to Li Ziking. In the past 2 years, Li Ziking often used Fuliao army muskets, and his knowledge of muskets is estimated to be weaker than that of Zhang Yuan. He can feel the quality of the muskets. After checking the musket, his expression also became unsightly. Brother Xia, how does the quality of this musket compare so much with the muskets I bought in the past? The workmanship alone is so rough. I buy muskets from you with real money, not to buy a bunch of defective products from you. Yes, Li Ziking asked with a black face. Brother Li, listen to me. Since the last time the commander of the Fuliao army discovered that someone secretly took out the muskets in the arsenal for reselling, he ordered an inventory of the muskets in the arsenal. Every musket must be registered in the register. Where would you dare to resell the arms in the arsenal? Xia Hai said bitterly. Then these muskets, Zhang Yuan doubted. These muskets are produced by our black factory. We dug some artisans for muskets from the Ordnance Bureau of the Fuliao army at a high price. It took several months to produce 9-point similar muskets, but we lack some equipment, so the quality of the gun is not as good as the official production, although it should be usable. Xia Hai explained. Li Ziking and Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that if the Fuliao army strictly controlled the production of muskets, then it would also make sense. The quality of the muskets you produce in private is really not guaranteed. We may have to check the price, Zhang Yuan said. The muskets produced by our black factory privately did not intend to sell them at the same price as the official muskets. However, our muskets are not very different. I will sell them to you at half the previous price. Xia Hai is a little worried to say. What do you think of Zhang Yuan? Li Ziking asked Zhang Yuan privately. If the power of the black-produced muskets is not far different, half the price will be acceptable. Not to mention that we are now eager to get the muskets to equip the 2,000 recruits we have trained. Or we will try the muskets first, and we will come down if appropriate. Zhang Yuan said. Li Ziking nodded. Brother Xia, it's not that we can't believe you, but this gun is related to the life and death of our soldiers in northern Shaanxi, so we must be careful. Let's check every gun, and we will keep the ones that are barely qualified. The quality is really bad. You just take it back, okay? Li Ziking said. Good, good. Very good. Xia Hai seemed to completely let go of his hanging heart, and nodded again and again. In the eyes of Li Ziking and the others, Xia Hai looked like they were afraid that the goods would rot in their hands. Then Zhang Yuan and the soldiers of the rebels began to inspect the batch of muskets that seemed to be indifferent at all. However, to their surprise, these muskets were only rough in workmanship, and their performance was slightly lower than that of the official muskets produced by the Fuliao army, but they were still very impressive. It was not known how many times better than the blasting guns of the Ming army. Gawazi, this time I made a profit. I bought 2,000 muskets at half the price, which is not too bad. Li Zixiang had picked up a big bargain, and he couldn't put it down even more with the muskets he got. Hey! The lord of the Fuliao army is also a fool. He thinks that checking the arsenal will prevent these merchants from selling muskets to us. As long as there is a 300% profit, these merchants can do everything. Just this imitation. The guns made by our craftsmen are much better than those made by our craftsmen. Zhang Yuan said to Li Ziking in private. Let's see if he can move the black factory to our northern Shaanxi, plus our factory here. In the future, there is a steady stream of muskets. Have a black factory that can produce sophisticated weapons? Li Ziking couldn't help thinking of it. So he instructed everyone, "I will persuade Xiahai to drink with us later, and then we will take turns to get him drunk. It is best to let him bring the talents and equipment for the production of guns to our northern Shanxi." Yes, Li Ziking's subordinates responded together. After discussing privately the idea of signing Xiahai's black factory, Li Ziking walked over with a smile. "Brother Xia, although your muskets are not good looking, they are of good quality. We want them all." "That's good. That's good. You don't know that this black workshop is also illegal in the Fuliao army. I still risked decapitation. If it weren't for the 2 years of cooperation between us, I would also. It won't be so laborious and thankless," Xiahai said. "Brother Xia has worked hard. In this way, it will take a little time for us to raise the volume for the purchase of 2,000 muskets. You will stay for 2 days, and we will have a banquet to pick up the dust for Brother Xia." Li Ziking said heartily. "There is no need to set up a banquet, lest the Fuliao army know that I am here. But if Brother Li invited me, then it would be better to be respectful," Xiahai said. Chapter 359 Private Factory. "Brother Xia, you traveled from Liadong for thousands of miles this time. What is the danger along the way?" Li Ziking brought Liadong businessman Xiahai to their banquet, forced by the desire for a black factory that can make muskets. Li Ziking said, "The room is full of enthusiasm." Liadong came to northern Shanxi via Monan. The road was calm and there was no danger. However, when you entered the boundary of northern Shanxi, it was a turmoil. If it weren't for our group, there were dozens of escorts, and there were muskets to scare them off. I don't know if it is an official or a bandit's rebellious soldiers, so that they can come to you smoothly," Xiahai said. "It's really unreasonable to have the idea of the musket that Brother Xia brought us. If you see them next time, I will definitely skin them and tear them apart," Li Ziking said angrily. "Then there will be Brother Lao Li." Xiahai smiled on the surface, but secretly said in his heart, "These people can't be named or remembered. How will he recognize them after Li Ziking?" Ministry General Zhang Yuan tapped on the side. "Brother Li, where is the factory that your businessman privately set up? And how many workers are there to complete the order for 2,000 muskets in such a short period of time? I am afraid it would have been a lot of money, effort." "Ahem. This can't be said easily. If the people of the Fuliao army learn about our private factory, they will definitely send soldiers to check our factory, and then they will completely cut off the money," Xiahai said. "It seems that Brother Xia still can't trust us. I still treat Brother Li as a guest. Everyone here is my confidant, and no one will say anything," Li Ziking said. "This matter has nothing to do with trust. Our merchants are buying and selling, and we must have some secrets. Otherwise this trade cannot be done," Xiahai said. Since Brother Li doesn't want to elaborate, Zhang Yuan, I have a word. I don't know if it should be said or not. Brother Zhang Yuan, just say it. The Fuliao army has strict laws and regulations. Your businessmen set up factories privately under their noses. This is a very dangerous thing. Once discovered, check the factory, but not to mention, it is more likely to be decapitated. The production of muskets will have to go. It's 3,000 miles to transport it over long distances. Isn't that good? Zhang Yuan encouraged. Why don't you move the factory to our northern Shanxi and produce muskets nearby? Wouldn't it be very convenient then? I said Lao Xia, every time we wait for your muskets, we have to wait for a month before we can wait. It's better to put your workshop near here and you can sell it to us at any time. That would be great. Some Li Ziking's generals also persuaded. Xiahai waved his hand again and again. No way, no way, only in Liadong can produce muskets, not elsewhere. Why did Brother Xia say this? Zhang Yuan asked puzzledly. Liadong has the best iron materials and equipment needed for the production of muskets, so it needs to be produced nearby to save production costs. Moreover, the workers' wives and children in the factory are in Liadong, so you must never leave Liadong, Xiahai said. It turns out that Li Ziking and others listened to Xiahai's reasons, and they were justified. And it was really hard to persuade Xiahai to relocate his black factory to northern Shanxi. After all, in northern Shanxi, After years of severe drought and military turmoil, the rare government-run mining farms have basically been abandoned, unable to produce the fine iron needed to manufacture muskets, not to mention the flintlocks with more complicated manufacturing processes. It's a pity. Next, we have to realize our big plan. As for the increase in the number of muskets, a total of 5,000 muskets are far from enough. Zhang Yuan said regretfully. Yeah, this time it will be difficult. Li Ziking stopped the wine glass. We have robbed a large household in Qinkun 300 miles away. We have plenty of silver and two at a time. Unfortunately, even if we have money, we can't buy a musket. Brothers, do not have to regret it. If you can lay down the pass near Datong, we can transport the produced muskets to your hands at a faster speed. In addition, it takes time for us to produce muskets. Xie Hai said. Do you take the Datong road? Li Ziking thought about it. It seemed that the distance from Liadong to Datong was much closer than from Liadong to Shanbai. After thinking about it, if you really follow Zhang Yuan's plan, first eliminate the new force of Daming in the Heluo area, and then cross the Yellow River to attack Daping in Shaanxi. Then at this time they can obtain another batch of muskets produced by Xie Hai and other Liadong merchants from Datong as supplies, and then attack the capital. The important frontier fortress of Datong, Shaanxi, has become an extremely important part of their strategy. Brother, now that the 2,000 muskets have arrived, we can counterattack next. This time, we must let the dog officers and soldiers see how good we are. Zhang Yuan saw that Xie Hai's black factory migration was impossible, so he turned his head back to focus on his eastward plan for Li Ziking. The King Guang, the 8 great kings, and Cao Cao were surrounded by the dog thief Hong Chengqiu in Qingjian County for a generation. In the past few days, more than 5,000 people have been killed and injured, and the officers and soldiers have also suffered severely. This fisherman, although the 8 great kings are a group of trash, King Kuang was kind to us before. We got acquainted with many of King Kuang's subordinates. We still need to support them. Li Ziking's generals clamored about going to support Qingjian County. Brother Li, you are discussing the military affairs, so I don't have to stay here, so as not to reveal the secret. Xie Hai saw Li Ziking and his subordinates talking about attacking the officers and soldiers of Ming Dynasty, so he said with interest, Brother Xie, you are your own. You even sold us the muskets that defeated the officers and soldiers. Can we still trust you? You can just stay. Li Ziking said. That's right, Brother Xie, we are all our own. The muskets you sold to us are used to kill officers and soldiers. But can they help them? The rest of the generals also said one after another. Although I am not from the faction of the officers and soldiers of the Ming Dynasty, I am from the faction of the Fuliao army. In order to disguise the source of the guns, is it easy for me? Xie Hai continued to sit in the same position with a smile. For Li Ziking in Shaanxi and the others, he could only laugh and say nothing when he had seen Fuliao army artillery and giant ships, as if an adult was watching 2 children fight. Brother, there are more than 30,000 Ming troops assembled near Qingjian County at this time. Among them, 20,000 are responsible for surrounding King Guang, the 8 great kings, Cao Cao and others. Cao Wenzhao and Zhuo Liang each led thousands of troops. We circled around to support and protect the food road, so that the other troops of the 36th Battalion nearby did not dare to support. We only have 5,000 troops. It is not enough. We may unite the rest of the troops, let them respect us as the head, and defeat the officers and soldiers. Finally, launch a decisive battle against Hong Chengqiu. If this battle is won, there will be no officers and soldiers in Qinquan and Heluo that can stop us. Zhang Yuan said, okay. After all our troops are dispensed with ammunition, we will go to Qingjian County to fight the officers and soldiers to the death. Chapter 360, The Kuang will be dispatched. Yuan Road, Yansuai Town, Qingjian County. Tens of thousands of peasant volunteers, such as the Kuang Wang Gao Yingxiang and the 8th King Jiang Xian's Hong, were blocked by 20,000 officers and soldiers, making it difficult to break out of the encirclement, and even camp for dozens of miles. These tens of thousands of peasant volunteers have tens of thousands of mouths. The peasants who are already short of food are trapped in this remote place, almost to the point where everyone wants to eat each other. Early in the morning, Hong Chengqiu urged the Ming army to attack the rebels, driving the peasant rebels to the verge of madness. Damn it, Hong Chengqiu, a goddamn imperial lackey, how can the offensive be so fierce this time? This is to drive us to death. Cao Cao and Liu Rukai looked at his subordinates wailing all over, and his heart was cold. As he said, the officers and soldiers in northern Shaanxi tried their best this time, trying to drive them to death. Whether it is Hong Chengqiu's skinned soldiers or the frontier guards brought by Cao Wenzhou and Zhuo Liangyu, they are fundamentally different from the guards in Guanai and other guards. At least they are all warriors who need to fight frequently. Our northern Shaanxi rebels are going to be cold this time, but Li Ziqing, the only one who can save us, is indifferent. It's really hateful. If I Jiang Xian's Hong died here, I would not let him go even if I was a ghost. Jiang Xian's Hong, with a mixture of blood and sweat on his forehead. Resentment rode. It is Hong Chengqiu who wants to destroy us, so what are they to do with the troopers? It is still that we did not join forces to fight the officers and soldiers in Xi'an according to what he said. We rode the morale high, but we might even defeat the officers and soldiers. King Guang, you are Zhu Liang afterwards. He Guang will be your subordinate. As King Guang, you have to listen to his orders and tell him not to move. Liu Ru sneered. It's not Liu Ru's turn before you intervene in the affairs of this unit of ours. Gao Yingxiang said, it was your opinion that was the most intense at the beginning. I'm telling the truth. Li Ziqing's idea is not necessarily the best. In the past 2 years, our rebels have allowed him to show off the limelight. I'm afraid it will take a long time. You and I will look forward to him. Liu Rukai not convinced. The leaders of the rebel army quarreled and chatted about it. When the leaders of the rebels were arguing, Hong Chengqiu was pressing on the leaders of the rebels as planned, reducing the encirclement a little bit. He must rush to eliminate the leaders of the northern Shaanxi rebel army before Li Ziqing is determined to support him. The prestige of Gao Yingxiang, Jiang Xian's Hong and others in northern Shaanxi and Helyu is higher than that of Li Ziqing, and although the troops are just a bunch of chaotic people, their influence is still incomparable to Li Ziqing. Eliminating them in advance is equivalent to isolating Li Ziqing. Emergency report. Breaker Li Ziqing led the musketeer battalion southward to assist, defeating Cao Wenzhou's troops 30 miles away, and General Cao Wenzhou retreated 10 miles in a row. Emergency report. Several battalions of the 36th Battalion Corps took refuge in Li Ziqing, the trespasser, and in response to Li Ziqing's arrangement, they round about our rear and tried to cut off our army's food passage. Urgent report. Zhuo Liang's department has been restrained by the thief army. Let us be careful to guard against the thief army's counterattack. When Hong Chengqiu was about to break through the encircled rebel defense line, the urgent documents on the left and right wings spread like snowflakes. This guy Li Ziqing seized the best fighter opportunity. This time the ambition of quickly eliminating the northern Shaanxi bandit army has been shattered. Hong Chengqiu looked sad and sighed. Pathbreaker. The Ming army's barracks rang out, and the soldiers fighting bloody in the front heard the signal to retreat. They were a little astonished and puzzled at first, but they were still unwilling to withdraw from the occupied positions. The officers and soldiers have retreated. The officers and soldiers have retreated. The peasant volunteers, who were shackled by the soldiers led by Hong Chengqiu and supported only by their number advantages, were greatly excited when they saw the officers and soldiers retreating like a tide, as if they had escaped from death. Why did the officers and soldiers retreat? Could it be that they are breaking into the future? The besieged peasant volunteers had only this idea in their minds. It must be Li Ziqing here. Gao Yingxiang said like this. Except for the General Li Ziqing, no one in this northern Shaanxi could force Hong Chengqiu to retreat at the crucial point of the storm. Sure enough, after Hong Chengqiu contracted his troops, the black flag of the trespasser appeared on the horizon, and a group of slightly neat musketeers marched here. Compared with the lazy ordinary peasant volunteers, Li Ziqing's musket camp is simply a heavenly soldier. Sure enough, it was Li Ziqing. Liu Ru, who had been quite at odds with Li Ziking recently, saw that it was Li Ziking who had forced Hong Chengqiu to retreat, and his expression was very complicated. "Look, the general is not in our direction. He led the troops to attack Hong Chengqiu. No, he has only 3,000 people, so he dared to take the initiative to attack Hong Chengqiu's 20,000 Ming army? Is he impatient to live? Hong Chengqiu is Daming's trilateral governor. He has made great achievements in the past 2 years. He may not have been able to get a good deal with Li Ziking a few times. This time Li Ziking has red eyes. Mad. Really crazy." Jiang Xian's Hong saw Li Ziking's musket battalion marching in the direction of Hong Chengqiu's shrinking forces in an orderly manner, in a gesture of taking the initiative to fight Hong Chengqiu head-on. The leaders of the encircled rebels walked to the high ground one after another and looked down at the battle between Li Ziking and Hong Chengqiu, who did not know which string was drawn. Quang Wang Gao Yingxiang saw that Li Ziking's musket battalion, who had been nurturing his energy and hadn't participated in this battle, was moving in an orderly manner. It was nothing like their mud-legged troops, and his feelings were also very complicated. After all, King Quang was his subordinate, but his subordinate strength obviously surpassed him. "The musketeer battalion is on the offensive," someone yelled, and almost everyone's eyes were on the battlefield. I saw Li Ziking holding his sword high, and rows of musketeers launched an attack on the huge army of 20,000 people that Hong Chengqiu had no time to retreat. The flames splashed, white smoke rose, and shells roared over his head. The Ming army rarely encountered such intense artillery fire, but under the effective command of Hong Chengqiu, it was still able to reluctantly persist. However, when Li Ziking's general Zhang Yuan led the 2,000 musketeers who had been hidden and a number of peasant troops who had been with them appeared on the other side of the Ming army, even if Hong Chengqiu managed well, the main force of the Ming army still suffered. A fiasco like Waterloo. No, impossible. Liu Rukai and the others were shocked, and got goosebumps all over his body. The new peasant army, led by Li, broke through the 3 lines of defense set up by Hong Chengqiu one after another, and launched 5 consecutive charges, finally completely defeating the main force of the Ming army in the Qinquan area led by Hong Chengqiu. Such a terrifying force is comparable to the king of Chu who has overcome the siege of the giant deer. Chapter 361, The Unification of the 36th Battalion. When Li Ziking returned with a victorious teacher, Gao Yingxiang, Jiang Xian's Hong, Liu Rukai and others looked at Li Ziking completely differently. From the original arrogance to fear. Originally, they thought that Li Ziking had only 3,000 musket battalions. Unexpectedly, 3,000 were changed to 5,000. There were many 36th battalions on Li Ziking's surrender because of this war. The number of people from the battalion reached 2 to 30,000. The most powerful of the rebels. The most important thing is that Li Ziking also helped the main force of the peasant army to break the siege, and his reputation suddenly rose to an incredible level. Even their subordinates treat Li Ziking like a god. Quang Jiang, why are you so late? Liu Rukai originally wanted to criticize Li Ziking, but his tone suddenly softened due to the coercion brought by Li Ziking during this battle. He didn't even realize that his tone was already trembling. It turned out to be like Cao Cao's useless. Li Ziking squinted at Liu Rukai. If Cao Cao was alive, if you see your trash being beaten into such a dog by officers and soldiers, you will definitely be angry. How did you talk to brother? Liu Rukai said angrily. Our new Quang Wang doesn't have a brother like you, let me take him down. The general Zhang Yuan yelled, and his soldiers armed with muskets rushed to get Liu Rukai. Bastard! This is not your Li Ziking's sight. Little ones, kill him for me. Seeing Li Ziking turning his face, Liu Rukai hurriedly yelled his soldiers. It's just that Liu Rukai's soldiers were indifferent because they were afraid of Zhang Yuan and the others, and they dare not step forward there. Zhang Yuan's soldiers easily captured Liu Rukai. Li Ziking, what are you doing? Or what new Quang Wang? Quang Wang Gao Yingxiang watched Li Ziking aggressively want to turn his face with Liu Rukai and others. and took out the face of his previous boss and yelled at Li Ziqing. Speaking of this group of leaders of the rebel army, only Gao Yingxiang is qualified to talk to Li Ziqing now. Big brother, you took me in when I was down, and I am very grateful. But in the past 2 years, I blocked the officers and soldiers from encircling and suppressing the officers and soldiers on behalf of my eldest brother, and it can be regarded as paying off the kindness. Whose fist is the biggest among our rebels? After all, when I was a few major generals, I was a trespasser. You were a trespasser. But now I have more power than you. I am the new stalwart. And eldest brother, you are the trespasser. Li Ziqing swaggered to the main seat. Are you really not giving any affection? Don't forget that our brothers from the 36th Battalion used to be in alliance and advance and retreat together. Gao Yingxiang winked at his own soldiers, but found that his soldiers did not dare to move, making him a little desperate. That's because I used to think that your brothers would be able to win the battle together, and I have expectations for your brothers. But the past 2 years have really disappointed me. Except for our musketeer camp, none of our 36th Battalion can fight. Yes. Are you the 8 great kings? Or you Cao Cao? Li Ziqing pointed directly at Zhang Xianzhong and Liu Erukai's nose. You Zhang Xianzhong, Liu Erukai and others were angry and frightened, but stared at Li Ziqing gnashing their teeth. Li Ziqing, you are full of wings, and you don't put your old brothers in your eyes. Don't worry, you saved me today. My life is also yours. You can do what you want. Gao Yingxiang fell dejected. Now that the situation is under Li Ziqing's control, he found that even his subordinates could not command, and the general situation was gone. So he had to say this to Li Ziqing. From today I am the new king of Guang. You people who want to mix with me, as long as you put under my command, I will treat you like brothers. Enter Tongguan with me, and fight the country. Li Ziqing shouted. Enter Tongguan, fight the country. Li Ziqing's subordinates raised their guns and shouted, leading other peasant soldiers to shout together, shaking the sky. What are you doing in a daze? If you don't join King Kuang at this time, there is only a dead end. Zhang Yuan glared at the generals of Gao Yingxiang, Zhang Xianzhong and others. These generals hesitated to glance at the leader who was captured by Zhang Yuan, and then they had to shout together, enter Tongguan, fight Jiang Shan. Li Ziqing, treachery, I, Liu Eru, will not let you go as a ghost. Liu Erukai saw that his subordinates had returned to Li Ziqing, and shouted unwillingly, you traitors, I treated you badly in the past, why did you lose to me? Come here, take this mad dog down. Zhang Yuan waved his hand coldly, and these leaders of the peasant army, who had been aloof, were tied down by 5 flowers. Without Gao Yingxiang, Zhang Xianzhong and others to destroy the atmosphere, it is more logical for their subordinates to take refuge in Li Ziqing. The thief will hurt my foster father, or I, Li Dingo, will definitely kill you. After Zhang Xianzhong was taken down, a young general on Zhang Xianzhong's side stood up and pointed to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan squinted at the young man named Li Dingo coldly, and saw that there were 3 young generals of different ages beside the young man. You 4 must be Zhang Xianzhong's adopted sons. What do you call the 4 young generals? Doesn't Mao have a little kid like that? It really lowered the standard of our generals and killed them all at once. Wait brother, wait. As soon as Zhang Xianzhong leaves, his troops will be without a leader. It is better to divide Zhang Xianzhong's troops into 5 parts, and we will absorb one of them, one for each of Zhang Xianzhong's 4 sons, and later under the command of this king, obey the king's orders and make great things together. Li Ziqing stopped Zhang Yuan. Kuang Wang, as the saying goes. You are too kind if you don't keep your wealth and be merciful, and you are too kind. Zhang Yuan frowned. Oh, they are still children. It is not easy to fight with fate in the wild. It is also the bravery fighting that was adopted by Zhang Xianzhong as an adoptive son. After some experience, he will surely become a man who can be made. Li Ziqing turned his head to Li Dingo and so on. The man said, don't worry, this king will not harm your adoptive father. In the future, under the command of my new king, As long as you try your best to assist this king, you will not lose the title of the Marquis of Cracking the Earth in the future. Li Dingo and the others looked at each other, and one of them took the lead to kneel down to Li Ziking. Thanks to King Guang, Sun Qiang is willing to return to King Guang, and make a great contribution to King Guang. We are also willing to return to King Guang. The other three also had to show allegiance. But Li Dingo glared at Zhang Yuan fiercely. Zhang Yuan was still cold, indifferent to Li Dingo's hatred. Zhang Yuan, we will unify the 36th Battalion in northern Shaanxi this time, and we will have 60,000 new soldiers and horses. We only need to march eastward, and great things can happen. This king will make you the marshal of soldiers and horses, and move east with this king Qinquan. Take Heluo. Chapter 362 Guangdong Customs. Northern Shaanxi thieves. Li Ziking replaced Gao Yingxiang as the new king, and annexed the remaining thieves in northern Shaanxi. One group dominates. Now Li Ziking has lost consecutive defeats to Hong Chengqiu, Cao Wenzhou and others in northern Shaanxi. Hong Chengqiu and others did not support, and first returned to Shaanxi, and then retreated to the land of Heluo and Qinquan. Lost and regained, gain and loss. Cao Wenzhou, deputy commander-in-chief of Yansui East Road, was hit by a thief Li Ziking's artillery during the battle. He was seriously injured and his life is still uncertain. The latest battle report on northern Shaanxi was recorded in the Shaanxi of the Ministry of War, and hundreds of officials of the court, civil and military, were generally silent. However, over the course of several months, the degree of repetitive changes in the battle situation outside Tongguan was astounding. Emperor Chongzhen was even more complicated. Chongzhen was furious when he lost the city of Xi'an earlier. Then the reinforcements from Liudong, Xuanda and other places arrived to regain the lost ground, and Chongzhen Longyundayu. Seeing the internal separation of the peasant army in northern Shaanxi, Gao Yingxiang and others must be eliminated. Unexpectedly, Li Ziking, who has not been moving, would not make a move. Once he made a shocking move, the regained land was lost again. The ups and downs of life. There is nothing more like this. Everyone, a king, the war in northern Shaanxi has been corrupted, and the war has spread to Heluo, Shaanxi and other places, but our empire has very few dispatchable soldiers and horses. But what should I do? Chongzhen looked down on the hundreds of officials, but found civil and military bygwan all looked down at their feet, probably because they couldn't think of any good ideas. This time the Shaanxi battle was accompanied by the Fuliao army. The Fuliao army even secretly supported Li Ziking's artillery. Our army was shelled by thieves Li Ziking, and the battle was in chaos, which gave the chaos a chance to take advantage of it. Said, the Fuliao army is the Fuliao army again. Chongzhen said angrily, why did the Fuliao army support the thieves in northern Shaanxi so much? And the Fuliao army has repeatedly rebelled against the imperial court and invaded Yizhou, Fujian, Guangdong, and even Guangzhou. The palace's fortresses are all forcibly taken. I have recognized this, but this time they secretly funded the anti-thief with the intention of subverting my Ming Dynasty. They are really deceiving. Chongzhen was very angry on it, but the civil and military officials still looked at each other and couldn't think of a good idea. Even if it is known that the Fuliao army is secretly funding the northern Shaanxi peasant army, how can this be? The most critical issue is that Ming was unable to impose effective sanctions on the Fuliao army. Regardless of force or economy, Ming was unable to make the Fuliao army surrender. On the contrary, when he wanted to force the Fuliao army through the sea ban, the Fuliao army threatened to come back with force. A building is under construction near the number 13 line of Guangzhou Mansion. It's just that this building is not temple or pagoda, but it looks towering. It's just that the outside is surrounded by green yarn and bamboo, and passers-by can't see the construction status inside. Be careful, no idlers should come near. In case the stones on it fall, it will kill people. Around the building, several soldiers of the Fuliao army stood guard with muskets on their backs and expelled the approaching pedestrians. It's just that they did this, which aroused the curiosity of pedestrians even more. However, they dare not approach due to the patrol of soldiers from the Fuliao army. When the construction workers took a break at noon, pedestrians asked the construction workers. In order to save costs, the Fuliao army recruited many refugees who lost their land due to floods to serve as construction workers. "Brother, what building are you building? Why is it so high? It should be 10 feet high." A passerby leaned over and asked, "I don't know, we just moved the stone materials according to the instructions of the Liao army." The technical work is done by craftsmen from southern Lining and western craftsmen. However, all of their buildings are made of stone and wood. "Not very useful," the local construction worker replied. "For stone construction, I saw that the stone they used was too big, and there were iron bars. I was really curious about how they would build a house with a height of 10 feet and a large area, and how much glutinous rice paste would be needed." "Ah," a passerby said strangely, "our Guangzhou mansion belongs to the 6-Banyan pagoda. These temple towers can exceed 10 meters, but these temple towers are rarely inhabited. Maybe we will make glutinous rice syrup and sell it to the Fuliao army, and we can make a small profit from it." There are also business passers-by who have seen the business opportunities. But the construction worker shook his head. "You still don't think about such a beautiful thing. The Fuliao army does not use glutinous rice paste to build walls." "Ah, don't use glutinous rice syrup? Then what else can they use to build walls?" "You know that such a high stone building can easily collapse." The passers-by who gathered together for discussion expressed their disbelief. "You don't know this. The Fuliao army replaced glutinous rice paste with something called cement. I heard that it is much stronger than the wall made of glutinous rice paste," said the construction worker. "Impossible. There is something more suitable for building walls in this world than glutinous rice paste." Some people asked with questioning eyes, "Tell me, how is this cement made?" "The cement was transported directly from southern Lining on a large ship." "How can I, a life seeker, know the secret formula of the Fuliao army?" "You must be bragging." "What kind of cement? Water and ginseng are better than expensive glutinous rice paste together." "We have been plagued by disasters these days, and we don't have enough food." "Few people use glutinous rice as material for building walls." "I'm a little dog to lie to you." "No matter, I don't care about you. I'll keep my strength to work." "Thanks to the restoration of the stone building by the Liao army, I have enough to eat and never die from starvation." Sighed. I said, "Boy, how much does the Fuliao army give you a day? You build such a high building, are you afraid of falling and falling to death? Go away, say less unlucky things." The Fuliao army includes 3 meals and can eat meat every day for lunch. Although the meat is not too much, there is still 2 tals of silver a month. We are farmers in Paniu, just because of heavy rains. After the farmland was destroyed, we came to Guangzhou to seek official relief. It happened to meet the governor of Guangdong, who recommended us to come here to work. Only then did we have a bite of food. This year we don't have to go hungry," the construction worker said. Own story. It seems that after the Fuliao army came to our Guangzhou mansion, they have done a lot of great charity relief to the people. A passerby praised. "I think this stone building can be completed in 1 or 2 years at most." "What should you do afterwards?" "When the time comes, I will go home and have a look. With this savings, my life will be much better in the future." Maybe they will work with the Fuliao army in the future. They say they will have a chance to be a foreman if they do well. The Liao army seems to want to stay here for a long time, and there will be a lot of work in the future, said the construction worker. Chapter 363, Why are you again? Look at you. This is the Guangdong customs that our Fuliao army is building. In the future, all ships that come to trade will need to go through the formalities here. Some maritime conflicts and trade disputes can also be handled here. Our Fuliao army officials of the Guangzhou Customs House brought a group of businessmen to the front of the stone building under construction and enthusiastically introduced them to the Guangdong Customs. which will become one of the landmark buildings of the Guangzhou government in the future. Its incredible height and width, many businessmen looked up at the stone building that was still hidden in the green yarn and bamboo strips. Even if it was not completed, you could feel its majesty slightly. In addition to the city walls in Daming, I have rarely seen Daming use stone as the main building materials, generally rammed earth and wood as the main materials. Several Dutch merchants were among them. On the contrary, in Europe, there are many stone buildings, such as castles and stone bridges. They have realized that in the future they will have a large amount of silver coins to flow into this Guangdong customs building that will be completed in the future. We have vast resources in the world. The land is not tense. What is tense is only cultivated land. Therefore, there is no need to build too high buildings. The timber is easy to move and build houses. The customs officer forced an explanation according to his own understanding, nodding frequently. It's a pity that although our Guangdong ship division reopened, Western merchants still like to trade with Jiangsu and Zhejiang merchants in the more prosperous Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Some Guangdong merchants complained. This is also not to blame for their Jiangsu and Zhejiang merchants. The Jiangsu and Zhejiang region is the richest man in our Ming Dynasty. It is said that Su is familiar with the world. Nowadays, Jiangsu and Zhejiang are not only food, handicrafts and commerce are particularly developed, and they are above our Lingnan region. Yes, Jiangsu and Zhejiang merchants are rich, and rich can be against the country. You see, during the Hongwu period, Shen Wansen, a wealthy businessman in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, had a lot of money, and his land was all over the world. This is truly a legend. Our Lingnan development is relatively late, and it is natural to be behind. But you don't have to worry. We are close to Nanyang and we also have our advantages. Westerners come from far away from overseas, and it is said that there are tens of thousands of miles away from our Guangzhou house. For them, in other words, it's nothing to travel thousands of miles to reach Jiangsu and Zhejiang. But for the merchants in Nanyang, our Lingnan area is closer, and they will consider the length of time. Under the same quality of goods, they will naturally choose to do it in Guangzhou business. Besides, there are many overseas Chinese in Nanyang who come from our native Guangdong. A group of Cantonese businessmen couldn't help but compare with Daming's richest Jiangnan businessmen, and the Western businessmen around them were stunned. Some Western businessmen raised their ears, wanting to hear some useful news from the discussions of these Cantonese businessmen. The Guangdong customs established by the Fuliao Army not only provides customs declaration services, but also provides Chinese language teaching for overseas businessmen, so that you can learn Chinese culture when you come to pick up goods and do business, and better do business with Chinese businessmen. The customs officer of the Liao Army said to the Western businessman who followed, "Okay, that's good." Western businessmen who came to Guangzhou from the Netherlands and Spain nodded one after another. Since they learned that the Guangdong ship division had redeveloped and obtained the approval of the Fuliao Army, they finally came to the Guangzhou mansion to trade with Daming merchants in a fair manner. It's just that the price they have to pay is that one is to pay high tariffs to the Fuliao Army, and the second is that they cannot establish a colony or trading location on any piece of the territory of the Ming Dynasty. They can only trade at 5 locations designated by the Fuliao Army, respectively. It is Yizhou, Xiamen Bay, Hong Kong Island, Macau Peninsula and Guangzhou 13th Line. The waters of these 5 locations are completely controlled by the East Asian Invincible Fleet of the Fuliao Army. Any ship that wants to pass through this waters to trade with Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Tianjin, Shandong, Liaonan, Dongying, and Jiaoli must be approved by Xiamen Customs. Tariffs will still be collected. Of course, if you have paid the tariffs at Xiamen Customs, you do not need to pay the tariffs again when you go to Dalian port in southern Lining. And if these merchants wanted to trade with places not controlled by the Fuliao Army, such as Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Dongying, it would not matter to the Fuliao Army. The merchants would need to negotiate with the Ming court and the Dongying shogunate. This is a monopoly that has occupied the sea. Ling Master, Are you leading the merchants to visit the Guangdong customs building under construction? A general of the Fuliao army led a few soldiers passing by, and the nearby merchants focused their attention on the general. It turned out to be General Deng. The officer first came to the Guangzhou customs office as the head of the customs department. He was sincere and frightened, lest he would delay the trust of the military owner, so he needed to get closer to the merchants in this trade, so he could do things later. Master Ling from the customs office of the Guangzhou prefectural government is also quite respectful to this heroic general, because this general is Deng Qianlong, the head of the fleet of the Fuliao Army Navy in Guangdong. Among other things, the fort of Guangzhou Mansion was occupied by him with troops, and his domineering deeds have been spread throughout Guangzhou Mansion. We were stationed in the southeast coast, and the Maritime Safety Administration suddenly became the upstart department of our Fuliao Army. In the future, we will ask Ling Da to take care of it. Deng Qianlong was quite polite to Ling Da. After all, the two sides will have to mix in Guangzhou Mansion for a long time. General Deng is polite. Where is this going? Master Ling asked. The army owner sent a scientific expedition team from southern Lining to our Guangzhou government. But the purpose of their trip is not our Guangzhou government, but Hainan's Kayangzhou government. I think the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi Wenkan is also the governor of Guangdong. This is Kayangzhou. The government is also placed under the jurisdiction of the governor of Guangdong. If he has his documents, this scientific expedition team will be able to travel unimpeded in Hainan Island. Deng Qianlong said, "It's urgent now, so I won't bother General Deng." Master Ling said. At the mansion of Guangzhou, the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi Wenkan is looking through the book of sages and sages. Today is a rare good day without much incident. Suddenly there was a noise outside the mansion, making Xun Wenkan frowned. "General, wait for me to go and inform the governor general, you can't just break in." "Fuck you, this general and Mr. Xun are close friends. Do you still need to be notified as a soldier?" The noise was getting closer and closer, and a familiar figure rushed into the backyard, and the people came first. "Master Xun, this time I have something to bother you." "Why, it's you again. What do you want to do?" Xun Wenkan put down the sage book, showing his face. "Do you want to take away my Guangzhou mansion this time?" Chapter 364. Open the door to convenience. "Master Xun, don't need to be nervous. Is it possible that I am a tiger and leopard, and you won't be able to eat?" Deng Qianlong unceremoniously looked for a seat and sat down. "Your Fuliao army is much more terrifying than the jackal, tiger and leopard. It cannibalizes people without spitting out bones, and it also makes people defenseless." Xun Wenkan said, "My early Yaxing was destroyed by you." Lord Xun said that, but it makes me very sad. Although we sent troops to protect Daming's fort without saying hello in advance, we also did some practical things for the benefit of the people in Guangdong and Guangxi. For example, the flood in Paniu area, tens of thousands. The people were displaced, so we settled more than 1,000 people for the Guangzhou government Yemen, and also distributed some relief money, and sent sergeants to Paniu to supervise the post-disaster resettlement of the officials. If it were not for our soldiers to put their guns against the heads of local officials, maybe a lot of the relief money will be greeted again. Deng Qianlong counted the things he did in Guangzhou Mansion these days. Also, we heard that there was a bandit rebellion in Kashan Mansion next door, so we sent more than 100 soldiers to help. Local officials worked together to quell the rebellion and protect the border and the people. It's correct, but this seems to be what I, the governor of Guangdong, should do. Xun Wenkan continued to cry, mournfully, and you have all of the Guangdong shipping division vacated, and the established Guangdong customs is directly in Guangdong. You work in the courtyard of the Secretary of Shipping, and you will give you all the customs duties. You are using our Guangzhou government's finances to help the victims of our Guangzhou government. That's right, the so-called take it from the people, and use it for the people. Without our Liao Army's request to the court to reopen the Guangdong ships division, it might be banned for a few years. Deng Qianlong said politely. By the way, this time I have something to ask you for help. please don't shirk. What do you do? Sun Wenken asked nervously. Guangdong 10 prefectures and 1 Zili prefecture govern 7 prefectures and 75 counties, of which Guangzhou prefecture and Kashan prefecture are the largest, followed by Kayangzhou prefecture, all of which are under the control of the governor of Guangdong. Presumably, Lord Xung's orders should be able to be transmitted there. Deng Qianlong said. Are you aiming at the coastal defense fort of Kayangzhou Mansion again? Sun Wenken asked. My lord, why are you so old and can't make it to the fort? To be honest with you, our army owner bought a piece of land in Kayanghai County, the capital of Kayangzhou, and wants to send some people to take care of it. I think if there is a paperwork from the governor of Guangdong, at that time, the officials of Kayangzhou Prefecture will take more care of us. Deng Qianlong explained his intention. Kayanghai County. This officer remembers that there is no Kayanghai County among the 1 counties in Kayangzhou Prefecture. Is it because your military commander has a mistake? Sun Wenken said. There is no Kayanghai County, but it is clearly marked on this map, Lord Xun. You have a look. Deng Qianlong gave Sun Wenken the map about Hainan Island sent from a Leonan. Sun Wenken took the map from later generations and was shocked. Who made this map? It is so detailed. Ahem, sir, please see, this circled place is located on the northeast side of Kayangzhou Mansion. Doesn't it indicate Kayanghai County? Deng Qianlong said. This location is correct, but the place name is wrong. This place is not called Kayanghai County, but Lei County and Huai County. If I think the circled place is good, it should be Lei County. Mr. Xun said. Okay, I don't care which county it is. We must get this place, and I also ask Master Xun to give us convenience. Deng Qianlong suddenly became tough. Are you asking this officer to use his power to open the door to your Liao army? This is impossible. Sun Wenken was slightly annoyed. Such a trivial matter. Master Xun can save us a lot of trouble with a little hand. If Master Xun is unwilling, then I have to lead the fleet to attack Kayangzhou Mansion. Then the lives will be devastated, and the people will not have a living. It is your Master Xun fault. Say goodbye again. Deng Qianlong stood up, shaking his sleeves and was about to leave. Don't, Brother Deng, we have something to say. Isn't it just for your convenience? Sun Wenken hurriedly stopped Deng Qianlong from leaving, and said helplessly. After a while, Deng Qianlong walked out of Sun Wenken's residence with Sun Wenken's papers for the prefect of Kayangzhou Prefecture. My lord, please stay for a while, and you have to say goodbye to you for thousands of miles. Deng Qianlong said to Sun Wenken with his fists. Sun Wenken is called a stubborn aggrieved one, but due to his affection, he still needs to care eagerly. General Den will go to Kayangzhou Mansion this time and it will take a lot of time. I am afraid we will not see each other in 2 or 3 months. This time, General Den must take good care of himself. I didn't say that I would go to Kayangzhou Mansion in person. Just send 1 or 2 boats over for this kind of trivial matter. Since Lord Xun cares so much, I still stay in Guangzhou Mansion and come over to see adults for tea at any time. Deng Qianlong said. You better not come here. A ship from southern Lining was mooring at the dock of Guangzhou number 13 line. After a long voyage, the people on the ship disembarked temporarily to rest. In addition to Goodyear, who was studying rubber, a group of Leonan apprentices who followed him and a group of soldiers from the Navy Department who were responsible for protecting them came by this ship. The number of such a group is about 100 people. However, because the Fuliao army controlled this sea area, it was basically unimpeded. Cheng Hong, you joined the Admiralty in the past 2 years and served on Ishigaki Island for 2 years. You became a lieutenant officer because of your outstanding military exploits. This time the protector of the Academy of Sciences went to Kayangzhou Prefecture to find our rubber plantations. As for things, you must ensure their safety and take down the rubber plantation smoothly. The idea is not to conflict with the local people, so as not to hurt the peace. Deng Qianlong said to the captain of the soldier squad who protected the rubber scientific research team along the way. General, please rest assured, the subordinates have worked hard for this life and won't cause trouble to the people of our Academy of Sciences. Cheng Hong said. Don't just say desperately at every turn, Who dares to provoke us in this sea area, as long as we don't do too much? Deng Qianlong said. What the general said is that he'll be careful this time and try my best to keep a low profile. Cheng Hong said. That's right, you can fix it and set off. Deng Qianlong patted Cheng Hong on the shoulder, and then went to the fleet camp to train the Navy soldiers stationed in Guangzhou House. Several artillery ships stationed at the Guangzhou Mansion by the Navy Department have been idle in recent days. They can only rely on drills and help the governor of Guangdong to quell the rebellion to maintain combat effectiveness. Unknowingly, Deng Qianlong somewhat regarded Guangzhou Mansion as his own territory. He Balano, he Ba, and a few brothers. This time we have rare opportunity to accept such a task. Brother, whether I can become a school-level officer of the Admiralty depends on you. Chapter 364, Going to Guangzhou. Don't worry, big brother, we will complete the task of finding the rubber plantation this time even if we do any means, and help big brother become a middle-level officer of the Navy Department, said several Cheng Hong soldiers. Well, eldest brother, this is not to become a middle-level officer of the Fu Liao army because of vanity, but to try the courage, and when he has the opportunity to assassinate Liu Sheng, who destroyed the kingdom of Jin. Yes, that's it. Cheng Hong deceived himself, said. This pedestrian was a Hu Jin assassin who lurked into Jinzhou city in the past. After Hu Jin was destroyed, he went to the Fu Liao army's ships as a handyman due to some setbacks, and then became one of the guards of Ishigaki Island in the Ryukyu Islands. The Ishigaki-jima garrison was originally under the command of the Ryukyu guards, and the fort was garrisoned with 1,000 people. Later, after the Fu Liao army's fleet settled the pirates such as Zheng Zilong and Liu Xiang, there was no need for Ishigaki-jima to place so many defenders. The original 1,000 people shrank into 200 people. Some people were assigned to the main island of Ryukyu, and some people joined the Admiralty to do some trivial matters of the Admiralty, such as being responsible for protecting important people between southern Lining and the southeast coast. From assassins to handymen to island guards to soldiers of the Navy Department, the turnover of these post-golden assassins in the past 3 years can also be described as good luck. Only after the death of Hu Jin for 3 years, their hatred of the Fu Liao army has long been eroded by money and status, and more just to climb up. They even changed their names to homophonic Chinese names, and the assassin leader was aliased to Cheng Hong. Anyway, Liao Dong fought a war for decades. First, Daming fought against Mongolia, then Daming supported Jiao to repel Dong Ying, and later Hu Jin rose to fight with Daming. Liao Dong never calmed down, the people were displaced, and the origin of forging a name was really no one to go. Verification. Big brother, what do you think this rubber plantation is? We have never heard of rubber before. Several of his men asked Cheng Hong. I don't know. Liu Sheng, the commander of the Fu Liao army, is always ingenious. I really don't know how his brain grows. He knows everything, such as astronomy, geography, and plants. Just take the magical things like trains and electric lights. When we were transferred from Ishigaki Island back to southern Lining, we were almost scared to death. Cheng Hong said. Do you think Liu Sheng is a god? If he is not a god, how can he know everything? Let the steel run up, and let the glass shine. This is something that a shaman can't do. One of his men said. The other subordinates also nodded one after another. In fact, from a certain point of view, Liu Sheng, who has an industrial revolution system, is really a godlike existence in this era, but he can't live with the sky. Okay, we should prepare the supplies to board the ship. Fortunately, Guangzhou Mansion is not far from Guangzhou Mansion, and the route has been explored by many people. As long as there is no typhoon, it is basically safe. Cheng Hong took his men on board one after another. In addition to his original men, there are already dozens of soldiers attributed to him. In order to transform from the Aoki bodyguard of Hujin to an officer of the Navy Department, he even mastered a lot of knowledge about sailing. In addition to dozens of soldiers, there are also dozens of scientific research teams and handymen handling ship chores. It is such a small fleet that shoulders the heavy task of finding the rubber plantation summoned by the system. This also fully demonstrated the strong military power of the Fuliao army. As long as it has a strong military power as a backing, no one dares to provoke even an advance team with hundreds of people. Otherwise, what awaits them is the terrible revenge of the Fuliao army. We traveled all the way to the unknown Kayangzi prefecture to find the rubber plantations purchased by the military owner, hoping that the scale would not be too small, otherwise it would make people too desperate. Goodyear, an American scientist researching rubber, came to Guangzhou prefecture from southern Lining. Feeling a little seasick. His complexion is not very good. Sir, Kayangzi Mansion is not far away from Guangzhou Mansion. Please hold on to it. I see the area marked on this map. There are at least 100,000 rubber trees in this rubber plantation, said the Leonin apprentice who followed Goodyear. Well, if there are 100,000 rubber trees, it should be able to meet the needs. Goodyear said, Gentlemen of the Academy of Sciences, we have obtained the papers from the governor of Guangdong Sun Wenken, and we are going to start. Cheng Hong, I will definitely protect your safety. However, please do not provoke the local people on the way so as not to give birth to many fearless people. Trouble. Hong Qing took a group of soldiers onto the ship. There is Lieutenant Lao Cheng, the first team specializing in rubber. The Academy of Sciences thanked Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong straightened his chest slightly and was quite proud. The ship slowly left the pier of Guangzhou Mansion, and went straight down the Pearl River. After exiting the Pearl River estuary, it went south along the coastline. After seeing the coastline of the Liza Peninsula, it passed through the Kayangzhou Strait, where the mansion of Kayangzhou Mansion was located. The mansion of Kayangzhou Mansion was set up in the place closest to the mainland, only 40 miles away from the narrowest part of Liza Peninsula. This makes it easier to maintain closer contact with the mainland. However, Kayangzhou Prefecture, located on the fringe of the Ming Empire, was obviously not as prosperous as the Guangzhou Prefecture that Cheng Hong and Goodyear had seen. When the ship with the flag of the Fuliao army and the Daming flag approached the wharf near Kayangzhou Mansion, it was found that the wharf was relatively depressed and the houses along the coast were relatively low. However, it has far exceeded Cheng Hong's expectations for Hainan Island, which is on the coast of the South China Sea. It's not as deserted as I thought before. It seems that during the Three Kingdoms period, King Wu and Sun Quan sent troops here. Cheng Hong said unexpectedly when he saw that there were still a lot of people near the Kayangzhou Mansion. In fact, as early as the turn of the Qin and Han dynasties, the power of the Nanayu kingdom has spread throughout the territory of the Kayangzhou prefecture. Today, the largest number of people on the island are the Han people, followed by the local Aborigines, the Li nationality, with about 300,000 people registered. The person from the scientific research team said, 300,000 people? That's a lot. How did you know? Just ask the officials of the Guangzhou government. The Kayangzhou government is under the jurisdiction of the governor of Guangdong, and the situation of the Kayangzhou government must first be reported to the Guangzhou government and the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi. No wonder the army owner asked us to get the documents from the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi before coming to Kayangzhou Mansion. They dare to believe that the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi is the immediate superior of the prefect of Kayangzhou. We are holding the documents written by the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi. How dare they not open the door to convenience? Cheng Hong took out the letter written by Sun Wenken in his arms, which was also stamped with the seal of the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, which felt a little weighty. The rubber plantation is located in Leihui County of Kayangzhou Prefecture, and it is directly under the jurisdiction of Kayangzhou Prefecture. We need to use the letter of the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi to ask for another copy of his documents from the Kayangzhou Prefecture. and then go to Leihui County. Kangzi Prefecture's documents. It might be more effective than the documents of the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi. This is not as good as the current management of the county official. In addition, our rubber plantation will grow here in the future, and we will have to deal with the Kangzi prefect. Cheng Hong thought about it. It was quite cumbersome. Chapter 366. 1,000 miles of Changsha, 1,000 miles of stone pond. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. This is the seal of the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi. But how could the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi write such a letter specifically for your Fuliao army, so that this official can provide you with convenience in Kangzi Prefecture? Kangzi Prefecture received them documents submitted. The Fuliao army suddenly visited Kangzi Prefecture, which has always been remote, and this really shocked the Kangzi Prefecture prefect. Not to mention that the Fuliao army also brought a letter from the new governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, Xun Wenken. It's not that Guangxi Mansion has been captured by you, and the governor became your captive, and then you coerced him to write this letter. The Kangzi prefect had thought about it carefully, and could only come to this conclusion. My lord is worried. If we have controlled Guangdong, what will come to Kangzi Prefecture today will not be just our ordinary ship, but a team of warships. Cheng Hong said. That's not the case. Our Kangzi Mansion has always been remote and there are often typhoons. Many pirates and foreigners are more interested in Yizu, Guangxi Mansion, Xiamen Bay and other places than our Kangzi Mansion. So even if you capture Guangxi Mansion, the main force will be the fleet is not necessarily happy to come to our Kangzi Mansion. Kangzi Prefecture said. The prefect is too modest. I am a scholar in southern Lining. I have failed many attempts, but now I am studying at the Liaonan Academy of Sciences. I remember that in the Song Dynasty, there was one of the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties, Su Dongpo, who lived in Danzi in Kangzi Prefecture. It has become a legend after 3 years of being an official and enlightening the people. A Goodyear apprentice stood up and said, "Ha ha, this is indeed the case." Mr. Dongpo dug up the prison Sequin Spring and Xixin Spring. The spring water is sweet and clear, and there are the relics of Mr. Dongpo studying on the spring. Later, the Dongpo Academy was built on the side to teach young students to study sincerely, became the mainstay of the upper class. The prefect of Kangzi talked about this proud history of Kangzi Prefecture, and could not help exaggerating. If there are occasional gaps in your trip to Kangzi Prefecture, this prefecture may wish to send officials to accompany you to visit Danzi for a generation. No, it should be an investigation. Then there will be Mr. Lau. But we have important tasks and we have to deal with this matter properly, so that we can enjoy the mountains and rivers. I read the letter from the governor. Your priority is to find a manor. This time the manor is in Leihui County, said the prefect of Kangzi. If it's just a newly reclaimed land, it doesn't involve the Li people disputes, then you only need to register in Leihui County. Lord Prefect, please see. Cheng Hong handed the map of Hainan Island to the prefect of Kangzi. The convenient location of the circle is the manor we are looking for this time. A special kind of plant is planted in it, which is what our Liao army needs. We came here to grow crops, in fact, to provide convenience for the local islanders. Please do not misunderstand our behavior. If you have other intentions, you won't choose the very remote mountainous area of Leihui County in our already remote Kangzi Mansion. It shouldn't be a problem. The Kangzi prefect carefully compared the super detailed topographic map of Hainan for later generations and topographic maps drawn by their local government. When he saw the unimaginable perfect isometric distance in the topographic maps of later generations, he was shocked. Who painted this map? It is so realistic. Our map only shows the main roads and the location of the city. It is difficult to determine the specific distance, delineation. And here, even the detailed directions of 1,000 miles of Changsha, 1,000 miles of Stone Pond are marked out. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Cheng Hong and the others were taken aback when they saw the prefect of Kangzi, and they were almost shocked by him. My lord, where did you see 1,000 miles of Changsha, 1,000 miles of Shitang, the person in the scientific expedition team asked inexplicably. In the Song Dynasty, the history of the Kayangwon said, thousands of miles of Changsha, thousands of miles of stone ponds, up and down, 1,000 miles of one color. This thousands of miles of Changsha, thousands of miles of stone ponds is east and south of Gyeongsu Prefecture, scattered on the sea. Although these islands are not large, they will be submerged by the sea at high tide, but they are still under the jurisdiction of Wonsu of our Gyeongsu Prefecture. Gyeongsu Prefecture put down the map and said with emotion, even though the distance is remote, thousands of miles of Changsha, Wanli Shitang is also the territory of our Ming Dynasty. I seem to have heard from the military owner that our Daming Sea area actually extends to the South China Sea. Moreover, there are many overseas Chinese in South China, so in theory Nanyang should also be under our jurisdiction since ancient times, a member of the scientific research team said. Although thousands of miles of Changsha and thousands of miles of Shitang are the territory of our Daming, if we say that the entire Southeast Asia is the same, I dare not imagine. The prefect of Gyeongsu did not dare to imagine such a beautiful picture. In the eyes of the Fuliao army, the entire Nanyang should be part of Daming. Since you are going to Lehue County, this official sent a few officials to accompany you. In addition, this official handwritten a letter for your convenience. The county magistrate of Lehue County will definitely take care of this official handwriting. You guys, the Gyeongsu prefect didn't know why he was in a good mood, so he sent a few extra officials to cooperate with them. After all, they are likely to have to deal with each other in the future. If one day Gyeongsu Mansion is really beaten down by the Fuliao army, he has at least a way out, right? What's more, the Gyeongsu Mansion is very desolate at this time. There are more than 200,000 people scattered on the huge island. The land is sparsely populated. As for the wasteland that the Fuliao army requires and intends to develop, the Gyeongsu prefect does not care at all. Surprisingly, someone took the initiative to come to Gyeongsu Prefecture for development. As long as people from the Huixia clan come to land, that's not a problem. Then there will be Master Lao, Cheng Hong and others thanked. It's just a matter of hand, you don't have to be polite. And this officer is very interested in the theory of your army master. If one day, the seas beyond Changsha, thousands of miles and Shitang are all the land of my Daming, then this Nanyang will become the inner part of our Daming. The lake is over. Your army commander really dare to think. Gyeongsu prefect still talked about it. In fact, our fleet of the Fuliao army has already sailed in this sea area of thousands of miles, and traded with western countries such as Annan Kingdom. Maybe one day our warships will also sail into this sea area, and actually have jurisdiction over this 1,000 miles of Changsha. Wanli Shitang, Cheng Hong said. So the prefect of Gyeongsu seemed to have realized something, stroked his beard, and seemed to be thinking about something. Cheng Hong and the others stayed temporarily in a house near Gyeongsu Prefecture for one night. During this period, the prefect of Gyeongsu Prefecture arranged for several officials to guide the Fuliao army's scientific expedition team as guides. When they left on a boat the next day, the prefect of Gyeongsu also brought people to see them off. I hope that we can still treat each other with courtesy when we meet next time. Gyeongsu prefect said to the ship. Chapter 367 Rubber Garden. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Lehue County is in the middle of the eastern part of Gyeongsu, and there is a natural harbor that can block the wind. And the county government of Lehue County is also near the sea. With the handwritten scripts of the two high-ranking officials of the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi and the prefect of Gyeongsu, the county magistrate of Lehue County received this huge scientific research team with fear and trepidation, and arranged for local Li people and government officials to find the rubber plantation with them. If it weren't for Cheng Hong and they didn't want to cause a sensation, the county magistrate of Lehue County would almost want to personally show them the way. Masters, the place you are looking for is in the mountains and forests in the middle reaches of the Wonkwon River. There has always been a rare population. There are only 2 or 3 Li tribes with a few hundred people. But it is strange to say that these days, They have been reported to our government that there were strangers in the mountains and forests near their tribes. At first we thought that except for the Li people, they were the Han people. If everyone does not violate the river water, where else will there be other people in the mountains and forests? Ya pointed to the front and said, unexpectedly, the place here is so difficult to walk. I would have taken the waterway if I knew it. Cheng Hong and others followed the local government along the Wangquan River, and it was not easy to overcome obstacles along the way. Moreover, the miasma in the mountains and forests are rampant, and there are many snakes, insects, rats and ants, which made this research team of the Fuliao army feel a huge challenge. We have some medicinal juices made by Li people living in the mountains and forests that can repel mosquitoes. You can apply them on your hands, feet, and face, and you will suffer less pain. Ya took out a bamboo tube around his waist, which contained the medicinal juice. It turns out that there is such a magical thing. I said it earlier. I have suffered so many crimes for nothing. Everyone came to apply it on their bodies. Cheng Hong took the bamboo tube unceremoniously, and then transferred it to everyone. Oh, it's not easy to make this thing. And I finally got it from the Li people. Ya felt a little bit painful. We don't take your things in vain. This is 2 taels of silver. Take it to drink. Cheng Hong said. This uncle is really generous. The Ya took the broken silver and happily put it in his arms. You can use it. I will go back and ask for some more from Li minutes. They traveled along the Wangquan River for about 2 days before they found the rubber plantation marked on the map, which is the forest infested by strangers reported by the local Li nationality. When the scientific expedition team encountered the workers in the rubber plantation, both sides were a little dazed and stared at them. Cheng Hong and the others encountered a group of people with a darker complexion that seemed to be different from the Han and Li nationalities. They held a scimitar in their hands and spoke a language completely different from Cheng Hong and the others. Who are you? Why appear in our Lei County? The yeoman in Lei County saw an unheard of strange crowd appearing in this mountain forest, and went back several steps in panic. Cheng Hong, the soldiers responsible for protecting the scientific expedition team, raised their muskets for alert. They still couldn't tell whether the opponent was a friend or an enemy. The workers in the rubber plantation seemed to recognize Cheng Hong's muskets in their hands, and were extremely afraid of the muskets, so they quickly threw down the scimitars in their hands and squatted down with their heads in their hands. How are you? These rubber plantation workers held back for a long time and said in Chinese with a special accent. They can speak Chinese. Cheng Hong and others were a little surprised. When the 2 sides were in a stalemate, someone in the forest murmured, "Are you little rascals being lazy again?" Under the gaze of both Cheng Hong and the rubber plantation workers, a steward dressed as a Han came out. He saw Cheng Hong and others appearing in the rubber plantation. First he was surprised, and then he greeted him. "Good fellow, I finally waited for you." You are Cheng Hong and others were confused. "You must be looking for a rubber plantation?" "I am the owner of this rubber plantation." "You can call me Li San." "By the way, these people are Batavia workers I recruited to work for me. They do not speak Chinese." "You can only say how are you, no matter what you encounter, as long as you are talking to Han people." "Do you say hello?" "Guan," she said. The military owner said that the rubber plantation he bought is your rubber plantation? "Do you know who the leader of our Fuliao army is?" Cheng Hong asked worriedly. "Of course it is Liu Shengxiu, the army lord. I have long been waiting for you to arrive. And the army lord still allows me to manage the workers here and provide a steady stream of rubber for the Fuliao army," Li San said. In fact, Li San was the owner of a rubber plantation near Batavia at the end of the 20th century. He was just forcibly summoned by the system and implanted with some new concepts. Cheng Hong saw that what he said was not bad at all, and then turned to Godia, who was studying rubber, and asked, "Sir, are the trees here rubber trees?" Godia had already observed the surrounding trees, and soon he had the results. "Yes, here are all rubber trees. You look at the cuts in the trees cut by the scimitars, which are the kind of bends they hold in their hands. Knife. The latex will flow into the cup along the annular gap, and the latex will be collected continuously in this primitive way without causing fatal damage to the rubber tree. This Westerner knows that he is an insider at first glance. Our rubber plantation has 300,000 rubber trees and more than 200 workers. On average, each person needs to be responsible for about 1,000 trees. Lee San proudly introduced them. Everyone, please come with me. We have our own farmland and farms in the rubber plantation, and we are self-sufficient. 300,000 rubber trees. My God, why are they so huge? Cheng Hong thought for a while, what kind of concept is 300,000 rubber trees? 300,000 is not too much. Each of these workers is responsible for 1,000 rubber trees, and they can complete a work cycle in 3 days. Moreover, the daily output of each tree is extremely limited, and it often takes hundreds of rubber trees a day to come out a pillow-sized product. Lee San walked and introduced to them. The most troublesome thing is that the growth period of rubber trees is relatively long. At present, there is only one of our rubber plantations. If we want to cultivate new rubber trees, the production cycle alone will take 5 to 7 years. It takes so long, 5 to 7 years, and it is estimated that by then my son will have gone to private school. Cheng Hong thought for a while. Isn't it? It's not easy to do this business. The so-called 10 years of trees and 100 years to grow people. It's not easy to cultivate trees, and it's not easy to train knowledgeable workers. When I ran this rubber plantation in Batavia, I also used my ancestors. The accumulated funds have been revitalized, and they have also received various unequal treatments from the local colonial government. After many twists and turns in the middle, they will have their current scale. Lee San said with emotion, but this time I am not for the Dutch. It produces rubber, but it produces rubber for our China. Chapter 368 The Return of Full Load. Lee San, you must have made a lot of money by selling such a large area directly to the army owner? Cheng Hong asked Lee San curiously when he followed Lee San to their house. I don't make any money, these are I voluntarily dedicated to the army master, and I don't receive any money. Lee San said. He was summoned by the Industrial Revolution system, and his memory and cognition have also been tampered with to a certain extent. In fact, in his time, he was just the owner of a medium-sized rubber plantation in Indonesia, with tens of thousands of rubber trees. However, the system directly summoned the rubber trees in his rubber plantation and other rubber plantations nearby, densely covering this mountain forest. He also became the owner of 300,000 rubber trees. Li Yuanhui really understands the righteousness. Our military owner will definitely reuse Li Yuanhui in the future. Cheng Hong couldn't help but admire Li San. Such a large piece of wood said that it would be handed over to Liu Sheng. This Lee San's determination is really not that big. The crowd followed Lee San up the river and came to his and rubber plantation workers' house. This row is full of thatched houses separating the ground. Only Lee San lives in brick houses. It's helpful for us to live here to get water nearby, and it's too much trouble to transport rubber out by land in the future. It can save a lot of manpower and material resources by directly relying on this big river. Lee San pointed to the spacious Wangquan River with satisfaction. Isn't it? The water route is much faster and faster than the land route. Look at my face, it's all bitten and swollen by mosquitoes. There is also the venomous snake in the rainforest that kills people without blinking, and it is impossible to guard against. Cheng Hong said with lingering fear. Ha ha, this environment is really uncomfortable, but in order to make a living, you can only fight with your fate. Look at the Li people of Kayangzi Prefecture. They have lived here for generations, and they have to live here for generations. Lee San said. After a while I asked the workers to fetch dozens of delicious and juicy coconuts for you to moisturize your throat. I heard that the Kayangzi Prefecture is rich in coconuts. Mr. Dongpa said. Pick a bowl of white jade from the coconut tree and bring a bowl of white jade fragrance. This time you must taste it. A scholar from the south of Lining said in the scientific research team. Oh, I knew that you wanted to try something new. It's okay for our Lehue County government office to say it. There are not many other things here, but there are more coconuts. The Yue County government official who led the scientific research team slapped his head and said, "Just talk about it, it's been so long." Before Zhu Zhiliang afterwards. Cheng Hong couldn't help rolling his eyes. Goodyear took a look at the surrounding environment. In addition to the houses where people lived, there were also places similar to warehouses. "This is your warehouse?" Goodyear asked. "The latex we collect will be stored here, and some are put in wooden barrels, and there are also smoked sheet glue made from tree smoke and dried. There are about 300 tons of inventory in it." Li San said. 300 tons? Goodyear was surprised. "If it's just for trial production, it's more than enough." "Yeah, we were still thinking that if you are late, we probably won't be able to hold the wooden barrels here. New latex and smoked sheet glue are produced every day, unless there is a large-scale insect disaster or typhoon. Otherwise, the output is quite stable." Li San said. "Captain Cheng, you can apply to General Deng Qianlong, who is stationed in Guangzhou Prefecture, to send a large cargo ship here. We need to transport this batch of natural rubber back to southern Lining." Goodyear said to Cheng Hong. "No problem." Cheng Hong didn't understand the rubber terms like smoked sheet rubber, and he didn't even know what natural rubber could be used for, but he knew that this seemed to be an important resource that Liu Sheng wanted, and he had to get it. "Before we came here, the military commander ordered us 2 things. Please Mr. Li can help to complete." Goodyear said to Li San again. "Just say it." "The first thing is to hope that the rubber plantation can collect a batch of fresh seeds to facilitate the expansion of the rubber plantation in the future. The second thing is that Mr. Li San is still in charge of the rubber plantation, and we will leave 20 a soldier assisted you in protecting the rubber plantation. I hope that Mr. Li's rubber plantation can live in peace with the locals." Goodyear said at Liu Sheng's order. "These are not problems. I will definitely cultivate new rubber trees for the army owners and take care of the rubber plantations in this southern country." Li San replied succinctly. Originally, the army owner only ordered 2 things, but maybe the army owner didn't think that there were already 300 tons of rubber stocks here, so I might have to make some adjustments without authorization. Before General Deng Qianlong dispatched a large cargo ship, we need to convene some local people help us move the goods, and we also need to recruit local ships to transport the rubber to the sea." Goodyear said. "Let's put these things on my body. As long as the Fuliao army is willing to pay some rewards, I think it should be easy to summon people from the nearby Li tribe to help," said the Yaji from Lehue County. "Seize this opportunity to get in touch with the Li people. Our rubber plantation overlaps with their mountain forests, so we will avoid conflicts in the future," Cheng Hong said. "Yes, workers in the East Indies and the residents here do not speak the language. If I can take this opportunity to clear up my suspicions with them, I believe I will not become an enemy in the future." Li San agreed. Goodyear, Cheng Hong and others lived in the rubber plantation. The local houses were not enough and they could only be squeezed. Then Goodyear observed the production process of natural rubber and the production of smoked sheet rubber, and then truthfully wrote down. The rubber plantation model summoned by the system is the rubber plantation model of the Dutch colony at the end of the 19th century. In fact, the process is already very mature and does not require Goodyear to make any further transformation. What Goodyear has to do is to make use of these natural rubber resources. Coming here means to confirm the basic conditions of the rubber quality and output of the local rubber plantations. And half a month later, Deng Qianlong of Guangzhou Prefecture sent an empty cargo ship to Lehue County to store and ship the rubber plantations. The government officials in Lehue County brought in more than 100 Li men to carry rubber stocks and several fishing boats. The 2 parties worked together to first move the inventory onto a fishing boat, then down the Wangquan River, and then move barrels and boxes of rubber inventory onto the large cargo ship dispatched by Deng Qianlong at the estuary. This large cargo ship is the official merchant ship of the Fuliao army. There are several cold artillery on the left and right sides of the ship, which shocked the Li nationality mountain people who were carrying it. These are the wages you have helped in the past few days, $1 or $2 per person. I hope everyone can get along peacefully in the future. Li San settled the wages with the Li people. The people of the Li nationality who came to help were very happy. After only a few days of moving goods, they got a couple of silver. After Cheng Hong, Goodyear and others left 20 soldiers to guard the rubber plantation, they followed the cargo ship back to southern Lining. Chapter 369 Two things. In the port of Dalian Port, a large cargo ship berths and docks, but this is no surprise to the workers at Dalian Port. Every day, ships from Korea, Dongying, Ryukyu, Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and Yiza come and go in and out of Dalian Port, which has become the most prosperous place for commodity trading in Northeast Asia. Of course, what attracts them is the industrial products of southern Lining and the huge influence here. This is a place at the core of Northeast Asia. You all be careful, don't damage these goods easily. Goodyear is very precious to this batch of rubber transported from Kyangsu Prefecture. I have finally returned to southern Lining. The dry weather in the north makes people feel comfortable. The humidity of the southern islands is too heavy. This is a sin. Cheng Hong stood on the bow and looked down at the land below, feeling a long-lost intimacy. Looking at the dockers who worked hard to move goods on the dock, Cheng Hong noticed that a group of people dressed as warriors of the East also carried things to their ships in large and small packages. These people are Eastern merchants. How come they are all dressed up as samurai? Although some Eastern merchants will hire wandering samurai to provide armed protection for merchant ships, it is rare to see a group of samurai appearing on a ship at the same time, right? Hong wondered, but the thoughts in his mind only flashed away, and then he left the matter behind. Back in Liaonan, of course, I want to have a good time in this colorful world. In the backyard of Liu Sheng's mansion, Liu Sheng closed his eyes and lay on the Grand Master's chair, and the Grand Master's chair was under the shade of the trees. Only when the breeze came slowly could he relieve the heat. For this era without air conditioning, it is simply a disaster. It can be warm in winter, but it is difficult to escape the heat in summer. After many things were dealt with, the Fuliao army quickly expanded its influence on the right track. In the north, the Siberian pioneer group is tirelessly exploring new lands and marking the topographic map of Siberia. In the west, the Inner Mongolia Prairie Railway is being built, and the Li Ziqing forces that are secretly supporting have also made progress. The south marched to the Guangzhou and Kyangsu prefectures. The expansion of eastern influence to Honshu Island in the Eastern Kingdom has attracted the attention of the Tokugawa shogunate. Ayla, has Li Ziqing made any progress recently? Liu Sheng said with his eyes closed. He still held a copy of The Art of War in his hand, covering it on his stomach, as if he was going to sleep when he read the book. Behind him, the daughter of Navy Fleet Commander Nelson's daughter Ella was rubbing her shoulders for him. It can be said that she is very much a landlord. My lord is very concerned about Li Ziqing. I have to ask it every 3 to 5 times, and the military personnel almost suspect that you are the lord. How does the idiom come from? By the way, Long Yun's addiction. Ira's words were in Chu. There was a ringing in Yun's ear. Bah, what Long Yun's addiction? Are the people in the military department idle and nothing to do? When I turn back, I will let them train new recruits. Liu Sheng almost spit out old blood. Li Ziqing has now flown to the junction of Heluo, Shaanxi, and Sichuan, summoning the peasant army of the 3 provinces, known as an army of 200,000, invincible. Many government officials either abandoned the city and fled or surrendered to Li Ziqing. Ella said, the peasant army is like this. They can get up even if they are defeated many times, because as long as the people still have a day to eat, they will rise up. But the Ming court is different. Every failure will lose the majesty of the court. The new army and outstanding commanders were consumed in the battle with the continuous peasant army, and they would only be depressed. Like this time, Hong Chengchu's Qin Bing, Cao Wenzhou,
Zhuo Liangyu and other people's Guanning army, Qingping army, etc. The frontier fortress forces such as the Datong army and the Xuanfu army suffered heavy losses due to Li Ziking's peasant army's anti-advance and suppression. What Daming can rely on is these troops stationed in the frontier fortresses for a long time, and they are the ones who can fight most. Counterattack, not far from destruction. Luo Sheng said slowly. In my opinion, these Qin soldiers, Guanning troops, and Qingping troops are not our opponents to the Fuliao army. The commander can win whoever you want to fight. Ella said, your mouth is really sweet, but what I said is right. What we need to consider is not whether we can win, but how we can maximize our profits. Luo Sheng said, Li Ziking is about to become a subverter of the Ming Dynasty. The last straw is here. Guess he assembled the power of the peasant army from the 3 provinces. Where will he attack next? It should be crossing the Yellow River north, going to Xuanyuan University and Shanxi together, and approaching the capital. If Li Ziking doesn't take advantage of the imperial court to be stunned by this counterattack and unable to effectively organize troops for another suppression, he will only move east, but only in the river. Lo, and the 2 lakes are looted, then we don't have any need to support them. Ella said, you are right, this time Li Ziking must take the capital, otherwise I will give up this chess piece and personally lead the army into the pass. Luo Sheng said in a light tone, as if taking down the capital of the Ming is an extraordinary thing. But if Li Ziking decides to take the capital this time, we will help him one last time. My lord has already sold some front-mounted muskets and copper cannons that we eliminated. How do you want to help him? Did we not newly set up 4 brigades including the 7th Infantry Brigade, the 8th Infantry Brigade, the 9th Infantry Brigade, and the 2nd Artillery Brigade in the past 2 years? Most of them have not experienced the baptism of war. They were dispatched to the front lines of Ninaiyuan and Xuan University, and from time to time they bombarded the Ming army's defense lines and put pressure on the Ming army, so that at least 100,000 frontier troops could not go to suppress Li Ziking. Luo Sheng said, we all use this trick badly, my lord, you often use it to threaten the Emperor of Daming. Ella laughed. This is called a trick to eat fresh all over the sky. Who makes us strong? Luo Sheng said. At the same time, he secretly felt sorry for Emperor Chongzhen. Even if Hu Jin, which had caused him a headache in history, was wiped out, he was replaced by a Fuliao army who had not even dared to attack the Courage. For at least the past 2 years, no ministers had proposed to attack the Fuliao army outside the pass. By the way, it was rare for adults to take a break these days. I shouldn't have bothered them. However, in addition to following up on Li Ziking's line recently, our intelligence department has also noticed 2 things, which may be of interest to adults. Ella said. Oh? Just say it. Luo Sheng said. The first thing is about Chechen Khan in Mobai Mongolia in the west of the Hulunbuir grassland, and the second thing is about the Tokugawa shogunate in Dongying. Ella said. Mobai Mongolia, and the Tokugawa shogunate, these 2 are our close neighbors. Chapter 370 Mobai and Dongying. The Chechen tribes of the 3 major tribes of Mobai Mongolia are the nearest to us. Chechen Khan was captured alive by us in the battle with the 3 tribes of Lindan Khan and Mobai Mongolia. Now it is still mining in Anshan. Forget that we still have a big sweat here. Luo Sheng opened his eyes. Not really. Because the adults captured Chechen Khan alive 3 years ago, the Chechen ministry fell into chaos, and the nobles of the Chechen tribes fought in battle. The other 2 tribes of the 3 major tribes in Mobai, Duksaitu and Zusak, the Ministry of Graphics, also wanted to annex the Chechen ministry, so that the Chechen ministry fought 3 years of war and killed more than 100,000 people. Ayla said. His Luo Sheng took a deep breath. Am to blame for this. If I hadn't forgotten to deal with Chechen Khan, their Chechen tribe would not suffer this catastrophe. Winning or losing is commonplace in the military. Chechen Khan was caught by a miss, and it was only because of their Chechen ministry today's disaster.
How can I blame the adults? Ayla relieved Liu Sheng. What happened to the Chechen ministry now? The Chechen Khan is in our hands. After 3 years of melee, Chechen Khan split into two forces. One is the Babu faction, the fifth son of the Chechen Khan. Almost all the supporters of him are his former cronies. One power is the aristocratic faction. They are supported by the two forces of Tushetu and Zasaktu. They are more powerful and have a tendency to dominate the Chechen tribe. Ayla said. Then why the chaos of the 3 years of melee, the chaos of the war? The intelligence department will pay attention to the movement of the Chechen ministry at this time? Liu Sheng said. Speaking of the life and death of the Chechen ministry, it doesn't matter to our intelligence office. Even who unified the Chechen ministry. As long as there is no threat to the Inner Mongolia grassland that borders us, we did not deliberately participate in their affairs, because I know your lord. Waiting for a big event. Ella said. Right, I'm following up on Li Ziking's line, and I'm always preparing to enter the customs. Liu Sheng said. If the hundreds of civil and military officials of the Ming court were here, they would be surprised that their eyes would fall to the ground if they heard Liu Sheng say the entrance lightly. However, recently Bab, the son of Chechen Khan, lost in a battle and lost 3,000 cavalry. He only occupied a quarter of the grassland of the Chechen ministry and would soon be unable to sustain it. So he sent an envoy to request us to return it. Chechen Khan went back to lead the overall situation and put down the rebellion. Their envoys arrived in Liaodong city, and we will arrive in Jinza city in a few days. I learned this news from the telegram. Ella said. This Bab is still too naive. The two tribes of Tushetu and Zasakta have encouraged the Chechen nobles to rebel, and they have occupied 3/4 of the territory. Even if Chechen Kanzuol personally returns, what can they have? Not to mention that he was captured by us for 3 years, and his influence has already declined. Liu Sheng couldn't help shook his head. However, an inspiration flashed in his eyes. Don't they just want us to send Chechen Khan back? We not only want to send Chechen Khan back to them, but also send them 20,000 cavalry. The main base is of no value to us, so it's fine to return it to them. Our cavalry is dependent on the output of the Mon and Mongolian tribes who take refuge in us. If we send out 20,000 cavalry, we have no cavalry to use. Ella put her hand on Liu Sheng's forehead and said to herself, I don't have a fever. Do you think this was a free gift? We took this opportunity to send 20,000 cavalry to escort Chechen Khan into the territory of the Chechen ministry to help them regain the lost land. Think about their Chechen Khan who I put back, right? I helped to regain the pasture. In this way, they will not surrender to us. And they can also take this opportunity to get acquainted with a group of generals and nobles in their Chechnya, and then use money, goods and promises to win them over. Let the Chechen ministry flood our people up and down. Liu Sheng got more excited as he said, he vaguely remembered threatening him like this when he captured Chechen Khan. Well, it seems that I still have to be a gentleman who speaks and does what he does. My lord, you know the truth, but you can let go of your hand first. Ayla's hand covering Liu Sheng's forehead was inadvertently grabbed by Liu Sheng, and her pretty face blushed. Oh, I lost my mind. Liu Sheng said nonchalantly, but this Nizai has been by her side for a long time. She is still easy to be shy, and the Western woman who said it is open and enthusiastic. Then I will go and find someone to bring Chechen Khan Shaol from the Anshan mining site. Ella's pretty face was still flushed, and she stroked the ends of her hair. You don't have to be too anxious about this matter. We are not doing good deeds. They are asking for us, and it should be them who should be anxious. At this time, it's best to be sold. By the way, you said there are two things. One thing is related to the Chechen Khan of Mobai Mongolia. I already know about this, and there is another thing related to the Tokugawa shogunate in Dongying. I am very interested. Liu Sheng said. Although he has been in southern Lining for about 5 years, he started from scratch and crusades against forces such as Hujin,
Lin Danhan, and Zheng Zilong. He also cooperated with the powers of Goryeo Prince Lirong and the Dongying Shimadzu family. The Tokugawa shogunate rarely dealt with directly. The only time he had direct contact with the Tokugawa shogunate was also the time when he defeated the Toei Hisenhan. After conquering the Hizen kingdom Saga Castle, Liu Sheng received a warning from the Tokugawa shogunate to withdraw his troops from the Hizen domain within a time limit. At that time, the Fuliao army was still very weak, and did not want to have a relationship with the Tokugawa shogunate, which was able to gather 200,000 troops, so it gave the Tokugawa shogunate a step down and retreated from Hizen country. At the same time, the land of the Hizen clan was exchanged with the main island of Ryukyu occupied by the Shimadzu family, which made the Ryukyu Guard officially return to China. But if it were now, even if the Tokugawa shogunate wanted to do something, Liu Sheng would not necessarily make the same decision as he did in the past. Since the Tokugawa shogunate decided to close the country to restrict the penetration of Westerners, and the daimyo, who feared that the southeast coast and other places near the sea, used this sea to strengthen its own strength, the development of the navy has stagnated, or there is no such concept as a navy, and it can only be offshore. Fighting navy. It is the Shimadzu family who can trade with the Ming and Fuliao army that can sail across the ocean. It is strange to say that the Tokugawa shogunate blocked the borders and did not allow the daimyo to build ships exceeding a certain specification. However, the trade with Daiming was not hindered. This matter has something to do with the merchants we went to trade in the Edo Castle and Kanagawa areas of Toyo. It's a long story. Ella recalled the report from Toyo's subordinates. Chapter 371 Nagasaki Port. Back in time 7 days ago, the newly formed Beiyang fleet sent the Daki sailing battleship and a sail cruiser with 24 artillery to Nagasaki port, and the ships stationed there once every 3 months. Change defense work. Nagasaki port was the first to break through when Shuon eliminated the Hizen clan. Despite the pressure of the Tokugawa shogunate, Liu Sheng also transferred Nagasaki port to the Shimadzu family's half-ally, and then sent warships to stay at Nagasaki port for a long time. Therefore, the situation at Nagasaki port is very complicated. There are ships of the Fuliao army, ships of the Shimadzu family, and forces from the Tokugawa shogunate. The 2 ports of Nagasaki and Hirado are 2 open ports for the Tokugawa shogunate to allow official trade, especially for ships from the west. After the Liao army took control of the Southeast Ocean region, all ships of the Navy Department and newly constructed ships were divided into teams. Among them, the Nanyang fleet is headed by Deng Qianlong as the fleet commander, stationed in Guangzhou Mansion, Hong Kong Island, Yizu, Xiamen and other places, under the jurisdiction of the Darkin, Diazhou, Day, and Diazhou formations. The commander of the Beiyang fleet is Zheng Zilong, under the jurisdiction of the Darki, as well as the newly established Dian and Deku formations. In addition to these 2 fleets, there are also the Victory and Atlanta formations led by Navy Commander Nelson alone, performing relatively flexible missions. This round of defense was personally led by the commander of the Northern Fleet, Zheng Zilong, who was riding on his ship, the Darki. Speaking of it, the Darki also participated in the Penghu naval battle that defeated him, and at this time became his ship again. It was a destiny to trick people. The newly appointed Zheng Zilong, unlike Nelson and Deng Qianlong, is not an old man at the beginning of the establishment of the Admiralty, but a general who needs to know the tasks of the Beiyang fleet frequently. Ensuring the important position of the Fuliao army in Nagasaki port is one of the important tasks of the Beiyang fleet. As for Zheng Zilong, Hirado and Nagasaki are no strangers. He is already living with overseas Chinese pirates in this land, and even his wife is a Hirado. If it weren't for his wife to be taken captive to southern Lining, Zheng Zilong might not be so easy to surrender to the Liao army. Unexpectedly, returning to Kyushu Island this time, it turned out to be in this way. Zheng Zilong stood on the deck of the Darki.
When Daki and another cruiser sailed into the Nagasaki port, he looked at the flat and unique houses near the port, and he was quite emotional. Careful calculations, I haven't been here for several years, Master Zheng. This Nagasaki port is currently controlled by the Shimadzu family of the Satsuma clan, and is in charge of Shimadzu Misuiza, the eldest son of the Shimadzu family. By the way, this Shimadzu Misuiza has been studying at our Academy of Sciences in Southern Lining for 3 years. Because the owner of the family Shimazu Ihiro was in his 50s, he was afraid of something other than that, so he recruited Shimazu Misuiza to return to the Satsuma clan. In our understanding, he is a representative of the Eastern Reformation, and recently a businessman in the Satsuma clan. The landlords are very active, and they are a group of Dongying people who are most willing to trade with us in Southern Lining. An ensign of the Daki said to Zheng Zilong, the Shimadzu family should also thank our Fuliao army. If we hadn't eliminated the Hizan feudal clan that threatened them, let them have the Shimadzu family dominate the Kyushu family. And they helped us stomp ours on other big names in Toei. Commodities, profit from it. In recent years, there are not many businessmen who have become rich. Another Navy officer said. Zheng Zilong had already heard a little bit, and he could hear his subordinates telling it like this, but he said, Tokyo is currently under the Tokugawa shogunate. I used to clash with the shogunate when I was in Hirado and took over Liangzai with the shogunate. Now that the Shimadzu family has grown stronger due to trade with other countries, I am afraid that it will be run by the shogunate. Yes, Master Zheng used to be engaged in the maritime powerhouse business in the Hirado and Nagasaki areas. How did you marry the Tokugawa shogunate in the first place? Zheng Zilong's men asked curiously. About 7 years ago, 28 people including Yan Siki, Quanzu Ship King Yang Tunxing, Chen Zongjai, and Zheng Zilong, and I, worshipped the alliance as brothers and considered Siki as the leader. They were dissatisfied with the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate in Japan and conspired to rebel. Unfortunately, the shogunate sent troops to search, and had to flee in a panic on 13 ships. After that, he went to the Yizu area for activities and never returned to Kyushu. Zheng Zilong recalled the past as if vividly. If the shogunate dares to want the adults now, it is estimated that they will be tired of their lives. Someone said, haha, it is estimated that as I set foot on Kyushu Island again in my current capacity, the shogunate would not dare to do anything to me. If there is a chance, I really want to avenge the past. It is a pity that the military owner told us not to do it lightly during this time. Matter. Zheng Zilong said. After becoming an important figure in the Fuliao army and navy, Zheng Zilong was not afraid to re-enter the area where the shogunate could exert influence. At least the ships of the Fuliao army have almost no rivals in Nagasaki port. After the Daki ship and the ships escorting it entered Nagasaki port, the 2 sailing ships that were originally anchored in Nagasaki port left Nagasaki port and returned to Southern Lining for maintenance and rest. Nagasaki port and Hirato port were the only ports of Dongying that were open at this time. Merchant ships from many areas such as the Fuliao army, Jiangsu and Zhejiang merchants, and Dutch merchants were anchored, because Dongying was also the largest market in East Asia besides Daming. We control the world's sea route to Dongying. If we block this sea route, Dongying will be completely trapped to death. Zheng Zilong took a group of soldiers off the ship. This is not in our interest. If other countries do not come to trade in Dongying, we will lose a lot of tariffs. Only a circulating market can continue to be profitable for us. But these Dutch merchants came to trade with the East Ying merchants, but they had to pay customs duties to our Fuliao army. The artillery is really a good thing. I heard that the Nanyang fleet has set up a customs in Guangzhou. I don't know when we can set up a customs at the port of Nagasaki. Zheng Zilong regretted. At present, ships coming to trade in Dongying only need to pay customs duties to Yizu or Xiamen customs if they pass through the Yizu Strait. If merchants from Jiangsu and Zhejiang cross these areas to trade directly with Dongying, we are beyond our reach. Near the port of Nagasaki, because the Fuliao army has a continuous garrison here, and there are also Ming merchants who are constantly traded there, a gathering place of Chinese has been formed. Thousands of Chinese gathered in this gathering place, and order was maintained by the Fuliao army naval soldiers stationed in Nagasaki port. Zheng Zilong and the others came to the gathering place for the Chinese. When they were waiting to take a bath, Misuiza Shimazu, the son of Shimadzu who manages Nagasaki port, sent his retainers to invite Zheng Zilong to a banquet. Chapter 372 The Sense of Crisis in the Shogunate. General Zheng, please have tea. Shimazu Misuiza knelt down in front of Zheng Zilong and made a cup of tea for Zheng Zilong himself. I said, the young master of the Shimadzu family, is there a wooden chair here? Isn't it tired to sit on your knees? Zheng Zilong sat opposite Shimadzu Misuiza for a while, and he couldn't bear it. The etiquette of kneeling sitting is still passed from China, and it symbolizes the importance of etiquette. But if the general is not used to it, why not ask someone to move a wooden chair? Shimazu patted his palms, and the two waiters put 2 pieces of mahogany. The chair was moved in. Cough cough. The ancients also have a cloud. The poor will change. The flexibility will change. The generalization will lead to the good things. We must actively accept the useful things. During the Warring States period, there was our Wang Ufu riding and shooting, which finally made us our country a northern power. It's a living example. Zheng Zilong said. Shimadzu Misuiza was a little surprised. I thought that the general was originally a strong man at sea, but I didn't expect that he was also a man of the past. As a descendant of China, you should have the most basic understanding of the history of China. Zheng Zilong didn't take it seriously. What's the point of the young patriarch's rush to find me this time? General Zheng knows that I have traveled to southern Lining to learn Chinese culture. It lasted for 3 years and only returned to Kyushu in the last 2 months, right? Shimadzu Misuiza did not speak bluntly, but said that he was in southern Lining. Experience. I have heard of it, but what does it have to do with today? Zheng Zilong asked suspiciously. When I was in Jinza city in southern Lining, I communicated with my father. My father said in his letter that our Shimadzu family relied on the cooperation of the Fuliao army and gradually grew. However, it also aroused the jealousy of the shogunate. Other big names around our Shimadzu family pressured our Shimadzu family. Shimadzu Misuiza expressed his concerns. At first I thought that the shogunate was far away in Edo Castle and was beyond reach, and it would be difficult for us to govern the island of Saikaido. In the Jin family, even if the two sides have a conflict, it is only a secret rivalry and will not be put on the surface. It is just that when I came back this time, I found that things have deteriorated to an unimaginable level. What did the shogunate do in secret? Zheng Zilong asked with concern when he saw something that he felt was happening. This is a restriction given to us by the shogunate, requiring our Shimadzu family to surrender the port of Nagasaki, and the shogun will send lineage retainers to manage the port of Nagasaki. The deadline is less than 2 months. Shimadzu Misuiza. A letter from the Tokugawa shogunate was presented to Zheng Zilong. Zheng Zilong had lived in Dongying, and coupled with his knowledge of Chinese characters, he could easily understand the letters written by these Dongying people. His expression gradually became serious, because what Shimadzu Misuiza said was the truth, and there was also the seal of the shogun on it. Originally, this should only be a conflict between our Shimadzu family and the shogun, but the shogun's order also requires the Fuliao army not to station troops at Nagasaki port. Nagasaki port will be managed by the shogunate in conjunction with Kyushu Island and other foreign demons. So I had to ask General Zheng to come over to discuss how to deal with this matter. Shimadzu Misuiza said. Zheng Zilong was in a big surprise at this time. Originally, he thought this was just an ordinary change of defense, and accompanied the ship to take a look at the defense of Nagasaki port, and did not want to conflict with the shogunate. What I didn't expect was that this time the shogunate himself was involved in the matter, and he also asked the Fuliao army to withdraw its troops from Nagasaki port and leave Dongying completely. Not to mention the influence of the withdrawal of troops from Nagasaki port on the Fuliao army in the Eastern Kingdom, and the fact that the shogunate manages Nagasaki port may cause the Fuliao army to lose millions of tals of silver. If the shogunate controlled this place, then the shogunate had the right to impose additional tariffs to restrict the trade activities of Fuliao army merchants in Dongying. Dongying market is one of the sweet pastries in the eyes of the Fuliao army. It was quite unexpected at this time. In the past few years, our Fuliao army stationed at Nagasaki port has become a custom. At that time, we signed an agreement with your Shimadzu family. The two sides had no objection. Why did the shogun want to intervene in it? Zheng Zilong asked. It's true that there have been several uprisings against your Leonan products on Honshu Island. The import of a large amount of your products has led to the bankruptcy of a large number of handicraftsmen and small vendors. They had no choice but to revolt if they could not survive. Our Shimadzu family therefore, it was not affected because we were able to profit from it and make up for the loss. This matter attracted the attention of the shogunate. The shogunate wanted to take back the port of Nagasaki and suppress your merchants in southern Lining in order to stabilize the people's hearts. Shimadzu Misuiza said, this is part of the reason, but it also has something to do with your Satsuma clan's dominance on Kyushu Island. According to the information of the Admiralty of the Fuliao army, your Satsuma clan has added many merchant ships that can carry out ocean voyages in 3 years, and is even active in the Nanyang region. In addition, the Satsuma clan was wooing many vassals and warriors of the vassal kingdoms on Kyushu Island. The shogunate felt a great threat, and the shogunate paid more attention to this matter. Zheng Zilong was not personally instigated by Shimadzu Misuiza, but take a calm look at the action of the shogunate. Shimadzu Misuiza seems to have been guessed by Zheng Zilong for more than half, but after years of experience, he has also changed his former frivolous and impulsive character, and instead said without mind, according to the Chinese saying, our Shimadzu family and the Fuliao army are now it is a grasshopper on a rope. I suggest that the two sides cooperate sincerely to deal with the shogunate together. With the strength of the Liao army fleet, it can deter the shogunate and make him dare not act rashly. Wait, this matter still needs our upper-level decision. If the shogunate is really determined to expel our Fuliao army from Nagasaki port, I believe the upper level will not compromise easily. Zheng Zilong said, okay. I believe the Fuliao army will make the wisest choice. Shimadzu Misuiza said, my father is getting older and his health is getting worse every day. In the future, many things will be left to me and our Shimadzu family. I believe that we will have more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Zheng Zilong took this opportunity to ask Shimadzu Misuiza about the shogunate. The Fuliao army was busy with the expansion of the mainland and its control of the southeast coast. The intelligence and judgment of the complex situation in Toei were insufficient. Now, from outsiders like Shimadzu Misuiza in the future, such a big name can inquire about some information that is usually difficult to collect. However, Shimadzu Misuiza said many things were vague, and often emphasized the hostility of the shogunate to the Fuliao army, and he couldn't completely believe it. Zheng Zilong kept a careful eye on the third day of Zheng Zilong's arrival at Nagasaki port. The official notice of the shogunate arrived, demanding that the ships stationed at Nagasaki port of the Fuliao army withdraw from Nagasaki port within a month deadline. Chapter 373, Chechen Khan, Mining Worker. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. It turns out that it turned out to be like this. I probably already understand the situation on Dongying's side. After listening to Ayla's report, Liu Sheng didn't have many surprises. The shogunate wanted to expel the power of the Liao army in Nagasaki port. This was normal, and it was something that should happen sooner or later. If Liu Sheng himself was a general of the shogunate, he would not even want to have garrisons of overseas forces within his sphere of influence. Only in the 17th century, when there was no international order and law, the predators of the weak and colonialism were the mainstream. Whoever has the strongest fists will have the final say and will be able to establish their own colonies worldwide. It is not easy for the shogunate to control Nagasaki port with its own power, and we have to ask our Beiyang fleet whether we agree with it. Liu Sheng smiled, because the Shimadzu family actually controls Nagasaki port. We have trade, so the power swells, and the ambitions also swell. What will your lord do with this matter? Iroh asked. I will go to the Admiralty to make arrangements later. It will surely defeat the plan of the Tokugawa shogunate. But on the Chechen Khan side, this is also an opportunity for us to intervene in mobile affairs. If we can make full use of this opportunity, then we will be able to take advantage of this opportunity in the future. The north will be full of our people. Liu Sheng said, get Chechen Khan in secret first. Don't let this matter be revealed. Which mine is he in Anshan now? If I remember correctly, it should be the number 1 Laogai mine in Anshan. This mine is used to hold the most important prisoners or high-ranking officials, Ella said. Anshan town, Liaodong province. In the past 3 years, the Fuliao army has used Anshan as an important iron ore mining base. The number of household registrations has reached more than tens of thousands. It has begun to establish embryonic industries such as prospecting, mining, metallurgy, ordnance manufacturing, and lathe manufacturing. Chain. The number 1 reformed Rulaba mine is located in a remote place in Anshan town. It is a complex of mining fields and prisons. It is surrounded by wooden fences, barbed wire, stone walls and other facilities to seal the number 1 reformed Rulaba mine. There is also a team of soldiers in charge. Guard the prisoners and prisoners here. The prisoners here include Hujin aristocrats, Mobai Mongolian aristocrats, Ming envoys who refuse to obey, and big landlords who are recalcitrant and unwilling to surrender their fields for land communalization. Their quality and status are unimaginable. I'm afraid it is Daming's jail, and it doesn't necessarily have such a big hand. A big beard in his early 50s with pleats on his face pushed the mine cart out of the mine, which was full of ore. His face and beard were covered with mud, and his skin was dry and black. Old Shao, the mine supervisor is looking for you. Go quickly, maybe your good day will come. A Hujin nobleman who is also a miner said to the bearded man, with envy in his eyes. As a confidant of Huang Qi and an interest group in the Hujin regime, he is not as hopeful of being exempted like Beard. His sentence was 20 years of hard labor, and he could only wait for Liu Sheng's additional pardon. If there is no amnesty, you will really have to serve a full 20-year sentence before you can be free. It was only 70 years ago, and he didn't know if he could live in 20 years, so he admired the beard very much. The Fuliao army actually remembers me. The beard's eyes finally had a gleam in his cloudy eyes. Long-term mining work has smoothed his edges and corners, so that he has almost forgotten his original identity. Chechen Khan of Mobai Mongolia. No matter what the people of the Fuliao army do with you, you can be regarded as seeing the hope of going out. When you go back, don't forget the brothers who have dug with you. A group of prisoners and prisoners in the labor camp said one after another. Among these prisoners and prisoners, Shaol's identity and status can also be said to be one of the highest. Several intelligence personnel were waiting outside. When they saw Shaol came out, the chaos was like an old mining worker, and they were a little surprised. Who are you from the Fuliao army? Why do you think of me, the bad old man abandoned by you? Shaol saw the Fuliao army dressed in civilian clothes. They were different from ordinary Fuliao army members. Cannot help but doubt. We are from the intelligence department, so you don't need to know the specific name. We have prepared a change of clothes for you. Wait for you to wash up and put on new clothes. We will take you to the Jinza city for a meeting. Our military master. This time the matter is important, and the one who came to pick up the base was Wai Long, one of the 4 subordinates of Ella of the intelligence service. It's been 3 years. Does Liu Sheng think of me now? I'm also Chechen Khan, one of the 3 major branches of Mongolia, said the beard, wondering what it was like. Should I be angry? Because of the defeat in the war, he became a prisoner, so it would be nice not to be beheaded. Should I be grateful? After 3 years of working in the mining field, his hands were covered with thick calluses and his skin was dry and black. Under the leadership of Wai Long and others, Xu Lai, who was in a complicated mood, took a steam train from Anshan Town railway station to Jinzhou City. Since Liaonan has opened trains, although there are very few trains, it is much better than riding a horsey-drawn carriage. Why did your military master look for me? Stepping into the prosperous Jinzhou City, Shaol began to wonder again. After 3 years, Liu Sheng suddenly sent someone to find him. What would happen if it weren't for something happened? With Liu Sheng's character that he could throw him a Khan at the mining farm to do this kind of work like a civilian, there is no reason to think of him for no reason. Don't ask about this for the time being. No matter what the worst thing about coming to Jinzhou City, it is just going back to mine. Apart from this life, you have nothing to lose. Wai Long said. When Wai Long brought Shaol, the envoy sent by Bab, the son of the Khan of the Chechen ministry, to ask for help also arrived. Shaol came to Liu Sheng's residence. He hasn't been here once. After being caught, he was taken to Liadong where he was kept in the number 1 Laogai mine. He carefully looked at Liu Sheng's mansion, only to find that it was nothing special compared to any Da Ming official mansion. With the strong position of the Fuliao army in the east of Lining, easily defeating the strength of 40,000 Mobai cavalry, the leader of the Fuliao army only lived in the official residence where the Ming officials lived. How could he not be surprised? The only difference is that to protect Liu Sheng's safety, many guards are arranged inside and outside the courtyard, either bright or dark. Wait here for a moment, I'll go to the backyard to notify the army master. Wai Long said. At this time, the envoy of Babu was also invited to the hall, and saw their original sweat sitting here, and they were also wearing simple Han Chinese clothes. They couldn't help but be astonished. Khan. Chapter 374 Bailey Ranch. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. It's you, Che Bulai. Shaol couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw his old acquaintance. Khan, the old slave finally sees you again. The envoy leader held Shaol's hand with tears in his eyes, choking in his words. It's been a long time since I saw it. It's been almost 3 years. How is our Chechen ministry now? My son Shaol asked about the current state of the Chechen ministry. What he can't let go of now is his hometown and people. This how can the old slave speak? The envoy leader hesitated. What happened to the Chechen ministry? Tell me quickly, Shaol shouted. At this moment, he had the momentum of the Mongolian Khan again. Yes, since Da Khan was caught, disappeared, some guys in the tribe were ready to move. They led troops to attack several princes at the convention. The first prince and the second prince died in battle. Only the fifth prince Bab escaped with troops outside. Ji has also become the object of allegiance to our old slaves, reluctantly saving a last seed for the Khan, said the envoy leader. Impossible. Shaol's voice became sharp. With their power, it is impossible to defeat the army of accountants I left behind. But Toshi Chuhan and Zasak Chuhan intervened in the affairs of our Chechen ministry. They each sent thousands of cavalry troops eastward to help those rebels. We have to deal with 3 times as many soldiers and horses as ours. So 5 the prince, old slaves and other talents retired and then retired. The envoy leader said. These 2 old thieves are really hateful. At the beginning, we slaughtered cattle and sheep, as an alliance of blood, and agreed to advance and retreat together. Unexpectedly, after I was captured by the Fuliao army, they didn't want to avenge me. Instead, they coveted the cattle of our Chechen ministry. Sheep and pasture. Shaol slapped the wooden table with indignation and excitement. It's not just hateful, but now we have to retreat to the lower reaches of the Kelyalun River, and then retreat to the Kuoluane Hazy of Mon in Mongolia. They want to occupy all our tribes before they are reconciled. The envoy leader also said. The more angry I said. They all retreated to the lower reaches of the Kruolan River. Isn't it because the 4 pastures lost 3 and only 1 is left? No wonder you will come to the Fuliao army to request reinforcements. After Shaol vented his anger, gradually calmed down, but to ask the Fuliao army to help our Chechen ministry, it is equivalent to those rebels seeking the help of Tushitu Khan and Zasakta Khan. It is no different from seeking the skin of the tiger. Even if it is the help of the Fuliao army. We have retaken the pasture, and we will also become vassals of the Fuliao army. Khan, please don't worry. Babu, Lao Nu and others have already thought of this level. We did not ask the Fuliao army to send troops to help us regain the lost land, but redeem you Khan from them. Khan's prestige in our Chechen ministry, as long as you return to the prairie and raise your arms, those herdsmen who follow the rebel army will abandon the dark and return to the Khan's command, said the envoy leader. What do you think is too ideal? I'm afraid I don't have that kind of appeal to this day. Shaol smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Luo Sheng walked out of the backyard, and everyone arrived before he heard. The conversations between Shuolai and the Chechen envoys were in Mongolian, and Luo Sheng could not understand them. It's you demon. Shaol got goosebumps when he saw Luo Sheng. It was this seemingly harmless young man in front of him who threw him into the Anshan mining field for 3 years. 3 years. How many 3 years can there be in life? If you dare to talk to me like this on my site, won't you be afraid that I will put you to death? Forget it, since you didn't have any salary for 3 years. I will forgive you for your efforts to increase iron ore production for our Liudong. Luo Sheng put on his robe and sat down on the main seat. Sit down, everyone, and we will discuss things carefully. Tea is already on the coffee table. Please feel free to please. It was the first time that Mobile Mongolia sent an envoy to meet Luo Sheng. Chebu and other envoys sat on the sides with fear and did not know how they should be seated. However, Luo Sheng obviously did not pay much attention to etiquette, so he just let it sit. It is good. Anyway, these superficial etiquettes are imaginary, as long as they can actually get the benefits. You are envoys sent by Bab from the Chechen ministry. Are you here to redeem your Khan's massive base? Luo Sheng asked Chebulai. If you go back to the noble Lord Tanko, yes. Chebulai replied nervously. Chechen Khan is the head of a large Mongolian tribe of yours. You have a prominent status among your tribes. Why did you come to redeem him after being imprisoned for 3 years? Wouldn't I even order him to be executed any day? Luo Sheng asked. Honorable Celestial Lord, in fact, we have sent people to ask for the redemption of the Khan more than once every year. It's just that your army has been ignoring our request. Chebulai said hesitantly. Luo Sheng thought for a while. It seems that this is true. But Luo Sheng has always looked down on the Chechen ministry's ransom, so it might as well hold a Mongolian Khan and it might be useful in the future. Luo Sheng just didn't care about this matter at all. Of course Luo Sheng didn't want to admit his mistake. That's because your ransom is too small to be worthy of your honorable status as Lord Khan. Luo Sheng brazenly blamed all the faults on the Chechen ministry himself. If you can't pay enough this time, if you do, I will not personally let your Khan go back. Prince Bab has said that he is willing to dedicate the fertile pastures in the southern part of the fishing lake that belonged to our Chechnya to the Celestial Dynasty. Chebulai said, that place is a good pasture. How can it be easily let out? When Shaol on the side heard that his prodigal son wanted to hand over the delicious pasture near your lake in exchange for him, he immediately jumped out. It seems that even Chechen Khan thinks he is not worthy of Bailey Ranch. Luo Sheng said, of course, the pasture near your lake is the gift of Chengshingtan to our Chechen ministry. It is impossible to give you the Fuliao army. Even 10 are not worth it for me. Shaol exclaimed. Khan, the situation is better than people, let's take care of it first. Chebui hurriedly dissuaded him, afraid that Shaol would anger Luo Sheng and sabotage the negotiation. I said, Chechen Khan, Your servant knows the truth that people who know the current affairs are better than you are. It is a good deal to exchange a land of 100 miles for a land of thousands of miles. Your calculations are also good. Now, I won't necessarily promise you yet. Luo Sheng said like this. You are not tempted by such a good pasture as Fishing Lake? Che Bulai was anxious. Our Chechnya is not as vast as the Heavenly Dynasty, and we don't have as many gold and silver jewelry as the Heavenly Dynasty. Some are just pastures and cattle and sheep. The greatest price we can come up with. Well, for the sake of your Chechen ministry's good faith, I will let your Khan go back. Really? Che Bulai was overjoyed as he turned around. However, in order to ensure the safety of Chechen Khan, I will send 20,000 cavalry to escort him back to the Chechen ministry. Chapter 375,000 miles of grassland soldiers fight. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. In the Hawkin tribe in the eastern grassland, where the Hawkin Cavalry Brigade is based, several cavalry brigades of thousands of people are circumventing them. Horses roar and wind up wind and sand. The knight fired a musket on a horse sprinting at high speed. The flames flickered, and a puff of white smoke rose. After a round of shooting, the knight retracted the musket and replaced it with a sharp sword. They raised the sword diagonally upwards and formed a dense wall line up to attack, almost shoulder to shoulder, shouting to charge. Oba, commander of the Hawkin Cavalry Brigade, and Wu Keshan, deputy commander of the Cavalry Brigade, watched the tactical exercise on the hillside and nodded. The two also represented the position of the senior leaders of the Hawkin tribe in the Fuliao army. Among them, Wu Keshan, also called Wu Keshan, was the older brother of Dayua. Wu Keshan, how do you think our current cavalry unit compares to Genghis Khan back then? Orbo asked. Compared with the golden cavalry of the world, our soldiers have less combat experience. However, our weapons and the discipline of our soldiers may be far better than those of the cavalry 200 years ago. In the past, our soldiers may not even have enough iron, but now we use them. His long swords are all made of fine steel that cuts iron like mud. Wu Keshan said. What I mean is, if we had such a cavalry 10 years ago, how could we be conquered by the Jianzi Jurchen? Orba was also a little emotional. It's a pity that I was born a few decades earlier, otherwise I really want to show off. Grand plan. The task of turning our Hawkin cavalry into the most elite cavalry unit on the prairie will fall on you. Don't say this, the patriarch. You are the great hero of our Hawkin tribe. 30 years ago, you led our Hawkin tribe, Xibe, Gwalicha, and Haixi Jurchen to form 9 coalition forces. More than 10,000 people, attacking Jianzinaki. It can be said to be in the limelight. Wu Keshan said a little excitedly. My old man was still your right-hand man at the time. I grew up listening to your legend. You said that it was almost 40 years ago. Time has changed, and the battle was still defeated at that time, and I was forced to negotiate peace with Naki. It's not worth it. Orbus said, I can't even gallop with my bones now. The Fuliao army gave me the post of Hawkin Cavalry Brigade Commander because I am the leader of the Hawkin tribe. During the discussion between Oba and Wu Keshan, there was a cavalry galloping from the nearby city of Grejuljan. My lord, the city received a telegram from the Southern Lining military headquarters. The level is top secret. According to regulations, after receiving the telegram will be written by the receiver, and the director will send it non-stop after being checked and sealed by the villain. This sent the soldier anxiously. He turned over and got off his horse, and handed the telegrams received in the city to Orbu and Wu Keshan. The two opened the telegram from the military headquarters in Southern Lining, and their expressions gradually became solemn. The telegram was very brief. The Hawkin Cavalry Brigade immediately set off to the vicinity of Ur Lake, entered a state of combat readiness, and waited for the next instructions from the military headquarters. Ur Lake, isn't that the place close to the Chechen Ministry of Mobai? We Mon in Mongolia want to intervene in Mobai, Mongolia. Is the military owner serious? After reading the telegram, Orba felt a little unbelievable. This transfer order also emphasized entering a state of combat readiness. Apart from Mobai, Mongolia, There are no other decent enemies in the north, so Orban knew what Liu Sheng wanted to do all at once. Of course, knowing what Liu Sheng wants to do is different from Liu Sheng's daring to do it. Since it is a top secret level, let's follow the military's command line. Wu Keshan said, unexpectedly, it is really exciting to be able to fight a big battle before I leave office. When the battle to conquer Mobile Mongolia is over, I will disarm and graze, and the military department will let you inherit mine. The position. The Hawkin Cavalry Brigade will be handed over to you in the future. Orbus said, not only the Hawkin tribe, but other infantry regiments and cavalry brigades formed by other tribes that integrated into the Fuliao army or chose to vassalize the Fuliao army also received telegrams or military orders from the Fuliao army one after another. Each of the 4 major divisions of the Hexi-Jurchen sent out 3,000 trained reservists to form a temporary Hexi-Jurchen corps, with a total of 12,000 people, gathered near the Muling Lake in the east of the Chechen Ministry. The Mongolian tribal cavalry in the eastern part of the grassland, including the Hawkin Department, the Bahrain Department, and the Ujumkin Department, had 2 cavalry brigades of about 10,000 troops, gathered near the Ulake and the junction of the southern line of the Chechnya. In addition, the Chaha and Ordos departments in the middle of the grassland also received secret orders from the Fuliao army, and the specific whereabouts and strength of the troops are unknown. Through telegraph transmission of military orders, coupled with the maneuverability that the Prairie Cavalry is already proud of, all dispatches are very rapid. It is the newly formed Liadong Dragoon Brigade that is responsible for protecting the Chechen Khan Shah Olai and the Chechen envoys. The Dragon Cavalry Brigade in southern Lining has been guarding the naturalization city in the middle of the grassland to stabilize the situation in the central and western parts of the grassland. As a result, Liu Sheng had no direct cavalry units in the east that he could handle. So he established the Liadong Cavalry Brigade to strengthen his binding force on the cavalry units. The Liadong Cavalry Brigade was stationed near the city of Liadong. Chechen Khan Shu'ai and Chechen envoys were again escorted from Jinzhou city to Liadong city. It's just that this time it was not the intelligence department who escorted them, but the military personnel. The commander of the army has an order. This time we need to rush to put down the Chechen rebellion with lightning speed. The next forced march may have to work hard for everyone. The commander of the Liadong Cavalry Brigade was unsmiling, with a straight face. After receiving Liu Sheng's order, he immediately prepared for war. When Chechen Khan Shu'ai and his party arrived in Liadong city by train, they were already able to drive. We Mongolians are a nation living on horseback, and long-distance raids are nothing to us. But your preparation is too fast. Are you ready for food, tents, and quilts? Shaol couldn't believe it. The ability of the Fuliao army to conduct fast warfare. But anyway, it has only been a few days since Liu Sheng decided to march into Mobai, and now the Liadong Cavalry Brigade departs. Once the machine of war is operating, it will not stop without crushing the enemy into pieces. Countless supplies will be transported to the front line along the Liadong Railway. All we need to do is to arrive when the supplies arrive. This time, it is also a test for our Fuliao army to carry out the general warfare. Indeed, this is the first time that the Fuliao army has used railways as logistics and cavalry as the vanguard, in line with the new combat methods of the Hercynian Jurchen infantry allied forces. But Shaol was stunned for a while, completely unable to understand. Chapter 376 Yang Fleet Assembly. In the Liadong City arsenal under the jurisdiction of the Ordnance Bureau, a box of wooden boxes containing gunpowder and bullets was loaded on a carriage and transported to the railway station in Liadong City. Some of these important materials were transported to the vicinity of Muling Lake and Jur Lake in the north, and some were transported to Dalian Port in the south. In the past few days, there was a military order from the military. The amount of gunpowder required is really surprising. Enough to start a massive war. It will also be divided into 2 batches, the north and the south. The commander intends to fight on two fronts. Is it? The official of the arsenal muttered to himself as he recorded the supplies shipped from the factory. The Ordnance Bureau is the logistics department and has no right to intervene in the strategic arrangements of the military department. Their responsibility is only to transport the materials to the designated location in time according to the list of materials provided by the military department. As soon as the cannon rang, the gold was 10,000 tals. In the past few days, the goods we shipped out were worth 100,000 tals of silver. Another official felt the same way. The inventory accumulated over the past 2 years has disappeared. This is the above resolution, and it is not to spend our own money. We should register properly and make sure not to make a mistake. Otherwise, if something is missing, it will be endlessly entangled by the people of the Finance Bureau. Liaodong City is the industrial center of Liaodong, as well as the power center Jinzhou City and the foreign trade center Dalian Port. Due to its proximity to Anshan Town, many mines and smelters have moved to the vicinity. This batch of firearms and ammunition to be shipped to Dalian Port is loaded on dozens of trains and then shipped to Dalian Port. Heavy troops gathered near Yi Lake in the north, and almost all Mongolian tribes in Monan were involved in the upcoming war. In the south, there were also military gatherings in the port of Dalian. It's just that this group of assembled troops are not infantry and cavalry, but the Beiyang fleet, which has been acting loc in the North Sea. 2 battleships with 54 artillery sails, Dhu and Dayan, are anchored in Dalian Port. Among them, the Big Swallow formation was stationed at Dalian Port for a long time, and the Big Swallow was called back from the Ryuka Ghats. In addition to the 2 sailing battleships, there are several cruisers, frigates, and some merchant ships. This group of ships totaled about 20 ships, and the most eye-catching one was not the Dhu or Dayan, the 2 largest sailing battleships, but a black-painted ironclad merchant ship. This ironclad ship has a huge black chimney with a steel texture, and the hull is also painted with white paint with the 3 characters Yongcheng. For the people in southern Lining who have only seen wooden sailboats, ironclad ships are still a novelty. However, with the emergence of new things like trains and street lights, these people can easily accept it. Look, that is the government's ironclad ship Yongcheng. This is the 4th time this month has appeared here, right? The workers on the dock talked. Yongcheng is really made of steel. Is it so cumbersome that you are not afraid to sink into the sea? I have transported goods on it and touched the deck and hull with my hands. It was cold to the touch. It must be made of steel. I just don't know how much steel is needed for such a big ship. Is it really made of steel? Is it a cargo ship or a warship? Cargo ship? Look at the flag of the Far East Trading Company, not the flag of the Beiyang fleet, which is hung on the Yongcheng ship. It is obviously a large official cargo ship. It was said that it was a passenger ship a while ago, but it was later changed to a cargo ship. There are only a few artillery pieces on it, and it certainly won't be a warship anyway. The workers talked a lot, but they were just a few gossips, which didn't matter. This time a large number of ships were concentrated in Dalian Port. Obviously, there was an important operation. Only some people from the Beiyang fleet and the highest level of the Admiralty were aware of this operation. The Ministry of the Navy has been ordered by the Ministry of the Army. Our Beiyang fleet is responsible for protecting this batch of merchant ships, including the Yongcheng, and going to Nagasaki port in the Eastern Kingdom for trade. Shi Daxuan, the deputy commander of the Beiyang fleet, faced the Dayan and Dakhu, said the captains of the 2 formations. He was Zheng Zilong's former subordinate, and now he is still Zheng Zilong's adjutant, but the difference is that he also has the Navy Department and Liu Sheng above him, directly under the command of the Navy Department. Deputy Commander, I have doubts. Although these merchant ships have less firepower than the gunboats we built specifically for naval battles, many of them are also armed merchant ships, with more than a dozen bronze artillery pieces, and few of them. It is our Yongcheng. The iron-armored merchant ship was pulled out alone to the sea of the East China Sea. As long as it did not engage in close combat, there would be no ships capable of sinking it. Why should we use almost the entire Beiyang fleet to protect them? The captain of a frigate asked inexplicably. Tao, you don't need to worry about this for the time being. When Nagasaki port has other arrangements, it will be regarded as an exercise for our Beiyang fleet. Shi Daxuan did not explain much. After the materials are loaded, we will set off immediately. Not only the merchants of the Fuliao army, but also the merchants on the merchant ships that were about to set off with the Beiyang fleet were still kept in the dark. They were originally merchants who were going to Nagasaki port to trade, but they suddenly received a notice from Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng promised that if these merchants set off with the Beiyang fleet, they could make huge profits. In view of the considerable rewards obtained since cooperating with the Fuliao army, these merchants have joined forces with the Fuliao army's official merchant ships. You said what medicine is sold in the gourd of the Fuliao army? Why take us along? Is it because pirates appeared in the North Sea and failed? A businessman muttered on his merchant ship. From north to Liaodong and south to Nanyang, almost all the pirates have been put down by the Fuliao army. It is impossible that any pirates will be so rampant that they will use the power of the 10 warships of the Fuliao army to escort, right? The boat, let alone the pirates. It is more than enough to wipe out a big name in Dongying. Another merchant on the same boat shook his head. That's weird, isn't it? Suddenly a businessman had a bold idea. Does the Fuliao army really want to fight Dongying's name? Don't talk nonsense about this. We are just businessmen. They are holding our ships to fight Dongying. After the 10 warships of the 2 formations of the Beiyang fleet received a steady stream of gunpowder, ammunition, fresh water, food and other supplies from the pier. The wooden planks connecting the pier were pumped onto the ship, and the sailors and soldiers pulled up the sails in an orderly manner. The chimney of the only weird steam iron-clad ship Yongcheng gave off billowing black smoke, forming a unique scenery. Residents near the coast of Dalian Port curiously watched this fleet of unknown purpose leave Dalian Port and sail into the eastern part of the Pacific Ocean. Except for Zheng Zilong's southern expedition of the fleet last time, they have rarely seen the fleet of the Fuliao army fight such a big fight. Chapter 377 Book Collection Pavilion. Secretly strategizing, Luo Sheng mobilized tens of thousands of troops on the north and south sides to fight, but came to the library of the Jinzhou City Academy of Sciences, which is also the library. A large number of sinology classics are collected here, as well as a number of works by scientists of the current Academy of Sciences, and even some excellent students' articles have the opportunity to be included in the library. It has become the hall of knowledge of the Academy of Sciences. Kangxiu Pavilion is divided into 2 pavilions, Humanities Pavilion and Nature Pavilion, East and West Pavilions, among which the Humanities Pavilion has the most abundant collection of books. It's not that Luo Sheng doesn't pay much attention to the Nature Museum, but because the Humanities Pavilion contains a lot of Confucian classics. These books have been very rich after thousands of years of accumulation in China. However, the Nature Museum does not have ready-made books. New subjects such as biology, geology, astronomy, and chemistry are all it is to rely on the scientists summoned and the students trained locally to write together. There are only hundreds of books in the nature collection. Nevertheless, the quality of the natural collections is very high. Faraday's electrical experiment research on electromagnetics, Morse's transmitter principles and Chinese character encryption, Newton's mathematical principles of natural philosophy, optics, etc. represent the top theories of natural sciences in this era and related research. However, only students and scientists who have been granted permission to the collections of the Nature Museum are eligible. For some students from overseas, such as Dongying and Korea, they are not worthy to come to the Nature Museum because it involves a lot of theoretical research on the advanced technology of the Fuliao army, whether it is advanced mathematics, electricity, or telegraph. It is the basis of scientific research. If these precious research and technologies are made public, the Fuliao army's monopoly in the field of natural sciences will be easily shaken. The manufacturing technology of hot weapons such as artillery and rifle manufacturing is strictly kept secret. and there is not even a trace of military technology in the library. Compared with the strict secrecy of the Nature Museum, the Humanities Pavilion, especially the Confucian classics, has almost no authority, and anyone can browse and browse. After all, Liu Sheng hopes that more people, especially overseas students, can accept the common foundation of Chinese culture. This kind of cultural output is profitable but harmless, and there is almost no cost. Why not do it? How is it? Is Sun Quanting still unwilling to be loyal to our Fu Liao army? Liu Sheng came to the Kangxiu Pavilion and found the official in charge of the Kangxiu Pavilion. My lord army, this person is quite determined, and we are indifferent to all kinds of threats and temptations. The Kangxiu Pavilion official said that Sun Quanting had a frown, and seemed to have suffered from him. I said that dealing with such a talent is not acceptable. We must reform him ideologically and let him accept ours. That's why I sent him from the military to the Academy of Sciences to nurture him, and more it is for him to have the authority of all the books in the two pavilions here. Liu Sheng said, after Sun Quanting came here. Did he ever have the books of our library of books? Yes, he has visited both the Humanities Pavilion and the Nature Pavilion, and he is more interested in new books in our pavilion than in old books, such as The Wealth of Nations and the Economics of the Celestial Dynasty, Electricity Experimental Research and other books. He even went to observe the courses of the Academy of Sciences. We only sent 2 or 3 people to prevent him from escaping according to the command of the military commander, and he could enter and exit at the Academy of Sciences and the nearby streets at will. The official of Zhangxiu said, well, it seems that he is already very interested in new knowledge. I believe that what can support him not to surrender is only the idea of loyalty to the emperor and serving the country. Liu Sheng said, Sun Quanting is in the guest room of Kangxiu Pavilion. Do I need me to summon him? The Kangxiu Pavilion official said, no, when he is willing to surrender, he will come and ask me to join the Fu Liao army. Liu Sheng said, the main purpose of my coming to the Academy of Sciences this time is not for this matter. I just stopped by and asked, and look at the current situation of Kangxiu. After all, here are the most precious intangible assets of our Fu Liao army. Thanks to the concern of the military master, all the officials of our Kangxiu Pavilion are sincere and horrified. The officials of the Kangxiu Pavilion all said one after another. It's useless to be sincere and fear on the surface. It's better to pay more attention to the preservation of ancient books and prevent theft from fire. Liu Sheng said, yes, Sir Military Commander, please. Your subordinates will lead the way for the commander to see the situation of our collection of books in the library. The Kangxiu Pavilion official said. Liu Sheng's visit to Zhangxiu Pavilion was also to ease his nervousness. In the past few days, he successively issued dozens of military orders, mobilized tens of thousands of troops and more than a dozen warships. It was the largest military operation in 2 years except for the crusade against the Taiwan city of Guangdong pirate Liu Xiang and the Dutch. Although the deployment is over, basically just wait for a good news. But Liu Sheng is still a little nervous. If the military operation fails, it will undermine the supreme prestige he has established. At least so far, Liu Sheng hasn't made any major mistakes, and some are just small-scale pranks such as the Mikojima Mutiny and the Giwa City Mutiny. This is why many people and families of the Han people, Mongolian tribes, Jurchen tribes of Liaodong and Liaonan are willing to stand on the same front with him. Liu Sheng was thinking about the situation in Mobai and Dongying, and seemed a little absent. Liu Sheng, the legendary figure who created the Fu Liao army and developed the Fu Liao army into an army of 100,000, actually came to the library. Many of the students of the Academy of Sciences who were studying in Kangxiu books had no intention of studying, and stood up one after another, looking at Liu Sheng, who was guarded by soldiers and officials with fiery eyes. If Liu Sheng could know himself, that would be a step up to the sky. However, these students didn't dare to lean over. If they didn't have the special ability and dared to offend the lord of the Fu Liao army, they would be looking for death. But there is one exception here. Bumbutai has seen the military master. A cordial greeting came, pulling Luo Sheng back from worrying about the situation of Mobai and Dong Ying. Luo Sheng calmly saw that the little girl in front of him who had plucked up the courage to greet him on the initiative was Daeyue. At this time, Daeyue was exactly 18, and she was even more beautiful. Because he was still a little nervous to greet Luo Sheng in full view, his face flushed. "Didn't you study in the audit office recently? Is it okay to come in?" Luo Sheng didn't dislike Daeyue and said hello. In other words, the greater Luo Sheng's power became, he found that the people around him became more and more respectful, causing him to feel that something was missing. Daeyue was originally a Mongolian enthusiastic and open woman, but she was influenced by the new culture and did not follow the etiquette teachings very much. Therefore, unlike others, she did not obey her superiors, but it was a bit in line with Luo Sheng's intentions. Chapter 378. Where do you want to be an official? Well, but it's my turn to take a vacation today, so I came to the library to study. Seeing that Luo Sheng was not angry, Daeyue let out a sigh of relief, and said generously, "I don't see that you are quite easy to learn. You have set an example for the Mongolian tribes. I am also worried that it will be difficult for the Mongolians to integrate into the Academy of Sciences in a short time. It is not that I am biased, but the Han people used to pay more attention to reading and literacy." Luo Sheng said, "If there are many people who are literate, it is easy to learn a new culture, instead of starting from reading and literacy. The master of the army is too acclaimed. I am a weak woman who also leads the Fuliao army's salary every month. Only by studying hard to do things for the Fuliao army can I repay the adults' kindness." Daeyue said, "I heard the officials of the audit office and your sister Ella mentioned about you. I heard that you have put forward a lot of useful suggestions for the audit office and helped the audit office improve the work process, which is already beneficial to our development. It is normal to pay salaries, not to mention that your Hawkin tribe is kind to me." When the other students in the library saw a student talking closely with the military leader, their throats were raised in their hearts, and their expressions were extremely envious. What kind of background is needed to be able to make things happen with the army leader in front of the public? Do you know what the background of that woman is? Just now I saw the military bored with a face, thinking that he was a very serious person. I didn't expect that after talking with that woman, he seemed to be much calmer. A student said in a low voice in private. You don't even know about her? Are you embarrassed to say that you are in the Academy of Sciences? Stop my appetite, tell me who is she? She is the head of the 3 talented women in the Humanities Department of our Academy of Sciences, the flower of jailing in the Department of Economics, the proud protégé of Mr. Adam Smith, the little princess of the Hawkin tribe, and the younger sister of the next Hawkin Dragoon Brigade Bumu Butte. How is it? Are you scared? Just hearing the prefix in front of the name scared me, and I am still the little princess of Hawkin tribe. Hawkin tribe helped us at the critical moment of the decisive battle between our Fuliao army and Hujin. No wonder we were able to fight with the army owner. Talking and laughing, there were also male students who heard about the prominent status of Daeyue in the Hawkin tribe and the Academy of Sciences, and knew that Daeyue had such a background. As long as he was not stupid, he could have a great future, not to mention that Daeyue was obviously a talented student. Daeyue's idea came up. You tell me, if some of us can pursue Buma Butai, based on her relationship, he won't be able to become a leader? Kangwin can at least get a division chief and county magistrate, right? Kangwu will be taken by her brother. Take care, at least you have to be a lieutenant officer. And maybe you can still be a school officer in the future. It will take so many years to fight. You'd better not dream. Wishful thinking. What kind of identity is Buma Butai? Her family can be considered the descendants of the Golden family. The ranch alone is larger than the urban area of our Jinzu city, and it is returned to the military. All in the future, there will still be management rights, wealthy family, and bright prospects. How can you be regarded as a poor boy like you? But at this time girls are admiring talented peers, and I may not be hopeless. You are still 18 avenues away from her in terms of talents and learning. Isn't it ridiculous that you still rely on talents to attract people? A group of students whispered underneath, and all of a sudden there was a lot of talk. It is true that Dia's identity is truly legendary, and maybe there are not many students of the Academy of Sciences who can have such a background. Luo Sheng asked Dia about her work in the audit office. Regarding your work experience in the audit office, do you think it is feasible for a woman to be an official? When Luo Sheng asked this question, the officials in the surrounding library pricked their ears. Anything about the management system of the Fu Liao army, if it is said from Luo Sheng's mouth, it is a signal. Maybe Dia's answer could persuade Luo Sheng. It would even affect the formulation of the Fu Liao army's policy. My lord asks me what I have always cared about. As my lord said, women can hold up half the sky. But obviously they still encounter many situations. My sister Wang Shishi and I have special identities, so people in the audit office can easily treat us. It's too respectful. And if a woman from an ordinary background becomes an official, I'm afraid that's not the case. This is a common situation and ideological problem. We can only hope that with the popularization of education, the status of women can be improved. It has improved, Dia said. Well, this matter can only be changed subtly. If we can liberate female productivity, which is equivalent to double our young labor force, it can greatly promote the development of productivity. But this is also a process from bottom to top. First female workers, farmers and businessmen increase, come out for labor, and then have enough right to speak. Luo Sheng said. Dia knows it. Dia wrote down silently. I am afraid that Luo Sheng will never think of it in the future. Dia will truly fulfill Luo Sheng's ideas in the future. With your talents and intelligence, I believe that you will soon be able to leave the school under Adam Smith of the Academy of Sciences. When that happens, what department do you want to work for? Just tell me whether you are going back to the Hawkin tribe or staying in Jinzhou City. The central agency is still a business center like Dalian Port, and I will arrange it for you. Luo Sheng said. This time, it was not that the students who had not heard Luo Sheng's words were shocked, but it was the turn of the officials from the Kangshu pavilion next to Luo Sheng that they were shocked. The words of Luo Sheng alone are enough to explain that Dia's future is hard to limit in the Fu Liao army, and this kind of open backdoor opening is even a bit spoiled. This is a group of officials guarding the library to express that it is an envy. Dia had a smooth career even when he was still studying, and they had to finish a few times in 10 years of hard study before they could become Ming scholars, and later they became officials of the Fu Liao army. Sure enough, people cannot be easily compared. People are more angry than people. Don't be jealous. I have heard that Bum Butai is the head of the 3 talented women in the humanities department of the Academy of Sciences. Adam Smith wrote to me several times. The letter praised Bum Butai and he is now auditing again. It's a matter of course to be able to contribute to our Fu Liao army in the official career. If even outstanding talents cannot get important tasks, then how can the humanities department of the Academy of Sciences be convincing? Luo Sheng said. The officials of Kangshu Pavilion nodded when Luo Sheng said this. What Luo Sheng said is also reasonable. If even the outstanding Dia cannot guarantee his career, then I am afraid that a bunch of students in the Ministry of Humanities will be desperate. This is not just a matter of background. Despite this, all the Kangshu Pavilion officials who accompanied Luo Sheng looked at Dia differently, secretly wanting to please this little aunt's grandmother in the Kangshu Pavilion in the future, and maybe they will be promoted to their own heads in the future. Chapter 379. The Irritable Master Yuan. Dia was also surprised that Luo Sheng started a small kitchen for herself, and it seemed that he could work in which department he wanted to work, and could not help but hesitate. I haven't decided yet. I want to study in the Academy of Sciences for 2 more years. Maybe in the future, I will go to a foreign trade port like Dalian Port to get in touch with practice. It's not a problem. It is always good to accumulate more knowledge while young. Luo Sheng thought that it is too early to enlarge you to go to politics. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, The status of women was not high, and if they were too young, it will be difficult to convince the public. By the way, how is the old man Mangus? How good is your body? Luo Sheng asked about the big man Mangus in Hawkin except Orbo as he walked. The last time the old man came to Jinzu to recuperate, his health improved. Although he was old, he was still in good spirits. This time the adults mobilized soldiers and horses, and the old man clamored to go out with the leader of Orbo himself. Daya pursed his mouth and smiled. Old Mangusi and old Orbo are really bloody prairie guys. They are always strong, but I'm really afraid that they will have 3 shortcomings. This is a huge loss for our Fuliao army, Luo Sheng said. Isn't it? Grandpa Orbo has been in charge of our Hawkin tribe for 40 years. The old man followed him on the conquest with other tribes and has a deep relationship. This time I heard that Grandpa Orba led a Hawkin warriors on an expedition. How can I be restrained? My father tried his best to dissuade him and said that my brother Wu Keshan would fulfill his wish for him and set off for the old man, which comforted him. Daya also talked about interesting things about the Hawkin tribe as he walked. When the 2 people were walking under a group of officials and guards, a person suddenly rushed in, and the guards around Luo Sheng quickly stopped him. Isn't this Sun Quanting? Let him come over. Luo Sheng saw that the man was really Sun Quanting who had been forcibly detained in southern Lining by him, and he looked furious. Master Sun, what happened that made you so irritable? Luo Sheng asked. I heard on the street, a few days ago, the Fuliao army secretly dispatched soldiers and horses, with tens of thousands of people. You must have gone to attack Ninayuan, right? You are finally betraying the court, right? Sun Quanting was roared. Master Sun, what are you talking about? Why would I send a large army to attack the court, and can't attack other places? Luo Sheng couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that Sun Quanting came to him in desperation. It turned out to be quite pedantic. It seems that Sun Quanting has not been completely brainwashed. Impossible. The monarchs of Monan and Mongolia have already obeyed your orders, and Jaoli has always been on good terms with you. In addition to entering the Central Plains, which force can you target? Sun Quanting said anxiously. Can't Master Sun go to the north to think about it? I'm still the Liadong Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Court. I don't want to fight the Imperial Court so quickly, so don't worry. Luo Sheng calculated that the troops are already in place. Even if I say that the offensive intention is irrelevant, there is no need to hide it. The north is Itmo by Mongolia. In this case, I misunderstood you. However, Sun Quanting immediately slapped his head and said, no, why do you say you don't want to go to war with the court so soon? That is to say, you will sooner or later go to war with the Ming court. Do you think I still have a choice? In fact, I did send 4 troops to Ninayuan and Xuanda to train troops this time. This should give you An Shongwen a huge surprise. Luo Sheng smiled slyly. Meaning, compared with Luo Sheng's strategy, with soldiers, food and money, rifles and artillery, Yuan Shongwen, the supervisor of the Ninayuan line of defense, has been awake all night these days. There is no other reason, but the spies he sent out discovered the news that the Fuliao army was mobilized on a large scale, and it was suspected of entering a state of combat readiness. 2 years have passed. Apart from the daily rotation of defense areas, the army units of the Fuliao army have not conducted large-scale operations, because if they did not fight the Ming Dynasty, there would be nothing worthy of the Fuliao army's large-scale mobilization in this area. Opponent. However, the unprepared large-scale force mobilization of the Fuliao army, and the state of readiness that has not happened in 2 years, revealed a strange atmosphere everywhere. It's not that Yuan Shongwen is narcissistic, but he can't think of who else can. The Fuliao army mobilize the entire Mongolian tribes in the Monan grassland to fight against, in addition to attacking the Ninayuan line of defense that he is defending. So he frantically urged Jinzu City, Daling Fort, Shanhaiguan and other places to carry out emergency preparedness, strengthen the city and gather the people, put an end to a peaceful life for several years and enter a state of war. For a while before the Liao army came back, The Ninian line of defense had already jumped because the Fuliao army shelled Jinzu city once, and almost never had an exchange of fire with the defenders of the Ninian defense line. The people living in the Ninian defense line were all used to a peaceful life. This time they were caught off guard and gathered in an emergency. The officers and soldiers drove them back to the strong fortress and city, preparing to clear out the villages outside the city that could provide supplies to the Fuliao army and resist. Have the guards in Jinzu city, Daling Fort, Shanhaiguan rectify the soldiers and strengthen the city defense. The bloodshot Yuan Shongwen carefully pondered the topographical map of the Liuxi corridor and inferred from the intelligence obtained from the scouts the offensive line of the Fuliao army. However, it was still difficult for him to guess what offensive route the Fuliao army would choose, which did not play cards according to common sense. Because in front of the powerful Fuliao army, the Great Wall is not difficult at all. You only need to destroy a section of the city wall to drive straight in. There are many nomads who destroyed the Great Wall in history, let alone the Fuliao army with a lot of gunpowder. The only difference is that the nomads often face the danger of making dumplings by the Central Plains troops after crossing the destroyed city wall. If it is the Fuliao army, which is easy to be accepted by the Han people, it is really hard to say. This made Yuan Shongwen think about it. General, good news. Good news. Our spies found out the true intention of the Fuliao army to mobilize all Mon and Mongolian tribes yesterday. They wanted to attack the three major tribes of Mobi Mongolia, and they had a tendency to annex Mobi Mongolia in one fell swoop. A Ming general happily walked into Yuan Shongwen's residence. Really? Yuan Shongwen couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the nightmare that had haunted him for several days disappeared. But he thought that if the Fuliao army unified Mobi Mongolia and Monan Mongolia in the future, wouldn't it be a musket and artillery with the left hand and the terrible power of the Mongolian Yuan Empire with the right hand? Thinking of this, Yuan Shongwen couldn't help being terrified. But the things that made him even more terrifying were yet to come. The same day Ming general came in again, but this time he was almost crying. General, bad news, bad news. Although the cavalry units of the Fuliao army have gone to attack Mobi Mongolia, their infantry units have appeared in Da Ming Niling Fort. It seems that troops are being organized to attack Daling Fort. Chapter 380 Hawkin Cavalry Assault. In the middle and lower reaches of the Gluolun River, the three-party forces of the Chechen noble Ajan, Toshichuhan Gunk and Zasakchuhan Saban have assembled more than 20,000 cavalry, preparing to defeat the resisting Prince Bab in one effort. They knew that Babu had sent envoys to seek help from the Fuliao army, but what they could not expect was that the Fuliao army would act so quickly, and they were still in the dark at this time. Bab has only 3,000 Chechen cavalry left, and the tortoise is huddled downstream near the Muling Lake. It seems that the situation is not right, and he is about to flee to the Fuliao army's site for refuge. Tuxituhan with a scar on his face Gunk pointed to the scribbled map and said, Bab is just relying on the support of the old ministers in the large base. What can be caused by only 3,000 people? Humphrey, we have 20,000 cavalry together, if it is not for fear that the disturbance will be too big. The attention of the Fuliao army has long eliminated him. Aian, a rebellious nobleman of the Chechen ministry, held a roast leg of lamb, and said vaguely, Aian, this time we will help you win the Chechnya. Don't forget your promise to cede the western pastures in two to the Toshitu department and the Zasakta department to comfort us who died in battle. Their warrior's spirit in the sky. Zasakchuhan Saban was playing with an exquisite knife. Of course, the pastures to the west of the Chechen ministry belong to you. I want the ones from the east. Ajian tore the leg of lamb. Don't be too happy. I heard that the guy Habu sent an envoy to Fuliao. The army asked for the redemption of the base. If the base comes back, many of my soldiers will betray me, and there will be many more twists and turns. Hab's envoy only went south to Liadong 7 days ago. It will take so long for the journey back and forth, right? Even if the Fuliao army responded too quickly, it still needed to summon all the generals to make a resolution and dispatch from the garrison. 1 or 2 months will not be possible. Besides, even if Shaul returns in person, it will not be our opponent. Gunk said, I hope that what you said is correct, and it is better to get rid of Habu as soon as possible, so as not to have more dreams in the night. Ayan said, tonight we will kill cattle and sheep, and as soon as the daylight dawns, we will attack immediately. Saban said nonchalantly, the big deal is to let Habu escape to the southern part of the desert, and then he will become what the Han said, the king of subjugation. Damn. Didn't you tell me earlier? I ate a leg of lamb. What else would I have for the evening feast? I was stunned. The 20,000 Mobai cavalry allied forces camped along the Kliuolun River for more than 10 miles, majestic and mighty. In the face of a low-handed victory, almost all the Mobai cavalry believed that they had a chance to win, and celebrated the victory of the unified Chechnya in advance. The bonfire curled up for a while and everyone was drunk. Saban, it's time for us to join forces in the northern part of the desert. In the past few years, the Monon tribes have joined the Fuliao army, and their territory is peaceful and growing. Their population is larger than us, and their cattle, sheep and horses are also bigger than ours. It will definitely pose a huge threat to us in the future. Saban sat next to Gunk. The three of us are the most powerful in the northern part of Mobai. Now that we are planted, we are only left with our 2 families. If we join hands, who should listen to whom? Gunk said disdainfully. Why should we divide each other? I, Zasakta Khan, dominate the west, and you Toshichu can dominate the east. Together, the 2 powerhouses will speak more confidently in the future. Marry your daughter to my son. Isn't it happy that the 2 families become one family? Saban still said with a smile. Let's talk about it when the things here are over. If the duck that hasn't eaten its mouth will fly, there will be no place to cry at that time. Gunk said. The next day was just light, and the drunk Mobai Mongolian cavalry came out of the tent, greedily breathing the fresh air off the account, and the smell of pasture and mud gradually cleared their minds. Had to wash up and pack up a little. These herdsmen cavalry who lived by the water and grass could march quickly. Suddenly, the wild grassland trembled slightly, and the clear water in the cowhide water sack was shaking, making them realize that this was not an illusion. Almost all the Mobai Mongolian cavalry who had awakened subconsciously looked towards the source of the earthquake in the southeast. What's going on? Gunk's head hurt. He walked out of the main tent with a waist knife and asked a few sleepy night guards outside the tent. Khan, it seems that there is a group of wild horses approaching. Listening to the sound, at least a few thousand wild horses can have such a momentum, the night watchman said. Wild horses? Just think of a way to get them away. Gunk, who grew up on horseback as a child, didn't care. In Toshichuhan's camp, several cavalry teams of more than 10 people came out, and their task was to distract the wild horses that were about to attack their camp. This kind of thing is handy for them, and it has not attracted much attention. Saban rushed over from Zasakta Khan's camp and said to Gunk, old brother, how do I feel that this is not that simple? You should let your men prepare for battle. In case this is Bab lead the last Chechen cavalry to counterattack, you and I will capsize in the gutter. HMPH, Bab doesn't have the guts to attack us on the initiative. Dagan stopped Saban's words by raising his hand. The cavalry teams who went to distract the wild horses yawned on their horses, and soon saw the horses galloping over. It's just that this is not a herd of wild horses, but a warhorse carrying brave warriors. At the end of the horizon, thousands of neighing warhorses galloped and swept in with the mighty force of the open world. The knights on the horses were holding muskets, whizzing and impacting. When they saw the Mobai cavalry scouts appearing in their field of vision, the corners of their mouths slightly raised, revealing warlike eyes. Since the establishment of the Hawkin Cavalry Brigade, it has counted on these Mobai cavalry to gain military exploits. It's a cavalry, not a wild horse group. The Mobai cavalry scouts screamed in panic. They turned their heads without saying a word and fled frantically to their camp. Dozens of cavalry came with thousands of cavalry behind them, and panic spread from dozens of cavalry to the entire Mobi cavalry camp. This panic caused a large-scale chaos. It's a cavalry. I don't know what force it is. That banner seems to be the legendary Black Dragon banner of the cavalry of the Fu Liao army. The Fu Liao army is here, and the cavalry of Monan is here. Even the cavalry in the camp who were still fascinated all woke up from panic, grabbed the saber and short bow around them, and turned on their horses. Don't panic. Panic will only lead to defeat. We are struggling to fight and hope to win. The two leaders Saban and Gunk hurriedly led the soldiers around them to command the chaotic troops. Unfortunately, it was too late. After the sound of the musket sounded, the Manic Hawkin cavalry brigade plunged into the Mobi cavalry camp like a sharp knife. P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, zero advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Daz Huddalong, press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 381, Anti-Visitor Oriented. The Fu Liao army has sent 5,000 cavalry soldiers to gather near your lake. I believe it will help us regain all our lost pastures soon. There are only 5,000 cavalry. What can it be used for? Mobi cavalry and Ajian have 20,000 cavalry. Prince Babu paced back and forth by the Kliulan River. We originally only wanted the Fu Liao army to return the Great Khan. They sent 5,000 Horchin cavalry to support us this time. It has far exceeded our expectations. I believe that with the appeal of the Great Khan plus this one, the new force will surely recover all lost ground smoothly. Chechen General Ralk said. Well, when you catch the old thief, Ahan, he must be divided into 5 horses and fed to the vultures on the grassland. Prince Bab said with a grimly face. Retaliation. See you from the envoy of the Liao army. A Bab guard walked over and said hurriedly. The envoy of the Fu Liao army has arrived. Quickly, he'll have you soon, Babu said. After a while, a big man in Mongolian costume came over under the leadership of the guards. Xianai is a staff officer of the Hawkin cavalry brigade of the Fu Liao army, and I was ordered to come and inform Prince Babu. The Han Dynasty said with a fist held by Babu. I heard that your Fu Liao army sent 5,000 Hawkin cavalry to assist us this time. The Hawkin tribe has always been brave and good at fighting. But the mere 5,000 people are too few. This prince has 50,000 soldiers, not the group of dogs. The opponent of the thief. You only sent 5,000 people. Isn't it the meat buns and the dogs? There is no return? Babu said. Oh, is it? How can the knights loyal to Prince Babu be no more than 10,000 according to the information of our Liao army? Later, after 7 defeats and 7 defeats, only 3,000 cavalry remained. Retreating to the boundary of our southern desert nearby, the rebels dare not attack easily. The envoy from the Fu Liao army deliberately showed a different expression. It seems that our intelligence must be wrong. Since Prince Bab has 50,000 elite soldiers, our Hawkin tribe has 5,000 people. I can't help much, so let's say goodbye. Wait. This celestial envoy, now that he has reached this point, this prince will tell the truth. Your information is correct. We really have only 3,000 people now. If you don't extend a helping hand, then we Chechen Khan will subverted by a traitor. Prince Bab wanted to pretend to be forced, but seeing that the Fu Liao army envoy did not give him the opportunity to pretend to be forced, he quickly surrendered. If the Fu Liao army retreats, how could the only 3,000 cavalry remaining in the Chechen ministry come back? We took the initiative to assist your Chechen ministry this time, not because your Chechen ministry can give us something to the Fu Liao army, but because our military leader showed kindness. Do you know? Yes. You tell me that your poor rural areas are not as fertile as the grasslands of our Hawkin tribe. The descendants of our 5,000 golden family have to run over without stopping. What is the picture? Yes. Prince Bab thought that the envoy was an uncle, so he could only nod his head obediently. That didn't my father Khan come with you Fuli our army? I don't know where he is now, Prince Bab said in a low voice. Are you saying that Chechen Khan has a strong base? Our Hawkin cavalry is one step ahead. The Sha'o base is accompanied by the Liadong cavalry brigade. It may take a while for you to see him, the Korkin envoy said. Your Hawkin cavalry brigade is assembled near your lake. I don't know when to join our army and regain the lost land together, Babu asked. If my estimate is good, now our Hawkin cavalry brigade has defeated the rebel army and the coalition of the other two tribes. The envoy looked at the sun. It should be. Oh, it turns out that you have launched an offensive against the rebels. Wait, what did you say? The regained Prince Bab widened his eyes, seriously suspecting that he had heard him wrong. Is it possible? 5,000 Hawkin cavalry dared to take the initiative to attack an enemy 4 or 5 times their own, and it was only a few days ago. Even Babu had just received the Hawkin cavalry brigade assembled near your lake, and in a blink of an eye, he had raided the enemy hundreds of miles away. It's crazy. Brother Korchin, we were all a family hundreds of years ago. So don't lie to us. General Rulk said. Why lie to you? My order is to inform you of this matter and to act with you. We don't expect your 3,000 cavalry to play any role. You should not make trouble, and follow our troops to take over the recovered land, and it is enough to incorporate the herdsmen of the defeated enemy, the envoy said. Prince Bab wanted to scold his mother. He did not expect that his 3,000 Chechen cavalry would be underestimated by the Hawkin cavalry in Monan. And the Fuliao army was completely anti-visitor, turning himself into this desert. The protagonist of the Northern War. It's a good thing for you to come back to the Liao army to assist us, but is it too much? This is also the land of our Chechen ministry. General Rulk couldn't stand it, so he said, farewell. The envoy clasped his fists and left. Uncle, don't go. Prince Bab gave Rulk a fierce look, and hurriedly retained the envoy of the Fuliao army. This time, he just wanted to redeem Shaol from the Fuliao army to call on the Chechen tribe to drive away foreign enemies. He did not expect to encounter the strong penetration of the Fuliao army, and it developed to such a point. It really made him feel difficult. Words. I originally thought it would be a difficult battle to defeat the coalition of Ai, Dagong, and Saban, and regain lost ground, but judging from the promise of the Fuliao army, it seems that he only needs to follow the Fuliao army's ass along the way. Just regain the land and gather the soldiers. Korkin cavalry is really sure to defeat Ajan and their 20,000 cavalry with 5,000 cavalry. Prince Bab is still skeptical. I am afraid that even after defeating Ajan and them, it will be difficult to chase and annihilate them. Do you think that only our Hawkin cavalry is dispatched? The envoy saw that Prince Bab had been completely shocked. So he threw out even more shocking news. Not only the Hawkin cavalry, but dozens of tribes large and small in Monan have been completely mobilized. If you entered the Chechen ministry by several points, there are the Tushatu ministry and there's Asaktu ministry. They are irrevocable. Prince Bab and General Rulk looked at each other when they heard what the envoy said, and got up in a cold sweat behind them. Then the Liadong cavalry brigade with my father's Khan has also been dispatched, Babu asked. Yes, this counterattack is based on our Hawkin cavalry brigade as the main force. The Xylin and other ministries are left wing, and the Liadong cavalry brigade is right wing. The cavalry of Chaha and Ordos in the middle of the Monan grassland are believed to have been killed. Into Tushichuhan and Saktu. P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Dazhudalong press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 383 Goal, Edo Castle. When the full-scale war broke out in Mobai, and almost all Monan Mongolian tribes, Hexi-Jurtian tribes, and Liadong cavalry brigade attacked Mobai, the Biyang fleet departed from Dalian port, passed through Jeoli state, and arrived at Nagasaki port in Dongying Kingdom. Zheng Zilong, commander of the Biyang fleet, had been waiting at the port of Nagasaki for the arrival of the fleet led by many captains under his command. When he reported to Liu Sheng the order to dismiss the guest from the Tokugawa shogunate to the Fuliao army stationed in Nagasaki port, Liu Sheng's order to return also surprised him. However, this was the first military activity he wanted to command since he was loyal to Liu Sheng and also since he assumed the important post of commander of the Beiyang fleet. This made him attach great importance to it. Commander, a total of 11 warships from the Daku and Dian formations have arrived. The several frigates of the Daki formation are responsible for the defense of the Ryuka Guard in accordance with the requirements of the Ministry of the Navy. Our 11 warships plus Nagasaki, the 2 ships of the Daki in Hong Kong, for a total of 13 warships, are more than enough. Shi Daxuan reported to Zheng Zilong Yui. Can Dalian port be protected by ships? If this event really triggers a naval battle between the two countries, the defense of Dalian port is the top priority. Zheng Zilong asked. General Nelson has led the Victory and Atlant back to Dalian port, and is ready to support us at any time. The military owner told us to let us do it. It's really not a problem and it's okay to fight. Shi Daxuan said. The 3 fronts are fighting at the same time. I am afraid that the Finance Bureau will be under great pressure. Let's take care of the affairs here and reduce the pressure on the military owner, Zheng Zilong said. The arrival of the Beiyang fleet at Nagasaki port greatly shocked the shogunate members of Nagasaki port and even the Shimadzu family that had good relations with the Fuliao army. Shimadzu Misuiza, who abetted the Liao army and the Tokugawa shogunate, did not expect things to be so big. 13 warships of the Beiyang fleet were anchored in Nagasaki port, scaring the surrounding people of Toyojia to shut their doors. Except for the time when the Victory called, Nagasaki port has never seen so many powerful ships and guns. The last time the Victory arrived was to attack Nagasaki port and his domain. This time the Fuliao army sent such a mighty fleet, and they couldn't help but think of the war of that year. General Zheng, why did you send so many warships over? Is it possible that the Fuliao army really wants to go to war with the shogunate? Shimadzu Misuiza rushed to find Zheng Zilong with his attendants. Our fleet at Nagasaki port was set up after the Da Ming robbed and killed our Da Ming merchants in the past. The purpose is to protect the safety of Da Ming merchants who came to Toei to trade. Now the shogunate wants to expel us for no reason, leaving Nagasaki port, so we had to respond accordingly. As you said, the Tokugawa shogunate deceived too much, and we are also venting your Shimadzu family. As long as the Tokugawa shogunate is overthrown, we will treat you. The monopolistic trade between the Shimadzu family and our Fuliao army is good, isn't it? Zheng Zilong said. But this time things are really making a lot of trouble. I don't mean you are not asking you to destroy the shogunate. Once the shogunate is destroyed, it is very likely that we will return to the warring states period. The chaos at that time will affect our merchants' interest. Shimadzu Misuiza said hesitantly. You don't have to worry about Patriarch. I will take care of the size. Are you interested in starting with our Beiyang fleet? Zheng Zilong said. Your goal is not Nagasaki port, and then transport the steady flow of troops to Kyushu Island? Is it somewhere else? Shimadzu Misuiza asked in surprise. Our goal this time is not Nagasaki port. Nagasaki port is just a supperly place, Zheng Zilong replied. 13 warships of the Beiyang fleet berthed at Nagasaki port, and nearly 10 merchant ships represented by the Yongcheng also berthed. These merchant ships not only needed to obtain supplies on land, but also took advantage of this gap to dump goods to residents and vendors in Dongying. Silk, tea, porcelain, and ironware are all popular commodities that are popular with local warriors and farmers here, and they exchange countless silver and gold for southern linen. Dongying is a big market, and Nagasaki port is even more prosperous. If it is really controlled by the shogunate, we businessmen who trade between Liaoning and Dongying will not be able to survive in the future. One follows the arrival of the Beiyang fleet at Nagasaki port. At this time, the merchants learned that the shogunate had issued an order to expel the guest to the Fuliao army, and immediately frowned. Almost all the merchants who came with the Beiyang fleet felt the same. The shogunate's eviction order was definitely not aimed at the Fuliao Army Navy stationed at Nagasaki port. Once the shogunate controls Nagasaki port and sets tariffs, it will form a trade barrier. At that time, the shogunate will be allowed to set rules at will. It's no wonder that the Beiyang fleet will come to us, mostly with us to find the bad luck of the Tokugawa shogunate, and to protest their actions to the shogunate. An astute businessman vaguely aware of the intentions of the Fuliao army, said to his companions, "Doesn't our Fuliao army have so many artillery and warships? There is no need to bring merchants like us. How can we have artillery and warships at the negotiating table as a bargaining chip?" Another businessman said, "Yes, the armed merchant ship we purchased from the Fuliao army at the beginning had only a dozen old-style artillery pieces. Now the sea is calm, and many artillery pieces are no longer needed. They are purely for bluffing. It will become a burden to the Beiyang fleet." Another businessman said, "These businessmen who came to Nagasaki port talked a lot. Although they vaguely knew the motives of the Fuliao army, they still couldn't think of the effect of their arrival. You guys don't have to bother to guess. We don't ask you to come to Dongying to use you as a bargaining chip. Our Beiyang fleet only believes in force and will not involve civilians in war." Zheng Zilong walked over. "I have seen General Zheng." Many businessmen said hello in unison when they saw Zheng Zilong, a renowned man. It is also interesting to say that many of them were looted by Zheng Zilong or his men when they passed the Yazoo Strait by water. Now the pirates have become officers and soldiers, and they have also protected their safety. Then the Fuliao army invited us to come here, for some merchants were curious after all. This time you are going to come to Dongying for business. But you have always traded at Nagasaki port and Hirado port. You have not had the opportunity to trade in the hinterland of Dongying. If we can open the hinterland of Dongying this time, free trade is sure to be extremely profitable. This time our Beiyang fleet is dispatched to lead you to the Edo castle of the Tokugawa shogunate. P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, zero advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Daz Hudalong, press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 384, Breaking into Edo Bay. Guru the Liadong and Leonan businessman present swallowed and couldn't believe it. General Zheng, the Tokugawa shogunate has always ordered that only the ports of Nagasaki and Hirado are allowed to trade with the outside world. The two places are located in the western part of Dongying and also close to our southern Lining, and Edo Castle seems to be in Dongying. In the east, there is a forbidden area where overseas ships are strictly prohibited. A businessman who knows the terrain of the Eastern Kingdom said worriedly, "The more they have to close their doors, the more we have to open their doors and turn this place into a market for dumping our goods." Edo Castle is the base of the shogunate. Once it succumbs here, our merchant ships will trade wherever they want to go. The deportation order of the Tokugawa shogunate on Nagasaki port will also have no meaning. Zheng Zilong said of the Beiyang fleet's decision, "You guys, prepare. We will go to the Seto Inland Sea Line to Edo Castle." After Zheng Zilong made the businessman mentally prepared, he put his hands behind him and took the soldiers away, leaving behind the businessman who was astonished and ecstatic later. Edo Castle is the hinterland of Honshu Island. There is the largest market in eastern Japan. If the market there is opened, it will be equivalent to several Kyushu Island markets. In the next few days, daimyo in coastal areas such as the Seto Inland Sea and Osaka received many reports from the common people. Some people claimed to have seen a black dragon on the beach, and some people claimed to have seen Fairy Island. More people said that they had seen a fleet of gods, and they were panicked for a while. The real instigator was the Beiyang fleet and the accompanying merchant ships sailing northeast. After going out of the Seto Inland Sea, They passed through the waters near Kanagawa-juku without encountering any large ships along the way. There were many warehouse ships and fishing boats used by villagers. It's just that these ships only dared to sail close to the coastline, and had no chance to encounter the Beiyang fleet, which was kept some distance from the coastline. In this way, the Beiyang fleet and accompanying merchant ships broke into Edo Bay unscrupulously along the coastline. Close to the coastline, Zheng Zilong used a telescope to look at a suitable place for anchoring. This is a natural harbor that can block typhoons and waves. If you don't develop it well, it will be violent. According to the intelligence, there is nothing in Edo Bay that can threaten our ships except for some weak and small houseboats in the shogunate, said the naval officer on the Oki. Still be careful. There must be a formation patrolling outside the fleet at all times, Zheng Zilong said. Yes. In the end, Zheng Zilong chose to drop anchor in a small fishing village, Yokohama Village. There are less than 100 households here, and within Edo Bay, it is still quite remote from Edo Castle and belongs to the territory under the jurisdiction of Kanagawa. Zheng Zilong has not been anxious enough to directly lead the Beiyang fleet to the Edo Castle, so it is estimated that there is no need for any negotiation. It is simply an undeclared war. The fishermen of Yokohama Village saw more than 20 huge boats approaching, and they shook the wood pulp desperately, and then abandoned the boats and landed, stunned by this huge fleet that had never been seen before. The Yongcheng, with its black painted hull and black smoke from the chimney, is the most eye-catching. Moreover, the Yongcheng, which has a steam boiler, is not smaller than the sailing battleships like the Daki, and it has attracted their attention. What is that black boat? Is it on fire? Why does it smoke? The villagers in the small fishing village had never seen such a weird thing in their lives, and they whispered to the Yongcheng ship, "These boats are so big, how could there be such a big boat in the world? Are they monsters?" There were also villagers full of awe and fear. In the horrified eyes of the villagers, several small boats were dropped from the big boat. Sailors and navy soldiers drove these wooden boats close to the shore. They were responsible for detecting the surrounding water and reefs, and avoiding the big boats from running aground and hitting the rocks. "The monster has come ashore, the monster has come ashore." I don't know who yelled, and the fishermen onlookers were frightened and dispersed. They fled back to their wooden house, closed the doors and windows, and prayed that the siren would not harm them. This saved Zheng Zilong and the others from spending time cleaning up these fishermen. The small boat carried several teams of naval soldiers onto the land of Honshu Island, and then these teams of navy soldiers explored the surroundings. It might not be easy for those of us to find out the surrounding water on our own. It's better to catch a local fisherman to know where to anchor the big boat. A navy soldier said. "Do any of us speak Dongying?" someone asked. The military owner has long considered this issue. Our Beiyang fleet has mainly dealt with Goryeo and Dongying, and there are many soldiers and officers who understand Dongying. When I was mixed with the commander in Kyushu before, that was after studying Dongying linguistic, said a small officer of the Beiyang fleet who came ashore. This is easier. The navy team aimed at the small fishing village of Yokohama Village, and then forcibly broke into a fisherman's home. The doors and windows of these fishermen are closed tightly, and the situation cannot be opened unless they break in. After the wooden door of the fisherman's house was destroyed, a fisherman stood in front of his wife and fishermen under 5 or 6 years old, looking desperately at a group of strong men in strange costumes and guns in their hands. "Don't be afraid, we are here to trouble the shogunate, and we will not do anything to the civilians. Now we have a little trouble. I hope you can help us, and these are your rewards." A small navy officer who can speak Dongying, a silver ingot, was taken out and placed on the tattered wooden table in the wooden house. Poor and desolate here, it is similar to some remote fishing villages in Daming. This piece of silver ingot seemed to have a huge magical power, which made the panicked fishermen seem to calm down a lot. This silver ingot alone will be enough for their family to live for a long time. In addition, the little navy officer spoke in Eastern English, and the fishermen hesitated to accept the silver ingot. "Are you really not monsters in the sea? We are soldiers from Daming. Do you know the Daming Han Dynasty? Tang Dynasty, calligraphy. T. The Navy officer give examples one by one, trying to make this fisherman trust him. Are you from China? Ah, I heard the old people in the village say that it is the most prosperous place in the world. No wonder you are so rich. The fisherman understood this time and took the silver ingots for granted. That's easy to talk about. You guys testify to me. I'm going to pay for the expenses to complete the mission, and I will have to find financial reimbursement in the future. The junior Navy officer saw that Zhonghua's recognition here is so high and believes that communication should be done. It's not a problem, so he secretly relieved, and said to the Navy soldiers on the left and right, P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, zero advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Daz Hudalong, press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 385, The Black Ship Coming to Sail. In the general's mention of Edo Castle, an arrow pierced the air and hit the bull's eye of the wooden rake. The general is good at archery, boasted the boy who prepared arrows for the shogunate. The third shogun Tokugawa Iemitsu did not smile because of the flattery of the patrons. Just put the longbow aside at will, while the back end sits on the wooden board and tastes the tea on the tea set. The quality of this tea is excellent, isn't it? Imported from Ming. Tokugawa Iemitsu took a deep breath, and the tea smelled fragrant. Exactly, this tea was bought from a merchant in Nagasaki port, and has been tried by the Imperial Restaurant. It is indeed a Shangyalongjing tea from the Jiangnan area of the Ming Dynasty. When paired with a purple sandpot from Yixing, the tea will have such a fragrant tea. Tong said, Daming is the sovereign country, and there are so many caves and blessed places rich in fragrant tea. It is really God's favor for them. If Jiangnan can be owned by me, it will be thousands of times better than when the shogun in this district, Xiangming, entered his throat. Tokugawa Iemitsu couldn't help but sigh. As long as the general keeps a low profile and bides his time, he will surely be able to take his place when the celestial dynasty declines in the future, said the waiter. Ha ha, this kind of ambition is too big. The monkey Toyotomi Hideyoshi is resourceful and brave in combat. Didn't he still lose under the iron hoof of Ming? After the defeat, he was accused by thousands of husbands and eventually died of anger. Even if he was in decline, the sky is still a mountain we look up to. Do you want me to end up like a monkey? Tokugawa Iemitsu said, General, please forgive me. The little one is unintentional. Please forgive the little. Seeing that the tone of Tokugawa Iemitsu's tone was annoyed, the boy was frightened and pressed his forehead to the ground, asking Tokugawa Iemitsu's forgiveness. I forgive you. Tokugawa Iemitsu continued to taste the fragrant tea from the heavens. A head waiter hurriedly walked into the courtyard and bowed his head to the front of Tokugawa Iemitsu. General, Kamoto from Yokohama village is asking for a meeting, and he claims to report something important. Yokohama village is a small fishing village in the southwest. Isn't there anything important there? Iemitsu Tokugawa frowned. If it's not important, I will punish him severely. It is said that it is related to the Fuliao army of Ming Dynasty, and it is very urgent. The waiter said, let him go to the guest room of the governing office and wait for my reception. Tokugawa Iemitsu put down his teacup, miraculously becoming solemn. The deportation order issued by the shogunate and many retainers was only notified to the Fuliao army not long ago that the Fuliao army will leave Nagasaki port within a time limit. This was a very difficult decision, because the Fuliao army came from a powerful force in the celestial region and possessed incalculable strength. In Nagasaki port, there were 2 warships of the Fuliao army at anchor for a long time. The surrounding daimyo was afraid of the iron cannons of these 2 warships and did not dare to say anything. Iemitsu Tokugawa finished the precious Westlake Longjing, and then ordered the waiter to tidy up his clothes and leave the Central Olympics to meet the Kibun that governs the area of Yokohama. These banners are directly under the Tokugawa army's vassals. They have their own army and manage large tracts of land for the Tokugawa family. Although the salary of each banner is less than 10,000 stones, there are many people, and the Tokugawa shogunate is known as the 80,000 Knights of the Banner. Of course, there are only 2 or 3,000 people at most, which is equivalent to a landlord who worked for the Tokugawa family. Honorable General, our Yokohama village has suffered disaster. The fleet from the Fuliao army asked the subordinates to bring a message to the shogunate general, otherwise, they would bombard the subordinates' territory. The miserable Kimoto said aggrievedly. How did the Fuliao army break into our Edo Bay, without any prior notice? Tokugawa Iemitsu was furious. Edo Bay was the hinterland of the Tokugawa shogunate, and the Fuliao army's fleet broke in so unscrupulously that no one had notified it in advance. If the Fuliao army is determined to overthrow the shogunate, then Daming's army will be sent to the outskirts of Edo Castle by this fleet, maybe even attacking Edo Castle directly. This flagmoto could only lie on the ground in fear, waiting for Tokugawa Iemitsu's question. How many ships did they come? And how many people? Tokugawa Iemitsu was shocked, but he suppressed the panic in his heart and asked coldly. He wants to remain calm in front of his ministers. There are 13 artillery ships, 9 merchant ships, 700 to 800 soldiers and merchants who have landed ashore, and some people are worried that our samurai will attack them, so they are as cunning as foxes, hiding in the sea. Dare to go ashore? This flagmoto said. Then what are they asking you to convey to me? Tokugawa Iemitsu asked. They asked the shogunate to send envoys to negotiate with them. What is there to negotiate? Is it about Nagasaki port? Do they want to use force to force this general to revoke the deportation order? Tokugawa Iemitsu's tone was already a little angry. The general is as expected. There is indeed such a requirement in the Fuliao army. Is there another one? Tokugawa Iemitsu's face was as dark as the lid of the pot. They also demanded open Edo Bay to Ming merchants, and merchant ships of the Ming and Fuliao army can freely enter and exit Edo Bay, and lease Yokohama village to them. The unlucky Kyokumoto said tremblingly. He could already predict that the high-ranking shogunate would be furious when he heard this almost humiliating request. Bang! Sure enough, Iemitsu Tokugawa smashed the coffee table fiercely. Teacups, teapots and other utensils fell to the ground, frightening Kimoto to lie on the ground in fear. The Fuliao army is really deceiving people too much. I really regret not strangling them when they were weak. Tokugawa Iemitsu stood up directly. Regardless of etiquette, come here, give this general all the seniors and elders. Gather into the city and discuss major issues together. For a while, winds were raging around Edo Castle, and almost the entire Eastern Kingdom, more than 100 famous names and thousands of flags, focused their attention on the little-known fishing village of Yokohama Village. In just 1 or 2 days, the news of the arrival of the Fuliao army's troops in the Eastern Kingdom swept through Edo Bay, Kanagawa-juku and other places. A large number of farmers, samurai, and various daimyo gathered around Yokohama village. Some people are curious to watch the fleet appearing in the waters near Yokohama village. Some people have never seen the celestial forces land in Edo Bay, and some people want to see how the shogunate will deal with this earth-shattering change. Since the most shocking surrounding daimyo this time was the ironclad ship Yongcheng of the Fuliao army, no one had seen this special steam ironclad ship. Because the Yongcheng used black paint to prevent the steel from rusting, this incident was called the Black Ship Coming Sail Incident by the big names. This incident had an earth-shaking impact on the shogunate system that the Tokugawa shogunate painstakingly created. Perhaps even Tokugawa Iemitsu himself has not realized the seriousness of the problem. P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Does HUD long press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 386, Dragon and Tiger Negotiations. Yokohama Village, a small fishing village that is not yet famous, is located on the west side of Edo Bay, but at this time it has become the focus of attention of thousands of people. Almost everyone focused on this small area. The reason is simple. The commander of the Beiyang fleet of the Fuliao army had to negotiate with the loyal minister Sakai Tadakatsu, trusted by the shogunate. Nearly 1,000 people came ashore from the Fuliao army, and Tadaka Sakai led 2,000 soldiers to Yokohama village to meet Zheng Zilong. If it weren't for the warships of the Fuliao army cruising near the sea area of Yokohama village, which shocked the Tokugawa shogunate, perhaps the two sides had already started fighting. The villagers in Yokohama village had never seen such a battle before. 3,000 people from both sides, together with wandering warriors from various places, and nearby daimyo, crowded this area. These villagers also came out to watch, their eyes widened and afraid of coming out. The focus of both sides fell on Zheng Zilong and Sakai Tadakatsu in the middle. Both sides have their own backing, and they are all powerful figures in their respective forces. Who are you from the Fuliao army? Why do you lead a fleet to invade our eastern border? Sakai Tadashi said first. Who are you? As the sovereign nation of China, is it not normal for us to patrol the surrounding area? Do you want to deny the status of our sovereign nation? Zheng Zilong snapped his head and covered his face with accusations. Sakai pointed at Zheng Zilong with a pale face. It's true that Daming is the sovereign state, but you can't invade the borders of surrounding kingdoms at will. But we, as the suzerain country, have heard that the shogunate has repeatedly suppressed peasant uprisings and persecuted various big names. This has made the people living here. We seriously suspect that you have violated the human rights of the people under the rule. Yes, we suspect that you do not respect human rights. Zheng Zilong reported to the sky. In the whole world, there are only Hui points. I heard that the shogunate was unwilling to admit that he was a barbarian, calling Ming to be China, Korea as a foreign country, and Western and Nanyang as barbarians. Since the shogunate regards itself as a Chinese system as part of this, we, as the sovereign nation, care about whether the people in the system are living a good life. What is wrong? So this time it's not that we want to break into your realm, but the will of God to let us come here and save lives in the aquatic life. The hot common people of Dongying. Sakai was blindfolded. Why is it that Zheng Zilong, who took the initiative to invade Edo Bay, has become the righteous party, and he seems to treat his people harshly? Wait. Let me clarify the logic. Sakai said with a headache. You said that you broke into Edo Bay to solve the human rights problem in Toei. Where are our civilians here in dire straits? Look at the villagers in this small fishing village. All of them are ragged, hungry, yellow and thin, just like a starving ghost. Look at our people, one by one, all of us, all of them, all red and satin, standing high and low. Zheng Zilong pointed to the villagers in Yokohama village, and pointed to the merchant behind him. You are comparing our fishermen with your wealthy businessman. Tadao Sakai was not blinded this time. Fortunately, Zheng Zilong's sophistry was not circumvented. Shut up. I've never seen such a brazen person. Zheng Zilong interrupted Sakai Tadaka suddenly. Don't play cards according to common sense. Who is the real cheeky? Tadao Sakai tilted his nose and stopped people from talking. Well, since you violated the human rights of the civilians first, we must seek justice for the millions of people in Dongying. Let's sit down and negotiate. Please. Zheng Zilong didn't know which fisherman got the two from. The shabby wooden stool was placed in front of Sakai Tadakatsu and him. We are sitting in this plus a negotiation. Seeing that Zheng Zilong wanted to sit and negotiate directly on the rural road in the small fishing village of Yokohama village, Sakai could not help but look at Zheng Zilong with the eyes of the monster. I see that the air here is clear and the sun is shining. This is a good place to discuss important matters. Why do you dislike the place where your people live? Zheng Zilong said. It's just too fucking. Sakai said. I do not think that the commander of the northern fleet of the Liao army is insulting. You are not a general of the shogunate, and you are afraid of losing your position. Let's sit down and talk. Zheng Zilong shouted. Sakai was frightened by Zheng Zilong's sudden harsh rebuke, so he embarrassedly sat on two small benches with Zheng Zilong in full view, negotiating face to face. Tadaka Sakai once participated in the Battle of Sekigahara from the Hidetsuda department of Gunkawa. He is in his 40s and is a heavy minister of Tokugawa Iemitsu, and he has a spirit of killing. Zheng Zilong is young, and he is not as mature as Sakai Tadakasa, but his killing spirit is more than that of Sakai Tadagara, and his experience is even more legendary. Zheng Zilong looted passing ships in the Yizu Strait when he was in his early 20s, repeatedly breaking the Ming Navy. If it weren't for the birth of the Fu Liao army, he would now be the king of the South Seas, sailing across the world. After joining the Fu Liao army, with more powerful warships and artillery, the industrial knowledge provided by the Fu Liao army greatly expanded Zheng Zilong's vision. In contrast, Sakai is like a frog at the bottom of a well. Thousands of people around Yokohama village are standing on the sidelines to see how the two sides compete. The deportation order was revoked, Edo Bay was opened, and the land in Kanagawa-juku and Yokohama was handed over to us for management. To Sakai Tadagara's surprise, Zheng Zilong did not take verbal tricks after sitting down. It was straightforward to state the conditions of the Liao army. Please forgive our shogunate for not being able to do it. Nagasaki port was originally the land of our shogunate, and your garrison should immediately evacuate from Nagasaki port. Not to mention that Edo Bay is the inner lake of our shogunate Edo Castle. If Edo Bay is opened, let you go in and out. Where is the majesty that we want to place on our shogunate? Where is the safety? Sakai said, shaking his head. You have to know that we are already tolerant of you if we don't take down Edo Castle. We are here on the order of the General Chu, the General of the Heavens, and if your mansion agrees to our terms, open trade and establish a port. Our army is no longer aggressive except for the 2 warships to be garrisoned. If not, the navy will be made to land and attack Edo City by land and water until it breaks Edo City. Zheng Zilong's tone became sharp again. The whole person's momentum has changed drastically. Aren't you crazy? A mere 2,000 people threatened to break Edo Castle. Sakai screamed. The surrounding Dongying civilians and samurai were also in an uproar. It seems that you are doubting the strength of our Beiyang fleet. In this way, if you let me count the number of heavy artillery on our ships, you will be a little more sober. Zheng Zilong showed a sly smile. P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Daz Hudalong, press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 387, Lisa Fishing Village. This is Darky, equipped with 54 cannons, each with a mouth thicker than the mouth of the bull. The firing range is 1 mile short, and the long cannon 2 to 3 miles away. Zheng Zilong took Sakai Tadashi to come. On the shore, several families told him about the ships of the Beiyang fleet. There is also the Daku and Dian, which have similar configurations to the Daki. Our Fu Liao army calls them the Warring State S-class battleships. Attention! The Warring States period I am talking about here is the Spring and Autumn period and Warring States period of China, not your little troubles. Tadagara Sakai looked up at the tall Loki from the shore, and the thick muzzle exposed in the cabin made his mind straighten. He had a little calculation in his heart, and he was even more uneasy. The sea fire cannons in the entire Edo Castle area are no more than 20 iron cannons. The caliber is not as large as the heavy guns of the Oki. It has to face 3 Sengoku-class sailing battleships and 10 frigates with slightly weaker firepower, armed merchant ships, ironclad steamships. No matter how you calculate it, in the face of absolute power, there was no chance of winning at all. How about, Sakai Tadakatsu, you can resist? If you think that my firepower cannot break the shogunate, I will jump into the sea to feed the fish. Without saying a word, Zheng Zilong looked at Sakai's face with satisfaction. It's uncertain. Don't deceive people too much. Although you can obtain the dominance of the sea, once the shogunate summons the world's soldiers and horses, you can get 200,000 troops and completely destroy you. Sakai still wants to restore his confidence. 200,000 troops in front of our muskets and artillery. They are nothing more than chickens and dogs. And do you think that the world's great names will be against our Fuliao army because of the call of the shogunate? They are eager for the shogunate to fall, and then replace the shogunate and become the new co-master of the world. With the strength of our Fuliao army, it is easy to support a big name Shangluo. It is just that we feel that the current shogunate can maintain peace in the world, so we negotiated with you. Zheng Zilong said badly. However, it seems as stable as an old dog. But Zheng Zilong's heart is not good either. If you really fight with the Tokugawa shogunate, it is not difficult to conquer the periphery of Edo Castle. The problem is that you are afraid that the lone army will go deep and sink into the vast ocean of the people of the East. The Tokugawa shogunate gave up Edo Castle and could retreat to other daimyo loyal to the shogunate. However, it is impossible for the warships of the Beiyang fleet to run to the shore with long legs to pursue them. The most important thing is that the Fuliao army is already fighting on two fronts. Liu Sheng is trying to confuse the water of Dongying, so that there will be an internal fight between the daiming of Dongying and the shogunate, and he cannot get deep into it before he is fully prepared. Your trick is too cruel in front of the powerful cannons. Tadaka Sakai had to step back a little. Well, our shogun is willing to withdraw the expulsion order against your Nagasaki port garrison. You can still stay here. The port of Nagasaki has garrison troops and normal trade, and everything has resumed as before. This is the end. The deportation order incident happened only when your shogunate had nothing to do. Now revoke the unreasonable deportation order, and want to drive away our fleet that sailed thousands of miles away. I am afraid it is a bit too whimsical, right? Zheng Zilong stared at Sakai Tadaki, causing Sakai to get goosebumps. What conditions do you have to mention? Open Edo Bay and lease Kanagawa, Yokohama and other places to us. Our merchant ships can trade not only in Hirado and Nagasaki, but also in Edo Bay. Zheng Zilong said domineeringly. The Ming merchants behind Zheng Zilong all showed worship and excitement in their eyes. If Edo Bay is opened, the Eastern Kingdom will be reduced to the world of their merchants. With the current competitiveness of Dongying country's products, how can it be comparable to products from Daiming? Impossible. Edo Bay is an important place to defend Edo Castle, and no overseas garrisons are allowed. Sakai said firmly. Then there is no talk? Goodbye. I will get on the battleship and use artillery to tell you the fate of not opening the country. Zheng Zilong put on his cloak and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Sakai reached out and stopped Zheng Zilong. Could you lower the terms? Otherwise, based on my understanding of the shogunate, he would rather use the entire Edo Castle to bury you with you, and it is impossible to agree to it. Tadaka Sakai said so softly that he couldn't even think of it himself. Under the strong threat of firing a cannon without opening the door, he found that he could not find a solution except for compromise and recompromising. The shogunate could not produce anything that threatened the Fuliao army, and all the daimyo are watching the action of the shogunate. If the shogunate agrees to the shameless request of the Fuliao army, he will become a traitor that Qianfu refers to. And if the shogunate did not agree to the request of the Fuliao army, causing the Fuliao army to attack the city in anger, other daimyo would claim that the shogunate was incompetent and would replace it. In any case, the shogunate is in a dilemma between national justice and self-interest. Well, then, the Kanagawa boundary is too large. Even if we lease it, we can't manage it. Similarly, Edo Bay is so big that we don't want to manage it. So we leased this broken fishing village and the 30-mile boundary as a port. It is constructed and managed by our Fuliao army. Our Fuliao army has the right to garrison here, and also have the right to trade here with the surrounding daimyo and shogunate. Except for this broken fishing village, our ships have not been attacked. Don't go deep into Edo Bay. What do you think? Zheng Zilongshan Road 18 Ben finally said, the bargaining chip in his heart. Compared with the opening of the entire Edo Bay and the ceding of Kanagawa, Renting a small Yokohama village is so insignificant. This huge gap almost made Sakai Tadakatsu forget that he was ceded land and pay compensation. If it's just a Yokohama village and the surrounding land for 30 miles, I need to report to the shogunate, and then I will need to discuss with the elders and veterans before making a decision. Sakai Tadako is still moving. Ceding a broken fishing village in exchange for the satisfaction of the Fuliao army, and allowing the shogunate to settle down for a period of time, seems a bit worthwhile. Then he'll be waiting for you here for only 5 days. During this time, you need to provide us with fresh fruits, food and other supplies. Otherwise our soldiers will be dissatisfied with looting without authorization. Do you know? Let's use it. You can use silver to buy your things, and you can also use silver to buy the good things our merchants brought this time. The merchant ships contain Jiangnan silk, Huaishan tea, etc. that you can hardly buy. Zheng Zilong said. I see, Sakai said. Hold on. What else do you have? Go back and tell the shogunate that our Fuliao army will not rent your Yokohama village. We will pay 1 silver coin as rent each year. Zheng Zilong took out 1 coin of official silver and handed it to Sakai Tadaka. Sakai Tadakatsu glanced at the silver ingot lying in his hand, crying without tears. A silver in 30 miles? This is more distressing than selling at a low price. P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Daz Hudalong, press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 388 Sugar-Coated Cannonballs. Prince Bab could not imagine that the tribe who had betrayed him that day knelt in front of him like docile lambs, asking for his forgiveness. Of course, there were Fuliao army cavalry with muskets nearby. Aian has apologized for himself. It was we who were blind before we followed him. Please forgive us for our previous crimes. These traitorous officials bowed their heads to their ears. Get up. It's all Ajan united with foreigners in an attempt to subvert our tribe, discussing conspiracies and tricks with 2 old thieves, Toshitu and Zasaktu. You are all people who have been deceived by him, and the shaman will forgive you. Seeing that the turbulent situation in the Chechen ministry was quelled by the Fuliao army, the leader of the thieves Alabama committed suicide. There is no need to pursue other people, the weak and the strong. It has always been the iron discipline on the prairie, and if you have the opportunity to find a way to rectify them in the future. At this time, Chechen Khan Shaol, with the arrival of the Liadong Cavalry Brigade, finally saw his son. Father Khan, Babu couldn't help but lose his voice after seeing Shaol. My son, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Shaol was also tearful. Big brother, they were all killed by the dog thief. Ayan Buba gritted his teeth. I've heard Shebulai talk about this. Don't think that the dog thief, Ayan, will be able to settle the account of suicide. I will divide him by 5 horses, and all the people will be buried with him. Shaol said viciously. These people who are sweating profusely are not unscrupulous. When Babu and Shuolai met, the Hawkin Cavalry Brigade and the Joint Cavalry Brigade had crossed the boundaries of the Chechnya and entered Tushitu and Zasakta to assist the Chaha and Ordo's cavalry in launching a full-scale war on the Mobai grassland. The Liadong Cavalry Brigade stayed in the Chechen ministry to frighten the various forces within the Chechen ministry, lest they interfere in the Mobai total war. And General Ralk, I heard that you are a great general of the Chechen ministry. The reason why Prince Bab was able to resist the rebels and stay undefeated for 2 years is because of your command, even if it is compared with the speed and the goodbye. They are not inferior either. A man dressed in an officer's costume of the Liadong Cavalry Brigade came over and said to the Chechen general, how can there be such a thing? If I had the ability to speed up, and chi by them, I would have defeated Alabama long ago. And I don't need to be forced to such a point. Ralk said. Although he felt that the people of the Fuliao army were flattering him, but he felt comfortable. General Rook is really humble. I am Huang De, the military staff officer of the Liadong Cavalry Brigade. I am glad to meet you. The Fuliao army officer stretched out his hand. Oh, military staff, what kind of position is that? Seeing the other side greeted enthusiastically, Ralk couldn't refuse, so he shook hands with Huang De. It's the staff you know who gave advice to the boss. You also know that our brigade commander has a straight face all day, as if someone owes him tens of thousands of tals of silver. Huang De said. Yes, the commander of your Liadong Cavalry Brigade really doesn't seem to be able to deal with, Ralk said. So it's up to me to deal with you. This is the finest tea we bought from the Jiangnan area. We are ordered by the army owner to give General Ralk a taste of it. Huang De asked a guard to carve a small wood made of mahogany. Give the box to Ralk. How embarrassing is this? Ralk still took the small wooden box. The moment the wooden box took over, Ralk didn't have any preparation. His hands sank, almost causing the wooden box to fall to the ground. This is tea? Ralk held the heavy wooden box in disbelief. Would it be so heavy if it were really tea? Huang De smiled slightly, but whispered in Rookie's ear, in addition to a packet of tea, there is also a special product of our Fuliao army's yellow croaker. Lurk's eyes lit up, and he opened the wooden box slightly, revealing a small slit. Through the crevices, he could see the little yellow croaker that Huang De said was lying quietly in it. The golden luster was overflowing with brilliance, making him tickling a kitten in his heart. Da Ming's rich tea is truly unparalleled in the world. Ralk reluctantly closed the small wooden box and held it tightly in his arms. We dare not say anything else, but food, tea, and porcelain are all our unparalleled commodities. Then General Ralk, are we friends now? Huang De squinted and smiled. Of course it is. I, Rook, is a friend of your Fuliao army. If I need my help in the future, I will die. Roku said. There is no need to die, we only need to make a pure transaction. Huang De said. When the Fuliao army used sugar-coated shells to infiltrate Chechen generals, Chechen Khan Shaol and Babu, who had regained their homeland and ethnic people, began to have a headache about how to place the Liadong Cavalry Brigade that was not going away on the pastures of the Chechen ministry. As the saying goes, it is easy to ask the gods to send them away. The great god of the Fuliao army helped them regain the lost ground easily, but they still couldn't leave. Bab, you are so confused. Asking the Fuliao army for help is simply seeking skin with a tiger. What they will be coveting is definitely not as simple as fishing Lake Bailey Ranch. They don't squeeze our blood out. We'll leave, Shaol said. But Father Khan, I was also helpless. Even if the fish died and the net was broken to benefit the Fuliao army, I did not want to be the captive of the traitor like Aion, Babu said. In the final analysis, all this is because we are not strong enough. Shaol sighed. By the way, Father Khan, their Fuliao army sent 3 cavalry soldiers here. Why are there only the Liadong Cavalry Brigade, Hawkin Cavalry and another cavalry? Babu asked. Our 2 cavalry troops have already marched on Toshitu and Zasakta to avenge you thoroughly. The facial paralyzed brigade commander of the Liadong Cavalry Brigade appeared behind them at some unknown time. Your appetite is too big, you want to take down the whole Mobai in one breath. After hearing the words of the brigade commander with facial paralysis, Shaol had cold sweat on his back. If Duke Saitu and Zasakta were annexed by the Fuliao army, wouldn't the Chechen ministry become an enclave in the Fuliao army's sphere of influence, surrounded by tribes incorporated into the Fuliao army? When the cavalry from the crusade against Duke Saitu and Zasakta returns, we will hold the Mobai Grassland Conference in your Chechen Wang's account on the upper reaches of the Klyulan River to discuss the unification of Mobai Mongolia and Monon Mongolia, and accept the decision the joint management of officials dispatched by Liadong and locally selected officials, said the brigade commander with facial paralysis. What? I haven't heard of this. Shaol was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the Fuliao army wanted to unify the Monon grassland and the Mobai grassland. Monon Mongolia often lives in mixed with Han people, and the 2 sides influence each other. But Mobai Mongolia almost retains the purity of the Mongol Empire's blood, and it is not closely related to the Central Plains dynasty. However, this reply to the Liao army obviously wanted to include Mobai Mongolia into the Chinese system. Chapter 390 Mobai Grassland Conference 3rd More. I, Zasakju Han Saban, are willing to lead my people to the Fu Liao army, accept the Fu Liao army's jurisdiction, and never rebel. Saban lost ground and led 2,000 cavalry soldiers to surrender to Yilin Chen and Wu Keshan. 2,000 cavalrymen were surrounded by 20,000 cavalrymen, and the Korchin cavalry brigade, the most elite of the Fu Liao army, who was in charge of the 4 black dragon banners, intervened. Saban couldn't think of any stubborn resistance. Continuing stubborn resistance, it would just cost him and the 2,000 people's lives in vain. Come here, take their weapons away. Except for detaining generals, the rest of the herdsmen will be disbanded, waiting for the government to send people to accept the reorganization. Although Wu Keshan is the least experienced among the people, Obu is almost leaving the army, and Wu Keshan has become the 4 black dragon banners. One of the people in charge has more power than those present, so he is the one who will make the preliminary disposal of Zasaktu. Don't bully my people, but he'll be at your disposal. Saban said, we are not butchers. There is no reason to treat your people wrongly, so don't worry. Wu Keshan said. Wu Keshan, how do you deal with Saban next? Ilanchen asked. Do you want to kill him? Killing him will probably lead to great chaos in Zasaktu, which is not in our interest. I will stay behind 2,000 cavalry to guard Zasaktu, and then take Saban to the king's account of the Chechen tribe. I think of the time when the 3 Mobai tribes, the Khan of the ministry, will gather together. We will hold the Mobai Grassland Conference to establish a new order in the Mobai Grassland, just like the Monon Grassland Conference that day. Wu Keshan said. It seems that Mobai will also be the area of influence of the Fu Liao army in the future, and the only large Mongolian tribes around here are only Moxie Mongolia that has not yet surrendered. But they are far in the western regions. I am afraid the Fu Liao army is not interested in them either. Fo Chen said. No interest for a while does not mean no interest in the future. Maybe the Mongolian tribes in our 3 major regions will become a family again. Wu Keshan said. Erin, are you interested in going to the Chechen ministry to participate in the Mobai Grassland Conference? At this time, your Ordo's tribe was a great contributor to the suppression of Mobai. Ha ha ha, I must go to witness such a grand event. I will send back the warriors of our tribe, and only bring hundreds of cavalry to the Chechen tribe with you. Erlin Chen was in a good mood. The 3 major tribes of Mobai Mongol were almost destroyed overnight. Under the collective dispatch of the Fu Liao army, Monon Mongol demonstrated amazing combat power and terrible long-distance attackability, which is quite the shadow of the Mongolian Empire in the past. It is in sharp contrast with the Mongolian tribes scattered by Hujin in the late Ming Dynasty. The Chechen Wangzhang, located in the upper reaches of the Kliulan River, was originally the stronghold of Chechen Khan. Later, it was captured by the rebel generals Ajan, Tushitu Khan and Zasakta Khan. Now, after Ajian's self-decision, Wangjiang has returned to the name of Shaol, and is actually controlled by the Liadong Cavalry Brigade. The first Mobai Mongolia meeting was held here. The Khan of the 3 major tribes of Mobai Mongolia sat obediently in the main tent. 2 of the 3 hard-working Khans were prisoners, and the only Chechen Khan who was in a better situation was a prisoner released by the Fu Liao army. Only Prince Bab has such a small amount of real power. In addition to the 3 major tribes of Mobai Mongolia, there are actually some weak tribes struggling to survive around the 3 major tribes. This time, most small tribes also sent people to participate in the meeting. Sitting across from the 3 Kublai Khan in Mobai is the brigade commander of the 3 Cavalry Brigade. Facial Paralysis Brigade Commander, Wu Keshan, brigade commander of the Joint Cavalry Brigade. Ahem, this time we are going to have a democratic vote. The Facial Paralysis Brigade commander said. The content of the decision is to abolish the status of the 3 major Khan ministries and place the Mobai tribes under the jurisdiction of our Fu Liao army, divided into guards, at the 3 management levels of Qi and County, Our Fuliao army will send officials and select talents from various tribes to form government offices for management. In addition, we will approve the pastures of various tribes to reduce conflicts between various tribes, so that each tribe of herders can have a stable pasture. According to our vision, Mobai can be divided into 3 Davids, Chechenwai, Chuksityuwai, and Zasaktyuwai. The status is equivalent to the Ryukagat. Wukeshan added, "Do you have any objections?" Gunbu and Suban almost acquiesced to Fuliao Army's proposal. Even if the Fuliao Army made a more excessive proposal, what could they do? They are also very desperate. They are already captives. Even if their lives are in the hands of others, can they still object? The two of them looked towards Shaol. Perhaps only Shaol could say a word. The army masters of the Fuliao army, Tushtyuhan and Zasaktyuhan, have offended you. Although you can dethrone them, we Chechen Khan asks you to come and help. How can it offend you so much that you want even our Chechen tribe wants to annex? Shaol said with courage. Our Fuliao army always pays attention to democracy. It is not about occupying your Chechen ministry, but your own choice. It is better to have a democratic vote for the Chechen generals here, 1 person, 1 vote, and the base and the babu you two can also vote, and the minority obeys the majority. If you agree to keep the Chechen tribe as before and do not merge the Chechen tribe into our Liao army, please raise your right hand. Wukeshan said. Shuolai and Babu looked at each other, then glanced at the generals of the surrounding Chechen tribes and gave them a fierce look. Ahem, you two must not threaten voters, otherwise this would be undemocratic. Wukeshan coughed. Then start voting. Shuolai and Babu raised their right hands. However, everyone was silent except for the two of them. No Chechen general raised their own hands. Shaol and Babu had a deep pain of being betrayed, and stared at them like a knife. These Chechen generals flickered their eyes to avoid being held accountable by Shaol and Babu, but no one was willing to raise their hands. Even General Ralk, whom Babu relied on most, was indifferent, staring blankly at the desk in a daze. Okay, the result is obvious. The vote is passed. Our Fuliao army will take over the Mobai grassland. From then on, the Mobai grassland has only the Mobai 3 Davids, and there is no Mobai 3. Who of you has any objections? The brigade commander with facial paralysis swept the crowd. Prince Bab wanted to stand up to refute, but was held down by Shaol. Shaol has realized that if even the subordinates he once trusted were bought by the Fuliao army, their opposition would be just as wasteful as playing the piano against a cow. On the prairie, fist is everything. Chapter 389 Black Dragon Banner Drive. Tuksaitu Khan Gunbu clamped the horse's belly, raised the whip, and flogged his cherished horse. He would not give up on this expensive horse to ride more often, and there were more than a dozen dedicated servants to serve the uncle. It was just at the critical moment that the horse was still used as a beast, and Gunbu wished it could run as fast as it took to escape the Chahar Cavalry Brigade and the United Cavalry Brigade. Khan, there is an endless wilderness further north. If we enter the wilderness, we will most likely starve to death or freeze to death, shouted the guards following Gunbu. What are you afraid of? I would rather spend the rest of my life in the wasteland than be a prisoner of the Fuliao army. Gunbu also shouted. Khan, the cavalry of the Fuliao army is catching up again. Gunbu hurriedly looked behind him, only to see the Black Dragon banner spreading, and he was so scared that he almost slipped off his horse. Damn, when will these lingering guys chase us? Gunbu was anxious. The cavalry unit in charge of chasing Gunbu seems to have prepared multiple war horses by one person. When one horse is tired, they will be replaced by another. The distance between the two sides is gradually shrinking, while Gunbu is becoming more and more desperate. The BMW that Gunbu was riding on had never suffered such torture because of its use. He let out a mournful cry, knelt down on his front hoofs, and overturned the unsuspecting Gunbu to the ground. The BMW itself fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, sweat. The soldiers who followed Gunbu shouted one after another. They hurried back to rescue Gunbu, who had fallen from the horse. But just for such a delay, the Chahar Cavalry Brigade and the United Cavalry Brigade formed a chasing force to encircle them, covering them layer by layer, and hollow muskets were aimed at them. Looking down in the sky, it looks like a black vortex is spinning around the center of the circle. The besieged Tushituufu threw away the weapons on his body, holding his head in both hands. Tuxita Khan Gunbu got up from the ground, supported his broken left leg with both hands, limped to the front of the Black Dragon banner and knelt down. The will of God is hard to violate. I, Tuxita Khan Gunbu, willing lead the territory of Xiatu and the whole clan to return to the Liao army, and will never betray forever. Zasakta Khan Saban also suffered almost the same fate. The Ordo's cavalry marched northward from near the Hetao plain, like a broken bamboo along the way, like entering an uninhabited land. Their Zasaktu tribe, lacking the leadership of Zasakta Khan Saban, instantly collapsed and was unable to resist. When Saban led the cavalry to return to Zasaktu, he was already shabby. Despite this, Saban still wants to turn the tide and regain his turf. At this moment, Saban realized the painful feeling of the invasion of the Chechen ministry represented by Babu. The vanguard of this invasion of Zasakta was the tribal coalition in the middle and western part of the grassland represented by the Ordo's cavalry. At the call of the Ordo's clan chief, the coalition was as many as 20,000. Without the need for the Fuliao army to provide food and ammunition, they are also willing to seize this opportunity for meritorious service and to fight against threats from the north. Mobai Mongolia and Monon Mongolia are not very harmonious. This time, Saban witnessed the terrifying force united by Monon Mongols. After his return, the 10,000 Zasak cavalrymen gathered by the Ordos and other tribes were divided and devoured by the coalition forces of the Ordos and other tribes. Status. And he himself was surrounded on a hillside with only more than 2,000 people around him. The heads of the people swayed around the hillside, and the cavalry of the Ordos tribe's allied forces occupied the four corners to prevent Saban, who was surrounded by the escape. Saban stood on the hillside looking at the Monon cavalry army like a tide, and his heart was bloody. In the past, when Mobliuo and Monon Liuo got along, they often ridiculed that they were cynicized and lost the edge of a grassland warrior. But this time, the united Mobliuo slapped him in the face. The desert of Mobai occupies more fertile pastures and has a larger population. Once they unite to launch a full-scale war against Mobai, the desert of Mobai appears so powerless. Black Dragon Banner. The Black Dragon banner of the Fuliao army has appeared. The guards around Saban saw a black line gradually thickening on the eastern horizon of the encirclement, rolling from the line to the surface. In front of this cavalry unit, a few Black Dragon banners with teeth and claws were hunting. Seeing this frightening Black Dragon banner, Saban felt that his legs were weakening. The tribal cavalry in the central and western grasslands, such as Ordos, was not the regular cavalry of the Fuliao army. At most, they were attached to the Fuliao army and agreed to accept the tribal cavalry under the jurisdiction of the Fuliao army Skiwa city official government. This time they went north to fight against the northern part of the desert. These tribal cavalry were to build military merit and improve their status among the many tribes under the jurisdiction of the Fuliao army. But once you see the Black Dragon banner, which represents the Fuliao army, it means that the regular cavalry of the Fuliao army is pursuing it. There are only 4 regular cavalry brigades in the Fuliao army: Liaonan Cavalry Brigade, Liaodong Cavalry Brigade, Hawkin Cavalry Brigade, and Joint Cavalry Brigade. The Liaonan Cavalry Brigade is responsible for guarding the city of Giwa, so this cavalry is likely to be one of the 3 cavalry brigades that defeated him in the Chechen ministry. The Hawkin Cavalry Brigade, which is more adept at long-distance raids, came to sweep Zasaktu. Wearing armor, Wu Keshan led 5,000 Hawkin warriors all the way from the Chechen tribe and Toshitu all the way. According to the scheduled plan, the 3 cavalry brigades defeated the Mobai coalition forces together in the Chechen ministry. Then the Liaodong Cavalry Brigade stayed behind in the Chechen ministry. The Joint Cavalry Brigade cooperated with the Chahar Cavalry to destroy Tushitu Khan, and the Hawkin Cavalry Brigade cooperated with the Ordos Cavalry to destroy Zasakta Khan. It's just that Wukeshan couldn't think of it. The Ordos tribes who were eager to fight relied on their own strength to force Zasakta Khan into the anus. Also encircled Zasakta Khan in this area. Your Ordos tribe is doing very well. There is almost nothing that our Hawkin tribe has to do. Wukeshan met the patriarch of the Ordos tribe. Hey, you can't just let the Hawkin tribe show your hands and feet, right? Why are you in charge of the Hawkin tribe now? What about Mr. Orba? Ilanchin asked. After all, Mr. Orba is old, and this kind of attack for thousands of miles is too much for his body. After helping Chechen Khan to regain the lost ground, his health is ill. Let me temporarily replace the Korchin Cavalry Brigade commander. Wukeshan said, Master Oba has been fighting for 40 years. It has been very difficult. I really envy you, Hawkin tribe. You are the only cavalry brigade that can be named after your tribe. This is a great honor. Erin Shen said with envy. Indeed, with the exception of the Hawkin Cavalry Brigade, the cavalry brigades composed of warriors selected from the eastern steppes are just called the Joint Cavalry Brigade. Chapter 391 Yokohama Treaty. After the Mobai Grassland Conference, the power of Chechen Khan's Uoland Prince Bab was forced to lift, and the Chechen generals such as Liuk almost surrendered to the Fuliao army. Before the situation in Mobai was stabilized, the Liadong Cavalry Brigade temporarily stayed in Mobai. Together with the 2,000 cavalry units in Toshitu and Zasaktu, there were almost 10,000 cavalry troops stationed in Mobai. They need to wait until the new order is established in Mobai, and before the big clans surrender their powers, they will be deterred. Among them, the most painful thing is the strong base. The Fuliao army finally came out of the #1 reform through Laba mining farm. There was a little hope in my heart that I could regain the identity of the Great Khan. It was only just after the Chechen tribe was regained that he became the king of the subjugated country. It's not that some generals, who were originally loyal to Shaol, were defeated because of the Fuliao army's money offensive, but they witnessed the massive force of the Fuliao army to fight against Mobai together with the Mon and Mongolia and Haxi-Jurchen tribes. The official cavalry of the Fuliao army alone came with 15,000 cavalry, and some Haxi-Jurchen and Monon cavalry who helped quell the local rebellion had another 34,000. Suddenly, such a large-scale battle made them feel that there is no chance of victory in resisting alone. 2/3 of the entire Mobai area is gone, leaving Chechen Khan alone to be supported by the Fuliao army, and there is almost no possibility of development. Mobai is flat. We have almost no worries. The eastern, central, and northern grasslands have all been connected to a place except the western part. Even in the extreme northern wasteland, there are Siberian pioneers working hard to establish strongholds. The captives. After the two major Khans, the main force of the Hawkin Cavalry Brigade and the United Cavalry Brigade retreated from Mobai. Wukeshan was very happy on the way. Next, there will only be the Dieming from the south. With the help of our cavalry, once you enter the pass, you will be like a broken bamboo. The brigade commander of the Joint Cavalry Brigade said, I just don't understand that the military owner has the ability to enter the Central Plains, but it's lingering. I don't know if it's the military leader who still has attachments to Daming. The people above are not only thinking about military victory. Our sharp edges are only used to achieve certain goals. We will lead troops to fight. Thinking about those strategic aspects is a headache, Wukeshan said. As the two men rode on Mongolian horses and talked, a cavalry chased him from behind. Sir, the old patriarch is going to do it. What? Wukeshan heard that Orba had an accident and immediately turned his horse's head and ran back. In the village of Yokohama Village, the shogunate dispatched an envoy that eventually signed a treaty with the Fuliao army. The leader of the delegation was still Tadaka Sakai, an important retainer of the Tokugawa family. Although the Tokugawa shogunate was reluctant, under the threat of the Fuliao army fire without founding the country, after bargaining with the Fuliao army, it finally decided to sign a treaty with the Fuliao army. Mr. Sakai, we have met again, and I hope that this time you will stop arguing with our Fuliao army over such a little demand, Zheng Zilong said with a headache. During this period of time, in order to save a bit of its own face, the shogunate had repeatedly bargained for the request of the Fuliao army to lease Yokohama port for free trade, which annoyed the powerful Zheng Zilong. In the end, the two parties reached two new consensus on renting Yokohama port, which was a step backward for the Fuliao army. First, the Fuliao army leased 30 miles of Yokohama port as a free trade port. Merchants from both sides can conduct legal commodity trade in Yokohama port for a period of 99 years. Second, the Fuliao army cannot at most one time. There are more than 5 warships stationed in Yokohama port, except during the period of deployment, and they cannot continue to penetrate into Edo Bay. Zheng Zilong didn't care about this kind of face-saving requirement, and he agreed to it for the time being. We are not selling land for prosperity, but a kind of commercial exchange. You rent our Yokohama village with 10 pls of silver a year for trading. Sakai said that he didn't even believe it. 12 pls of silver in exchange for land and part of the territorial waters in a radius of 30 miles? How cheap is this low price? No problem, I understand your difficulties, Zheng Zilong said. But I want you to be happy in my heart. Then let's sign the Yokohama Treaty. If possible, I am not willing to be the sinner of the ages, Sakai said helplessly. The two sides formally signed the Yokohama Treaty in Yokohama village. The representative of the Fuliao army was Beiyang Fleet Commander Zheng Zilong, and the representative of the shogunate was Tadaka Sakai, a retainer of the shogunate. The Yokohama Treaty is in duplicate, using all Chinese characters as the contract font, because in the Eastern Kingdom, some important orders of the shogunate were even written in Chinese characters, and it is proud to know Chinese characters. Zheng Zilong was very satisfied after signing the treaty. The task assigned to him by Luo Sheng has been successfully completed. He threatened the shogunate with warships and artillery to withdraw the deportation order. At the same time, he cut a port next to the Edo castle where the shogunate was located, and lay beside the Tokugawa shogunate at all times. In contrast, Tadaka Sakai has a sad face, which means that he will lose his power and humiliate the country. Can the deportation order of our troops in Nagasaki port be retracted? Zheng Zilong carefully put the contract in the craft paper envelope, and then put the craft paper envelope in the wooden box. This is the first contract that the Fuliao army requested from Dongying, but it is precious information. Our shogunate decided to withdraw the deportation order, and the port of Nagasaki is still managed by the Shimadzu family, and at the same time, the Fuliao army is allowed to station troops at the port of Nagasaki. Sakai said. This time even the Yokohama village near Edo Castle was leased to the Fuliao army garrison, not to mention the Nagasaki port on Kyushu Island. Well, that's good. Why did you know that? If it weren't for your sudden expulsion order, we would still stay in Nagasaki port. Where would there be time to travel all the way to Edo Bay and spend so much with you? Time negotiation? Did you know that when we use the Beiyang fleet this time, the amount of materials consumed on a voyage is an astronomical figure? Zheng Zilong said. If I really knew this, I wouldn't want to provoke you at all. It's like getting fishy without eating fish. Sakai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Haha, we still need to cooperate more in the future. This time I will lead our Da Ming merchants to come, just not to let this voyage go in vain. They will open trade in Yokohama village and welcome big names from all over the world to come to trade. Zheng Zilong was in a good mood after signing the treaty. What good stuff did your merchant bring? Sakai asked curiously. Everything you can imagine has everything you can imagine, such as good tea, porcelain, fur. Go, I will take you to a merchant ship to select, and if it suits you, you will take it at a low price. Zheng Zilong said. P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Daz had a long press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 392. The Liberation of Mankind. Luo Sheng has encountered 2 good things and 1 bad thing recently. Zheng Zilong sent someone from Yokohama village to send back the original documents of the Yokohama Treaty. Luo Sheng was very satisfied with the Yokohama Treaty. This treaty does not seem to have suffered much from the shogunate. Even if the shogunate does not provide the full Liao army with Yokohama village as a garrison port, the full Liao army's fleet can still set off from Nagasaki port and enter Edo Bay unscrupulously, just like this is the operation of the Beiyang fleet. The shogunate, lacking sea ships and coastal defense, had no resistance at all. But in fact, the signing of the Yokohama Treaty made Luo Sheng, who had a historical concept of the overall situation, judged that the Tokugawa shogunate was abolished this time. Lease of Yokohama village is actually an act of insulting power and insulting the country, and the Tokugawa shogunate will surely become a target of public criticism. The Tokugawa shogunate was unable to face the accusations of the people and other daimyos, and soon the Tokugawa family's painstaking shogunate system was about to collapse. There is a situation in the island country where the rain is about to come and the wind is full of buildings. The other thing is that the Mobai grassland is calm, and the Mobai grassland is merged into the Monon grassland. After the Fu Liao army, it is directly called the large grassland, and it does not distinguish between north and south. Farther Moxie Mongolia reached the western regions, Qinghai, and other places, and the Fu Liao army was beyond reach, so it has no interest for the time being. Toshichuhan and Zasakchuhan were captured by Wu Keshan and dedicated them to himself. But one bad thing is that Oba, the chief of Hawkin tribe, passed away suddenly and long on his way home from the battle in Mobai Mongol. Luo Sheng was a little silent when he received Oba's obituary. Oba is considered an important figure in the Fu Liao army. He was once intimidated by Da and the others to oppose Hu Jin. Later, he has served as the 1st Hawkin Cavalry Brigade commander, and he is regarded as an old general of the Fu Liao army. It's just that, after all, I'm very old, and after a big fight, I'm exhausted. And finally, the old General Oba did not insult his ideals and gave him a thick burial. He also granted pensions to his family and granted his grandchildren the qualifications to go to the Academy of Sciences to study. Luo Sheng thought for a while and said, the farewell ceremony for the Hawkin tribe was held on the grasslands of Hawkin. Participating in this farewell ceremony were the former nobles of the Hawkin tribe, the cronies who had followed the Oba, and the great figures from other Mongolian tribes who had a relationship with the Oba. Even Luo Sheng, the commander of the Ming Liadong army and the leader of the Fu Liao army, personally came to the Hawkin tribe to see off the leader of Hawkin's clan. As time approached late autumn, the sluggish autumn wind swept across the grassland, rolling up the grass fragments that were beginning to wither on the grassland. Oba's wooden coffin was carried to the burial site for money. Tens of thousands stood on this prairie, silent for a while, mourning for Oba. One of the most painful is Mangus, who had followed Oba in his early years and rebelled against Jin. He was about the same age as Oba, and was crying over the passing of his old boss and old comrade in arms. 2 lines of turbid tears flowed down the folds on his dry face. His granddaughter Daya and grandson Wu Keshan supported him around him, so that they would not be sad. Luo Sheng stood in front of Obama's coffin, facing the sad crowd, feeling extremely heavy. Drunk lying on the battlefield, Lord Grim, a few people have fought back in ancient times. Only when he truly returned to the troubled times did Luo Sheng realize how difficult it is to survive, especially as a general and soldier fighting on the front line. They are using all their lives to fight for a better living environment for the people and people behind them. Old General Oba is very old, but he is still unwilling to be calm and wants to ride on this vast grassland. For old General Oba, iron and blood, howling wind, galloping horses, and vast grasslands, it is his true belonging. We should feel honored for General Oba. His experience tells us that the most precious thing is life, and a person's life should be spent like this, he will not be wasted. He is regretful for his years, and he will not be ashamed for his inaction. When posterity builds a conclusion for him, he will say, his life and all his experiences are dedicated to the most magnificent cause in the world for the liberation of all mankind. Struggle. Liu Sheng said gravely. He didn't read it dry to the paper, but branded this passage in his heart. Among the more than 10,000 people who saw Orbov, the person in front of him heard Liu Sheng's words. His body shook slightly. Liu Sheng knew that his words had a little impact on their future beliefs. Even if it is just a little influence, it will affect their actions subtly. The goal of the Fu Liao army at the beginning was to defeat Hu Jin and liberate the people in southern and eastern Lining. After the fall of Hu Jin, the Fu Liao army temporarily lost its goal and embarked on a path of non-directional expansion, attacking wherever it had the chance. But simply expanding and lacking specific beliefs will only form military power. Just like the original Mongol Empire, it stretches across 3 continents, conquering all places with force and endless expansion. But the shortcoming of military power is that once the leader who led them to conquer the world dies, the military nation will soon fall apart. The Mongol Empire is the best example. The path of pure military expansion is something that Liu Sheng is unwilling to carry out, and he also helps to instill a new belief in his subordinates and civilians. Liu Sheng personally expressed condolences to Orba, and then Orba's coffin was buried in the earth under the eyes of everyone, and the soul returned to his homeland. Thank you, the military master, for seeing off our patriarch. Orba's direct children and others expressed their gratitude to Liu Sheng after the memorial service was over. Attending the memorial service for Obama in person by Liu Sheng was already the highest level funeral enjoyed by the Fu Liao army. Moreover, Liu Sheng personally recited the eulogy for Orba, and gave a lot of favorable treatment to Orba's children. Old General Orba is the hero of Hawkin, and also the hero of our Fu Liao army. As the leader of the Fu Liao army, I will send off the old general and bring his soul back to his homeland. This is what I should do. Liu Sheng said. Military owner, what you just said is very reasonable. A person should work hard for his beliefs so as not to waste his life. Dia, who also rushed back to the Hawkin tribe from southern Lining to participate in the Orba funeral, told Liu Sheng said, it's okay. Liu Sheng said, it's just that I think people come into this world, if they don't work hard to do something, and do nothing, they will inevitably have regrets in the last moments of life. I believe that at the last moment of his life, the old General Orba will definitely not regret his last glory from the expedition of Mobai. Yeah, I think what the military owner said is quite right, especially the last fight for the liberation of all mankind. Can the military owner explain in more detail? Dia, who has become a little fan, nodded. Liu Sheng smiled embarrassedly. I copied this passage from How Steel is Made. P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Daz Hudalong, press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 393 The Siege of Daling. The Daling River flows through the west-leaning corridor. Daming once built Daling Fort here to guard the west-leaning corridor, forming a corner with Jinzhou City. Later in the war, Daling Fort was destroyed. Now, in order to resist the threat from the Fu Liao army, Yuan Shongwen and others decided to recast Daling Fort and install red cannons in Daling Fort. The father and son were responsible for supervising the construction of Daling Fort. However, Zudasu and his son were unfortunately surrounded by the Fu Liao army that suddenly appeared at Daling Fort. In order to cope with Li Ziking's attack on the capital, Liu Sheng dispatched the newly formed 7th, 8th, and 9th Infantry Brigade and the 2nd Artillery Brigade 4 units to attack the Liuxi corridor to Shaanxi Datong line. At least let the frontier army of Daming. There is no time to suppress Li Ziking. At the same time, this is also the process of troop training, so that the new 4 brigades will become units with actual combat experience. The 9th Infantry Brigade and the 2nd Artillery Brigade were responsible for harassing the Xuande line, while the 7th and 8th Infantry Brigade and the 2nd Artillery Brigade, totaling more than 10,000 people, were harassing the Ninian defense line. The Fuliao army that attacked the Ninian line was divided into 2 parts. One part encircled the Daling fort on the periphery of the Ninian line, and the other part was responsible for blocking the Ming army that might come to reinforce it. The artillery positions have been deployed outside the city, and more than 20 field guns were dragged into the position. In addition, several large E-caliber siege guns were transported by a large number of mules and horses. Zudasu looked at the artillery under the city. His heart straightened. Daling fort is equipped with only 7 artillery, and the number of artillery under the fort is several times that of the top of the fort, so that the ancestors who have a good location have no courage to resist. The Fuliao army has surrounded us Daling fort for more than 10 days. Why is there no movement at all? The most terrifying thing is that apart from surrounding Daling fort, the Fuliao army below the fort has not much movement. Could this be the plan of the Fuliao army to fight for aid? Zukafa said. I don't know what is going on in Jinzu city. I originally led the defense of Jinzu, and only left the Deputy General Hikigang to guard Ginzu city. But I was under siege because of patrolling here, Zudasu said. With his knowledge of Hikigang, he is the kind of loyal general who would rather die than surrender. It is not so easy for the Fuliao army to take down Jinzu city, Zukafa said. That's not bad, but what I fear most is not that the Fuliao army wants to attack the city quickly, but that they surround us. The food we hoarded at Daling fort this time was not much, and it is estimated that it will be less than a month. It will be exhausted, and then it will be a tragic situation of cannibalism, Zudasu said. When Zudasu was wondering how to deal with the food crisis, the artillery of the Fuliao army under the city suddenly fired, and the booming shells exploded at the fort of Daling fort, causing Zudasu and their hearts to tremble. Boom! The cannonballs fired by the large E-caliber siege guns are like devastating, falling stars. The heavy shells slammed on the wall, flying a piece of wall skin. Father, go down to the tower soon. The Fuliao army's artillery fire is fierce. If you have an accident, we won't have the backbone. Zukafa retreated to the city under the protection of Zudasu. The soldiers and handymen in Daling fort thought that the Fuliao army was about to launch a full-scale attack on Daling fort, and they were all very nervous. However, to the surprise of Zudasu and the others, the Fuliao army below the fortress only tentatively bombarded Daling fort, and the infantry below was like an exercise and attacked the city tentatively, almost not wanting to cause it casualties. Many of the Ming soldiers inside the fortress were killed because of the artillery of the Fuliao army. The brigade commander of the 7th Infantry Brigade stood on the high ground outside the fort, observing the results of the shelling of Daling fort. The 7th Infantry Brigade was established during the peacetime of the Fuliao army. It used to exercise and exercises to train the army. This is the first time the 7th Infantry Brigade has conducted siege operations. Daling fort became their touchstone and collected some actual combat data at the same time. There are about 7,000 infantrymen, 7,000 horsemen, and 7,000 civilian men and merchants in the city. The will to resist is average. The staff officer of the 7th Infantry Brigade reported to his brigade commander the situation in the Daling fort. It's quite interesting that 5,000 of us surrounded the castle of 20,000 people. The captain of the 7th Infantry Brigade raised his mouth slightly. If it weren't for the military owner who said that there is no need to increase casualties now, and that the current Ming army is the source of our troops in the future, so let us just besiege and not attack. Otherwise, our 5,000 people will be able to capture this 20,000 people fortress, the staff officer said. Da Ming's soldiers are no different from ours, except that they belong to different forces. If we enter the gate in the future, it will be sooner or later to incorporate them. Although the current Da Ming's army is mostly weak, The frontier army has at least fought. Veterans in battle are better than recruiting new recruits directly, the brigade commander said nonchalantly. The 7th Brigade was besieging Daling Fort. Daling Fort sent soldiers across the city to request reinforcements from the Nina-Yuan line of defense. Knowing the pain of being besieged, Yuan Shang once sent Wu Xiang to lead 20,000 soldiers to reinforce Daling Fort. However, Wu Xiang's troops had just arrived near Jinzhou City when they were stopped by the 8th Infantry Brigade. The two sides confronted each other near the Jinzhou Plain. Wu Xiang's 20,000 troops, plus He Qigang's 10,000 Ming troops in Jinzhou City, totaled 30,000 troops, but were dragged by 5,000 men from the 8th Infantry Brigade. Wu Xiang saw that although the small number of Fu Liao army was dragging a field gun that could be moved easily, his scalp was numb, and he could not afford the courage to attack. Father, if you continue to drag on, I'm afraid Daling Castle will fall. Wu Sangai saw that Wu Xiang had been reluctant to advance, so he urged. But the Fu Liao army's firearms are powerful. We used to die in vain. Wu Xiang said hesitantly, I am willing to lead 5,000 soldiers to attack their positions. If their positions become messed up, Father, you will lead the main force to attack. Otherwise, it will be no way for us to stay here. Wu Sangai suggested, my son, you are still young, and you don't know how powerful the Fu Liao arms are. Don't go ahead and kill yourself. Wu Xiang said. Please let me try it. Wu Sangai insisted. In that case Wu Xiang was very reluctant, but he also felt that delaying is not a solution, so he said, well, if the situation is not right, you have to retreat immediately. Well, I will definitely try my best to break through the Fu Liao army's position. Wu Sangai said. Under the orders of Wu Xiang and Wu Sangai, the 5,000 Ming infantrymen gathered together reluctantly, and then under the leadership of Wu Sangai, they attacked the 8th Infantry Brigade of the Fu Liao army as if they were dead. There was a bit of tragic and solemn meaning. Chapter 394 External Worries and Internal Troubles. Ninian and Xuanda's two defense lines were attacked by the Fu Liao army at the same time, delaying a large number of Ming's frontier troops on the sideline. At the same time, the civil and military officials of Chongzhen and Daming found themselves facing the embarrassment of being unable to adjust their troops. The imperial court asked the supervisors and generals of the two defense lines of Ninian and Xuanda defense lines to dispatch troops and horses to help Shaanxi, but they met with refusal from the chiefs of the two places. The reasons for resigning were all because the Fu Liao army was overwhelmed and unable to divide its forces. If the troops are divided, it will inevitably be taken advantage of by the Fu Liao army. Faced with such a refusal, the civil and military officials and Emperor Chongzhen also expressed their helplessness. Originally, the Fu Liao army was assessed by the Ming court as the greatest threat, but the two sides never clashed. At such a sensitive time, the Fu Liao army suddenly meant that the army was oppressing the territory, which made Chongzhen and others feel extremely uneasy. Your Majesty, Taiyuan, Shaanxi, was besieged by an army of 200,000 thieves. Li Ziqing, for a month, the thieves used artillery to break the city. The army in Shaanxi was killed by the thieves for the destruction of the city. Now there are only Hongchengchu tribes in Heluo and Taiyuan. Defending Luoyang forever prevented the thieves from completely controlling Heluo. The hindered thieves gave up attacking Luoyang and crossed the Yellow River east to attack Shaanxi. Now the thieves are burning, killing and looting in the city of Taiyuan. Report on the battle situation in Shaanxi from the court. The civil and military officials heard the tragedy of Taiyuan city and couldn't help being silent. Even the generals in Shaanxi were killed by thieves, which shows how tragic the battle was. And this tragic degree made countless people tremble. 3 months ago, the thief Li Ziqing had a 3,000 musket camp. Why now there are 200,000 people? Chongzhen said angrily. Li Ziqing annexed Jiangxian's Hong and Gaoyingxiang 2 months ago, and became the leader of the pirate army in northern Shaanxi. There were 80,000 people accompanying him, said the Department of War Shaanxi. Even so, the number of 200,000 is removed from 80,000, and where did the number of 120,000 come from? Chongzhen still asked dissatisfiedly. His Majesty, Gao Yingxiang, the thief, didn't know where he learned the trick to deceive people a long time ago. It's a kind of nursery rhyme saying, kill cattle and sheep, prepare wine, open the gate to welcome the king. When the people who can't eat enough to hear these lies, they think that Bao Qingshan is ushered in. So every time King Kuang goes wherever he goes, the people bring their families to take refuge in him. After Li Ziking becomes the new King Kuang, he will even more. This bewitching discourse spread wildly, and more people took refuge in him. Although most of these refugees have no power to bind the chickens, they are helpless with a large number of people, and they just use their lives to fill the city of Taiyuan. Shang Xiu of the Ministry of War explained it. The reason. But knowing the reason is even more desperate. Their opponents are a group of exiles who can't get enough to eat. The people depend on food, and the starving people can do everything. Moreover, there are old women and children. Soldiers face their own folks and elders, and there is a psychological shadow. Some soldiers and officers also mutinied and became the main force of looting everywhere. Unexpectedly, today's external and internal troubles, my Yang Ming has actually fallen to this point. How will I face the first emperors in the future? Chongzhen sat on the stabbing dragon chair, and had to admit that the current situation had deteriorated to a point kind of incredible. And he watched the situation worsen step by step. He tried to send troops to suppress Li Ziking. Not only did he fail to eliminate Li Ziking, he also made him bigger, with an army of 200,000 refugees. He also tried sending officials to take over Liudong, but Liudong did not want to return. The officials sent were either detained by the Fuliao army or returned with humiliation. He really had no choice in front of him. The hundreds of civil and military officials in the imperial court were loyal to the Zhi family, but they formed the party for personal gain and were unable to turn the tide on the ailing Ming Dynasty. Your Majesty, why not recruit all the soldiers and horses from all over the world? Let the soldiers and horses of the world gather in Shaanxi and the Xuan University area to jointly destroy the trespassers. For example, Lu Xiangxing, a right-hand politician and deputy envoy, went out to rectify the military preparations of Dieming, Guingping and Shun for 1 year. Formed an army composed of Xiangyong, known as the Danqi Army, which is said to be quite effective. If all the officials in the world can do this, then I will have 1 million soldiers available in Ming Dynasty, said Minister Zhu Yanru. This is not a good way. Chongzhen agreed. It's just that he whispered in his heart that he can certainly recruit a group of soldiers and horses by doing this, but by training soldiers and horses by local officials, it is easy to return to the era of warlords in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Moreover, the mobilization of these soldiers still requires the court to prepare food and weapons. You can't expect local officials to use local finances to both take care of people's livelihood and train soldiers and horses, right? After all, in many places, even the local people cannot feed. Your Majesty, the ministers have a plan. Maybe they can recruit more soldiers and horses. When Tyron, Shang Xiu of the Ministry of Rights, stood up and said, "Hey King, just say it," Chongzhen said with joy. This kind of scene where ministers are making suggestions one after another is really rare these days. But it can also be seen that the situation is critical. In the old days of Qin 2, the people of the Guangdong raised their poles and the rebels were too many to count. Qin General Zhang Han said at that time, "The thieves have come here, and the soldiers are strong. Now it is too late to dispatch troops from nearby county towns. There are many prisoners in Lishan, hoping to pardon them. Use your weapons, let them attack the thieves." So Qin to amnesty the world, sent Zhang Han as a general, was ordered to lead 700,000 prisoners to fight the rebels. Zhang Han lived up to expectations, won victory and then victory. If it is not for the overlord of the Western Chu to be born out of the sky, maybe the Qin dynasty will not necessarily have a resurgence. When Tyron said, "The people in the hall are all smart people. Why don't you know what Wen Tyron's strategy is, Master Wen?" You are implying that His Majesty is kin too, and his heart is shameful. How vicious. In the hall, a minister who was dissatisfied with Wentiran jumped out to criticize Wentiran in public. I'm just talking about Zhang Han's story. We can follow the example of our predecessors and send the prisoners in prison and the refugees who can't eat enough to the front line, and let them exchange their blood for freedom and food. The thief Li-Ziking is a driving force. The ability to criticize desperados is like a broken bamboo. Wentiran said, "Why can't we still treat others in the same way as human beings? This will not only solve the famine problem of the refugees, but also severely damage the robbers." Zhang Han is General Qin. Then didn't Li Ziking become the overlord of Western Chu? This is definitely a malicious irony. Your Majesty, please punish Wentiran, the Shangxiu of the Ministry of Rights, for the crime of disrespect. The minister who attacked Wentiran was unwilling to let this opportunity go. Wei Jin's loyalty can be learned from the sun and the moon. Just for the sake of our Daming Shiji, please learn from your Majesty. Wentiran knelt and said. Chongzhen held his forehead with a headache. These ministers like to attack each other when they are in trouble. They have reached such a critical juncture, and they are still messing around here. Enough. As soon as Chongzhen's words came out, the officials were awe-inspiring. Wen Aking's words are not bad. If you can mobilize the refugees and prisoners in the world to fight against the thief, you can effectively consume the arrogance of the thief. Chongzhen said, then tell the world to make every government in the world have their own arrogance. The county trains courage, refugees, and prisoners to come to King Qin. Chapter 395, General Yama. Chapter 3. Taiyuan City has become Li Ziking's new stronghold. This is the second large-scale city that Li Ziking has struck down. Even with the use of artillery secretly supported by the Fuliao army, Li Ziking still paid the price of 20,000 deaths under the defense of the Ming army in the city, and unarmed corpses were scattered outside the city. Zhang Yuan, the general of Li Ziking's army called General Yan Wang by the soldiers, still had an icy face and walked blankly among the dead bodies. Gather these corpses together and burn them with a fire. We don't have time to bury them, Zhang Yuan said coldly. Yes, even the soldiers next to him felt the chill on his body and shivered involuntarily. Under Zhang Yuan's instruction, his soldiers who were in charge of cleaning the battlefield dragged the dead bodies and piled them into a mountain of corpses. In troubled times, human life is as humble as grass mustard. No, I'm not dead yet. A refugee with a broken body but still dying was also treated as a corpse and filled into the corpse mountain. He tried to climb out of the corpse mountain with his last bit of strength. However, the surrounding soldiers and refugees looked at him indifferently, and no one wanted to go forward and pull him out. In this age, there is almost no cure for this serious injury. Moreover, with the peasant army's current habit of looting desperately, it is unbearable to have such a serious problem dragging its feet. The ugly side of human nature was exposed at this moment, but they didn't realize how cruel they were. Set fire. Zhang Yuan gave orders indifferently, turning a blind eye to the seriously wounded in the corpse mountain. Soybean oil, firewood, litter and other flammable items were thrown on Shishan, and then a torch turned it into a sea of fire, black smoke billowing, and a greasy stench. The severely wounded in Shishan did not scream. Either they had no strength to scream, or they were stunned by the dense smoke before the flame burned. The ruthless Zhang Yuan took out a piece of silk from his arms and covered his mouth and throat, not wanting to smell the stench. Even as cold as him, it is difficult to bear such a cruel scene. The soldiers and refugees around Zhang Yuan were even more irritated by such a tragic picture. Their stomachs turned overwhelmed, and their faces turned pale. Zhang Yuan saw the burning corpse mountain and confirmed that all the corpses had been processed, then left with his back to the corpse mountain and walked towards Taiyuan City, which was also plunged into flames. The inside of Taiyuan City is not safer than the outside. It is a different kind of hell on earth. Zhang Yuan led his soldiers into the city of Taiyuan, and saw that there were refugees looting women and looting money and food everywhere. Zhang Yuan frowned slightly, his face sinking like water, but he didn't say much. Little ladies, Don't go. Go with your good brother, and drink spicy food. When one of the refugees was catching a woman, one of them ran into Zhang Yuan without paying attention. Your uncle, get out of my way. Didn't you seek Xiaoniang Pai and you are going to run away? Seeing Zhang Yuan's ordinary dress, the refugee thought he was just a little boss, and couldn't help being furious. Zhang Yuan didn't say a word of nonsense. The saber around his waist was taken out, and the refugee was directly beheaded on the spot. The refugee may not even know that the person he hit was General Yan Wang, who betrayed the Fu Liao army and took the lives of tens of thousands of people into account. Ah! The woman being chased screamed at the bloody scene. Her hair and clothes were messy because of chasing troops. Are you okay? Zhang Yuan rarely came to ask. With Zhang Yuan there, the surrounding rebels didn't dare to approach him. For the first time, the soldiers next to Zhang Yuan showed Zhang Yuan with a slightly relaxed expression, and couldn't help being surprised that his cold boss still had this side. You beasts and demons. The woman was obviously frightened and intersected in grief and indignation. She actually slapped Zhang Yuan in the face. This slap fell on Zhang Yuan's face, very loud, and the soldiers around Zhang Yuan were shocked, as if the slap was slapped on his face. They secretly looked at Zhang Yuan's expression with great anxiety, fearing that Zhang Yuan would slaughter all the people in this city in a rage. However, Zhang Yuan was not angry, as if he was not hitting himself with this slap. You guys take good care of her. If she loses a hair, just ask you. Zhang Yuan turned around and said to a few soldiers. Yes. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their boss is not angry, they can say anything. Zhang Yuan took the soldiers and the temporarily rescued woman and went straight to find Li Ziking's location. There were many killings and looting along the way, blood, flames, and screams covering this occupied city. Zhang Yuan didn't feel sympathy for these phenomena anymore. Just let his soldiers open the way for him. Finally, Zhang Yuan found Li Ziking in Tai Yuan mansion. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yuan, you just came here. Look at this account book. There is a lot of grain in the barn, as well as the silver in these warehouses. They are all financial contributions to the imperial court this year. I have been breathing for a while. Li Ziking saw the arrival of the great hero Zhang Yuan, and he was in a good mood. If I could listen to your suggestions earlier, maybe I would have been sitting in Tai Yuan City. Quang Wen, with all my bluntness, now that our army is winning the first time, it should take advantage of the morale to attack Zhu, Datong, and Xuanfu, and then go straight to the capital. It is really not supposed to indulge in the victory in front of you and become a cocoon. Zhang Yuan said directly. I said, brother Zhang Yuan, we only lay down Tai Yuan City after 20,000 brothers died, and we got so much new grain, grass and silver. Why not celebrate? Li Ziking opened a box of bright silver in the warehouse and said excitedly, now we are successful, and we can negotiate with the court to make me the lord of a country, governing Shaanxi, northern Shaanxi, Heluo, and Shaanxi, and sitting on an equal footing with Emperor Chongzhen. By then, brother Zhang Yuan, you will be the hero of the founding of the country. When Zhang Yuan heard Li Ziking's words, his face darkened and darkened a little bit, and his face looked like stagnant water at the end. He put the saber around his waist on the counter in the Tai Yuan mansion and in front of Li Ziking, and said coldly, I used to help you to fight the king because I think you have the ambition to be a king. But I didn't expect it to be a bird. It is true. It's so disappointing. Obviously one step forward is the great cause of the emperor. If you are a king, you can sit on thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, and the world surrenders. Why should you stop and be crowded in this small place? That's all. We will part ways from now on. I will live in seclusion in the mountains and forests and will no longer assist anyone. Zhang Yuan put down his saber, turned and left. Brother Zhang Yuan, don't you talk about feelings at all? Li Ziking was a little anxious this time. His power has developed too fast, and there are almost no reusable talents except Zhang Yuan, and even his advisors and generals in history have not had time to take refuge in him. If Zhang Yuan left, it is estimated that he alone would not be able to command an army of 200,000. Chapter 396, Two Ways to Take Capital from Capital. Brother Zhang Yuan, don't tell me, I listened to you. Li Ziking kept Zhang Yuan and blocked the door to prevent him from leaving. Then can we continue our plan and attack Zhu in the north? Zhang Yuan asked with a dull face. Yes, even if I save my life, I will definitely take down the capital and change the dynasty. Li Ziking said. If this is the case, please give a military order to the king to rectify the troops and prepare for a major offensive. If you want to conquer the capital, there are two suitable routes from Taiyuan. One is to take Zhu, Datong, and Xiuanfu. One route we have to face is one of the most powerful frontier troops in Ming Dynasty, Xiuanda frontier army, and the other is to take the Zending and Boding roads, facing the local army of Hebei and Jiaongyi and the guards near Jiaongyi. Soldiers. We now have a large number of troops, and we can fully attack the master in two ways at the same time. Even the court may not be able to predict that we will act like this. Zhang Yuan said the next plan. The two border towns of Xiuan University have 100 warriors of the court. We still should not clash with them. We should avoid them as much as possible and put our main force on Zending and Boding all the way. Li Ziking said. Wrong. Very wrong. It is precisely because the North Road is the border army of Ming Dynasty, so we need to concentrate our forces to destroy them first. Once we defeat and incorporate this force, we can eliminate the will of the imperial court to resist, and it will be easier to attack the capital. Zhang Yuan bluntly opposed Li Ziking's proposal. But we may not be able to defeat Xiuanda's frontier army. In case of heavy losses, we can't bear it. Li Ziking said. The king crush really gained the ambition of others and destroyed one's own prestige. Have you ever thought that these frontier army soldiers will definitely be loyal to the court? Will they fight to the death with us? If they know that the end of resistance is only a dead end if there is one word, then how do they choose? Zhang Yuan said. Li Ziking rolled his eyes, and then clapped his hands. You are right. The border guards may not be able to resist to the death, nor may they be loyal to the court. It is indeed the resistance of the generals in Taiyuan that made me fight against Xiuanfu. The two towns of Datong made a miscalculation. That's the case. For those who dare to resist us, and those who would rather die than surrender, we will kill them without mercy. For those who submit to us, we promise them high officials and encircle them with benefits. Even though we are fighting hard now, it's difficult, but for a long time, within a few months, the generals in the back will use the pot of glutinous rice to greet King Guang. Zhang Yuan continued. Li Ziking's eyes became clearer and clearer. You are really Liu Boen's rebirth, so I will issue a military order to reorganize the entire army and prepare to divide the troops into two groups. Together with you, I will lead the main force to attack the two towns of Xiuanda, and we must eliminate the main force of the Ming army. The capitalist shakes and surrenders without a fight. With Li Ziking's words as an endorsement, Zhang Yuan immediately rectified the troops in the city. In the beginning, these wanton looting refugees will not obediently submit. However, Zhang Yuan immediately arrested hundreds of troublemakers and took them to Xiku to be beheaded. The bloody heads calmed all the rebels and bandits in Taiyuan city, and no one dared to make trouble anymore. Zhang Yuan looked at all this indifferently, and then selected a group of refugees from the rebellion army who had not participated in the riot and the Ming army prisoners of Taiyuan mansion, and supplemented his own soldiers. Li Ziking had no objection to the actions of the great hero Zhang Yuan, and he himself added a bunch of recruits to his subordinates, and he didn't understand Zhang Yuan's more demanding requirements. For the peasant army, of course, the larger the number, the better. Through astronomical numbers, a bloody road will be created and Dieming will be destroyed. And Zhang Yuan's strategy is obviously to select elites from the refugees, rather than abuse. So although Zhang Yuan can temporarily command all of Li Ziking's army, Zhang Yuan's personal soldiers have not exceeded 1,000. This is what Li Ziking can safely hand over to Zhang Yuan, who is able to fight and has no big traces, to command the army when he comes. After Li Ziking's 200,000 army captured the city of Taiyuan, it absorbed a large number of invaders and refugees from Taiyuan prefecture, and the number swelled to 300,000. Of course, only a few of the refugees bring their families with their mouths, and those who are really capable of fighting. But the average number of locusts is enough to be daunting, full of mountains and plains, and no grass grows wherever they go. Everywhere 300,000 refugees went. They opened the barn, looted the rich and the civilians, and even the bark and grass roots were not let go, which was more terrifying than locusts. In fact, Li Ziking wanted to stay in Taiyuan mansion, and it was impossible to separate from the court, because the food in Taiyuan mansion was simply not enough for this group of out-of-product refugees. The desire for food will drive them to swallow the surrounding whales until there is no food everywhere. A large number of people will starve to death at that time until a new order is established. Throughout the ages, this has always been the case. Li Ziking and Zhang Yuan led 200,000 refugees from Taiyuan mansion to attack Zhu and open the way to Datong and Xuan mansion. However, Li Ziking's wife and brother Gao Yaigong and others led 100,000 refugees from Taiyuan mansion, but took boating all the way. The woman rescued by Zhang Yuan was arranged next to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's soldiers thought that Zhang Yuan was interested in this woman, so they didn't say much, but asked the woman to do some maid work to please Zhang Yuan. After all, they haven't seen anyone who can ease Zhang Yuan down. Is it a snatch for your boss to find a woman? Why do you want to help the evildoer? Don't you know how many good people these thieves have killed? The rescued woman still had some prejudice against Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was also a little surprised, because if she was not facing him, Zhang Yuan, her character would have been tainted or killed long ago. It is not ordinary bravery to let him cast aside the dark at this moment. These people are good people before they have nothing to eat. Zhang Yuan said coldly, if a person can't eat enough, even people can eat it. Once they have nothing to eat, their lives are so humble in the chaotic world. Looking at your previous dress, you look like a rich woman. How can you understand the feelings of a poor and hungry person? I will only feel sad for them. Poverty and hunger are all the original sins. Then why do you want to save me? People like me should be regarded as a thorn in your eyes. The woman was shocked by Zhang Yuan's words that violated ethics and morality. I will save whoever I want to save, and I will kill whoever I want to kill. This is power. Zhang Yuan said. Chapter 397 Bloody Zhu. Bombard. The artillery trained by Zhang Yuan skillfully filled the cannonballs into the barrel and aimed them at the ancient city of Zhu City. The 200,000 peasant army surrounded the city of Zhu. The dense population made people scalp numb, and couldn't help but get goosebumps. Boom. With a plume of white smoke coming out, howling shells smashed against the wooden building on the wall of Zhu City, smashing a corner of the eaves to pieces. The wood chips fell on the city wall, and the Ming soldiers at the head of the city hurriedly avoided. More than 20 bronze guns sold to Li Ziking secretly by the Fuliao army at a high price, after the tentative shelling, adjusted their angles and started roaring. Surrender, don't kill. Surrender, don't kill. Relying on the might of the artillery, the 200,000 peasant army shouted together, shaking the sky! Exclamation mark. The people inside the city heard the earth-shattering shouts outside the city. Even if the government blocked the news, they could imagine what a terrifying crowd outside the city. Oh my God, is this the rumored thief? Why are there so many people? The general at the head of the city looked down at the rogue troops outside the city without seeing the end. His legs were a little weak. General, do we really have to resist? If they are angered by the resistance, what should they do for massacre? A soldier said tremblingly. Stupid guy, do you think our fate will be different if we let them in? The guard frowned and shouted. Although he was awkwardly surrounded by so many peasant troops, he still had some reason to tell him that if he surrendered, the people in the city might not be able to escape the purge of the locust-like army. It's better to exchange your life for your life. Work hard, maybe you can get a chance. The ruined soldiers who escaped from Tai Yuan Mansion further confirmed his view. It is said that after being trampled by the rebels, they have been in 10 rooms and empty. But the general, although surrendering, will be humiliated and looted. It is still better than the massacre, the soldier said tremblingly. You have to be a little temperamental. If no one dares to resist this group of villains, it will only make them more indulgent. In the future, it will be destroyed not only the people and you and me in Zoo City, but also the world's hundreds of millions of subjects. Even if I die, I will not surrender to this group of thieves. The general gritted his teeth, but said very firmly. The artillery of Li Ziking's army kept falling on the head of Zoo City. The walls of Zoo City were destroyed to varying degrees, but the ancient city was still strong. The troops in the city seemed to have no intention of surrendering. Brother Zhang Yuan, your strategy seems to have no effect on the officers and soldiers. Li Ziking stood on the high ground outside the city, looking at the overall situation. The reason why our strategy did not work is because we have just begun to perform. Once we resist, we will immediately slaughter the city. This is Genghis Khan's method of conquering the world. No one dares to continue to defend the city at the risk of being slaughtered by the city. You can follow them. If Zoo City stubbornly resists to the end, we will kill all the people who resisted in Zoo City. Zhang Yuan's face twitched a little. Obviously this decision made him a little bit painful. Tucking seems to be a very simple word, but it means to bear the stigma of the ages and become a stain in life. Is it really necessary to slaughter the city? Li Ziking asked. It depends on whether they are going to fight to the end. Zhang Yuan waved. The first batch of dead men are ready. There were 40,000 gangsters who were divided into the first batch of dead men, flocking to the city from all directions. The ancient city of Zhu is like a flatboat in the sea, floating indefinitely. The Daming soldiers guarding Zhu City felt unprecedented fear. They were not facing regular opponents at all, but a swarm of locusts. The cannon was still roaring, ignoring the possibility of hitting his own person. What Zhang Yuan wants is a city that has been conquered. As for the 200,000 locust army, even if it loses a small amount of people, there is no difference. In Zhang Yuan's eyes, it is no different from a bunch of numbers. The first batch of 40,000 refugees carried the simplest ladder to climb the city wall. There was no place to focus on the attack, but they relied on the preferences of these refugees. This was even more invincible. The defending general couldn't predict which section of the wall would collapse first. A refugee holding a cowhide shield seized from Ming Bing, quickly climbed along the ladder. Behind him, the refugees followed up one by one, and the ants were attached to the city wall. The archers below kept shooting arrows at the city wall to suppress the Ming garrison at the top of the city. 1, 2, 3. Several Ming soldiers worked together to push down the stone guarding the city. Dudaslishi rolled down the ladder, and smashed his head on the head of the refugees on the ladder. Before the smashed refugees had time to let out a scream, the white and red corpses rolled down from the ladder. The refugees at the back were knocked down by the body of their partner above and the stone, falling like a grasshopper. Not only stone, but also various defensive equipment, such as kerosene, gunpowder, bows and arrows, fall like flowing water, killing as much as possible the refugees who are siege of the city. The city became a world of fire and blood, and countless refugees fell in a pool of blood. There are still vagrants pushing forward incessantly behind. These vagrants have no way of retreat, just like cattle and sheep being driven forward blindly. Precautionary materials are saved for me, and we must effectively kill the enemy. Zhu defender saw the rapid decline of materials such as shishi, and he was anxious. Seeing that the flow of democracy below hasn't moved yet, if the supplies run out, the soldiers who defend the city can only exchange their lives with the refugees. With the thousands of defenders in Zhaoqing, it would not last long if life was exchanged for life. The first batch of retreats, and the second batch of troops will continue. Zhang Yuan is always paying attention to the offensive in Zhu City, and he has a general prediction of the peasant army's ability to withstand it. After the first batch of 40,000 refugees had more than 1,000 casualties, he immediately let the first batch of refugees call for gold to retreat, and the second batch of other 40,000 people began to take over the first batch of siege troops to continue to attack Zhu City. Waves of offensives are like fierce tides, one after another, 24 hours without interruption. Even Li Ziqing, the commander of the 200,000 refugees, was terrifying about Zhang Yuan's tactics. In Zhang Yuan's eyes, the life of a soldier is not life at all. Everything is only for the purpose. If Zhu City cannot hold on, it is very likely that they will retreat to Ningwu Pass. Compared with Zhu City, Ningwu Pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If their forces reach Ningwu Pass, they may have to pay more than offensive instead. Several times the casualties of Zhao Qing. Please also Quang Wen divide an army into an ambush on the way to Ningwu. If we deliberately release a gap, we will be able to achieve great success. Zhang Yuan looked at the surrounding topographical map. Leng said coldly, P.S. Book friends, I am a lieutenant of the Han Dynasty. I recommend a free novel app that supports novel downloads, listening to books, zero advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Daz Hudalong press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 398 Eastern Rebellion. Recently, many empty ships have been added to the port of Dalian Port. Many of these ships are new ships built by the Royal Shipyards Number 1, Number 2 and Number 3 factories, but these new ships do not carry cargo, and they are anchored in the port of Dalian Port and do not know their purpose. As long as these dozens of ships are used to transport goods, our fleet happens to be short of some cargo ships to transport the goods to Annan. I heard that the two dynasties of Annan and the northern and southern dynasties are fighting again, and all kinds of materials are in short supply. A good opportunity for war money. A businessman in Dalian Port saw these empty ships with the official flag of the Far East Trading Company. He always felt that for every extra day of berthing, he would lose hundreds of tals of silver, which is a pity. Speaking of making great war fortune, Aren't Shaanxi, northern Shaanxi, Heluo and other places also engaged in war. If you can transport food and herbs there, you can get 10 times, 100 times the gross profit. Another businessman said, don't think about business in Shaanxi. The Fuliao army controlled all the ports that entered the pass from the north. For the time being, no merchants are allowed to enter the pass from the north to conduct trade. They can only use water. If you go from Shandong or Tianjin, when Y and other places went to Shaanxi prefecture, the journey was far away, and most of the goods would be looted by the rioters. I don't know what the Fuliao army has done recently. I always feel that the atmosphere is a bit wrong. I heard that the Fuliao army has surrounded Daling Fort, and it is going to send troops into the pass. If this is the case, then it is very likely that the sky will change. This is an incredible event. A group of sensitive businessmen discussed in private. But no matter what they think, these empty ships are guarded by soldiers from the Navy Department, and ordinary people cannot approach them. At most, only workers who inspect the conditions of the ships can inspect the safety of these empty ships. In addition to the empty ship in Dalian Port, there is another thing that seems very abnormal. The Victory and Atlanta formations have been moored at Dalian Port, claiming to protect Dalian Port. And Na Zhengzilong, the commander of the Beiyang fleet in Nagasaki Port, has received another military order from Liu Sheng that he can lead the main force of the Beiyang fleet back to Dalian Port. I just forced the shogunate to sign the Yokohama Treaty and return from Edo Bay to Nagasaki Port. Now we are returning to Dalian Port. Our Beiyang fleet is really busy. Deputy Commander Shi Daxuan learned of Liu Sheng's dispatch again. Can't help but complain. There is something to show that the officers and soldiers of our Beiyang fleet have a chance to make contributions. Isn't that good? The recent limelight has been robbed by the Nanyang fleet. It is finally our turn to dispatch the newly formed Beiyang fleet, Zheng Zilong said, passing the order. Going down, We will return to Dalian port 2 days later. The news that the Beiyang fleet stationed at Nagasaki port was hurriedly preparing to leave soon spread on Kyushu Island, and then spread to Honshu Island by shogunate agents on Kyushu Island. They didn't know that the earth-shattering event of Li Ziking's Tawei attack on the capital had happened in Huaxia land. They only knew that the great ability of the Fu Liao army must have happened, otherwise, how could they go in such a hurry? The Beiyang fleet only left 2 gunboats in Yokohama village and Nagasaki port, and together they were only 4 gunboats. For the vast 4 islands of the Eastern Kingdom, the deterrence of the 4 gunboats is greater than the practical significance. For the Tokugawa shogunate, the Beiyang fleet fell to the ground, and finally there is no need to worry about when Edo Castle will be captured by the Beiyang fleet. However, for a time, the great names and vassal states around the world were ready to move. Obviously this time was the time when the Fu Liao army had the least influence on Dongying. The Shimadzu family's Tadashi Shimazu recalled his son Misuiza Shimazu, who managed the port of Nagasaki, and then sent samurai to contact the daimyo on the islands of Kyushu and Shikoku. The Honshu island was also turbulent. The daimyo began to stand in line, and some people began to doubt the authority of the shogunate, and their dissatisfaction with the shogunate's cessation of territories rose. On the 7th day after the Fu Liao army evacuated Kyushu Island, a huge peasant uprising broke out in the Shimabara and Amakusan areas of the Eastern Kingdom. The number has rapidly expanded from thousands to tens of thousands, and there is a tendency to start a fire. On the 10th day, the Tokugawa shogunate was shocked and sent his retainer Tadaka Sakai to Kyushu Island to supervise the battle, and ordered Satsuma, Higo, and Hyuga on Kyushu Island to send retainer samurai to suppress the uprising. Maybe even Liu Sheng couldn't imagine that the Fu Liao army's every move had actually had a huge impact on the entire Dongying nation. With the fleet of the Fu Liao army, all forces can only maintain the current situation obediently and unanimously to prevent the Fu Liao army from having an excuse to embezzle more land. But once the Fu Liao army leaves, it is equivalent to the chains tied to a few beasts being unlocked, and these beasts will begin to challenge the position of the shogunate. The navy staying at Nagasaki port and Yokohama village was indifferent to the chaotic Kyushu Island. This is because after Zheng Zilong's departure, the command of the rest of the remaining troops is to be optimistic about an herd of 1 acre of land. As long as the peasant uprising army on Kyushu Island does not threaten the safety of Nagasaki port, they will also be happy to see the shogunate, daimyo, and uprising army in a mess. Zheng Zilong, who returned from Nagasaki port, had no time to take care of the little trouble on Kyushu Island. To be honest, after Zheng Zilong returned to Dalian port, he received news of a peasant uprising in Kyushu Island with 10,000 people, but he was a little surprised, and he was not shocked. Dongying Kingdom is more like a smaller version of the Ming Dynasty, a peasant uprising with 10,000 talents. Look at the Ming rebels in northern Shaanxi, Heluo, Shaanxi and other places. There are hundreds of thousands at every turn. It was this group of people that the Fu Liao army had to face, and the peasant uprising on Kyushu Island was left to the shogunate and local daimyos. Zheng Zilong returned to the Dalian Port Admiralty Department and met Nelson, who hadn't appeared in front of outsiders for a while. There are staff officers from the Golden State Military Staff Headquarters beside him. The military staff personally conveyed the order, not by telegram. It can be seen that this is not an emergency, but it must be a very important matter. The commander called the brigade-level officers of the War Department in Golden State City, and now there is a shortage of the adults of the Navy Department. The military staff officer from Golden State City said to Nelson and Zheng Zilong, "General Zheng Zilong, I am very sympathetic to you just when you came back. It's time to get on the train to Golden State City. Get used to it. Trains are better than floating on the sea." Zheng Zilong said nonchalantly, and turned to ask Nelson, who had taught him a lot of modern naval warfare in the past 2 years, "Teacher, what about the boy Deng Qianlong of the Nanyang fleet?" did not return. The Nanyang fleet has their mission and will participate in our operations in another form. This time it is a great strategic operation. Nelson, who is closer to Liu Sheng, clearly knows the situation of this strategic operation. Chapter 399. The military leaders gather. Outside of Liu Sheng's mansion, there were hundreds of soldiers stationed there, which was much more powerful than usual. The guard battalion officer Yu Cheng personally took charge of this defense, standing near the gate of the mansion with a serious look. This time Liu Sheng summoned all the important ministers of the Department of the Army and the Department of the Navy. Except for the Nanyang fleet far away in Guangzhou Mansion, 3 infantry brigades and 1 artillery brigade that are delaying the Daming Frontier Army, and the necessary defenders everywhere, the generals all arrived. Mrs. Yang, long time no see. Where have you made your fortune recently? Liu Xingza met Mrs. Yang from the 1st Brigade. Because the two have different defense zones and often rotate defenses, they have rarely seen each other recently. What is it about getting rich? We haven't fought for 2 or 3 years, and our military rank can't be promoted. Yang Tai said depressedly, it doesn't matter if the military rank doesn't rise, it's mainly because the hands are itchy. How is it? I think you have too many days in peace. Think about it 5 years ago when you were a small officer, and you were always in danger of being attacked by Hu Jin. At that time, I saw that you not only didn't want to fight, but you were afraid of Jin in your dreams. Soldiers come here. Liu Xingza said. Master, Hu Jin has been perished for a few years. Do you have to expose others' scars? Who was Hu Jin's running dog general? Yang Tai said grinningly. Too much. I am in the heart of Kaoying, and I have been thinking about abandoning the dark and turning to the Ming. Even if I don't turn to the army owner, I will turn to the Ming. Liu Xingza was also a little stunned, but it seems that the other party is a good friend, Mrs. Yang. For good reason. He was not really angry. As far as your talents are concerned, if you take refuge in Da Ming, it is estimated that you will be a small guerrilla, a general or something, and it will be at the mercy of the army owner to take you in and give you a batch of good firearms to have your current status. And why you are the only person in the War Department with the rank of general, Mrs. Yang, I am not convinced. Mrs. Yang said. HMPH, you are jealous. Naked jealousy. Liu Xingza said. When the two met, Grand Duke Karl of the 2nd Infantry Brigade, Chen Jishing of the 4th Infantry Brigade, Chen Yi of the 5th Infantry Brigade, Xij of the 6th Infantry Brigade, Dong Doi of the 1st Artillery Brigade, Sun Cheng of the Liaonan Cavalry Brigade, and Korchin Cavalry Brigade were newly appointed. The brigade commander Wu Keshan and the first batch of leaders from the War Department arrived. There are 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers and horses in their hands, representing the military power of the Fuliao Army. The Admiralty may not have many bosses. Commander-in-Chief Nelson, commander of the Beiyang Fleet Zheng Zilong, and several lieutenants. Since Zheng Zilong has not made any contribution after joining the Fuliao Army, his military rank is only school level and he has not yet become a general. However, because Liu Sheng suppressed his military rank, the number of generals is scaly phoenix horns. Zheng Zilong is actually one of the 3 giants of the Navy Department, and Nelson and Deng Qianlong are privately called the 3 major admirals of the Navy. Any of these people's troops can fight with tens of thousands of Ming troops. At this moment, the main forces of these main forces have received military staff or military telegrams and gathered here. Your army department is really full of talents. This does not include the new generals fighting on the front lines of Ninian and Xiuan University. Zheng Zilong saw that there were more than 20 brigade-level officers, staff officers, and logistics officers from the army department, while the navy department had only 10. In the beginning, the momentum is not so full in comparison. The newly formed Infantry Brigade and the 2nd Artillery Brigade are composed of officers from our brigades. It's time to learn to fight independently. This is a trial arranged by the military owner. Even if we want to find out, the military masters were unwilling, afraid of breaking through Daming's defense line. Chen Jishing said. Isn't it good to penetrate Daming's defense line? Zheng Zilong asked. It's not good. Good. The leaders of the War Department shook their heads. If Daming's line of defense is penetrated, will you continue to attack or not? If you continue to attack, you must personally attack the capital, which is a rebellion. If you don't attack, you have pierced other people's defense lines and did not continue to attack. How do you explain this to the soldiers? What if anyone impulsively takes one step forward, and the rest of them move forward in order to grab merit? Then even if the original intention is not to continue the attack, and will soon hit the Forbidden City. I really don't understand what your army is thinking about. It's not anxious to have the ability to conquer the capital. Zheng Zilong shook his head. Why don't you have to worry about so many? You can fight. If you take the capital, the scholar bureaucrats dare to say that we rebel. They were all pushed to Kshiku and beheaded. See if they dare to say. The military owner thinks more about things than those of us who are fighting. And it is also difficult for us to fully understand what the military owner means. Maybe the military owner is also concerned about something, or some things don't want to do it yourself. Liu Xingzi said, "Follow me, everyone." In recent days, the military commander has been studying the next strategic plan with the military staff. They have often been all night long, so they haven't gotten up yet. Maybe you have to wait in the lobby. General Yu Cheng led the military leaders enter the house. With so many people swarming in at once, Liu Sheng's mansion was still a bit lively. After everyone had waited for half an hour, they got up and found that Liu Sheng, who was already on the go, quickly finished washing and walked over from the backyard. See the military master. More than 30 military leaders were in awe. You don't have to be polite between us. Seeing that you are so energetic shows that the development momentum of our Fuliao army is still good. Liu Sheng saw a group of big men respect him as the leader, and he was more confident. Unknowingly, he has the Department of War on the left, the Navy on the right, the Intelligence Department in front, and the Staff Department in the back. There are a large number of personnel who can operate under his will. Moreover, this system is easier to command than the various chaotic local and frontier troops in Ming Dynasty. With the telegraph and the train can quickly mobilize troops. The mobility is not comparable to that of the ancient military. It's a pity that there is no battle. My old Yang will soon become a farmer. Yang Tai whispered. When Liu Sheng saw this messy stuff, he was still a little bit open-minded as before, and couldn't help shook his head. But if Mrs. Yang is not like that, it is not Mrs. Yang. The 1st Brigade was still a trusted force that Liu Sheng attached great importance to. Don't worry, Mrs. Yang, you will be fighting soon. This time everyone comes over. We are going to discuss one of the most important things since the establishment of the Fuliao army. Liu Sheng glanced at everyone. This is the matter. The top secret level is related to the future of our Huaxia system. I have planned for 2 or 3 years and invested a lot of manpower and material resources in recent months, with Li Ziqing defeating officers and soldiers in the West. This matter is finally on the agenda. I am summoning people from the military staff to make various arrangements urgently. I also hope that you can know the tasks of your various ministries. This is the entry to the customs. P.S. Book friends, I'm the Lieutenant of Dahan. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple modes. Please pay attention to the WeChat public account. Daz Hudalong, press for 3 seconds to copy. Book friends, hurry up and pay attention. Chapter 400 The Fall of Zhu. Li Ziqing's offensive against Zhu City is getting more and more urgent, one after another, hitting Zhu City almost without gaps, putting pressure on Zhu's defender increasing. More than half of the soldiers in the city were killed and injured, and fewer soldiers were guarding the walls. In the face of constant shocks, the number of peasant troops has not shrunk much, and defense is becoming increasingly difficult. A soldier has to face the climbing of several refugees at the same time, making them exhausted. For the 200,000 peasant army, the death of tens of thousands of people is a trivial matter, but for the Zhu City garrison, which has only a few thousand soldiers, the death of 1,000 people is already very uncomfortable. When night fell, the peasant army's brutal offensive came to a halt. Zhu defender stationed his sword in front of the government office. His eyes were red, almost bloodshot. For 3 consecutive days and nights, He only rested for a few hours. Even in a dream, he tightened his nerves and did not relax for a moment. In front of him, there are the surviving young officers of the Ming army. Their faces and armors still have bloodstains, as if they have experienced fierce battles. These little officers are also full of red eyes. Everyone, I'm sorry for you. If I surrendered to the thief at first, maybe I wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. The general of Zhu City said gravely to everyone. We are willing to coexist and die with the general, said Chi Chi, a junior officer of the Ming army. Zhu City cannot be defended. If we want to continue to resist the attack of the thieves, we have to retreat to Ningwu Pass. With the dangerous terrain of Ningwu Pass, even facing 100,000 troops, Ningwu Pass cannot be opened. The passage leading to the Xiuan University area. As long as we stick to Ningwu Pass, with Xiuanfu and Datong behind it, we can definitely hold it. Those who are willing to follow me can follow me to break through the night, and withdraw to Ningwu Pass to continue holding. If I don't want to, I won't force it. You can open the city to meet the King Guang. Maybe he will read it when you open the city. For sake of it, forgive you, Zhu Defender said firmly. This little unknown zookeeper was quite popular in Zhu City. In addition, the garrison of Zhu City was afraid of the locust refugees outside the city. After Zhu's call, he soon gathered a few people around him. Thousands of soldiers and people willing to follow. In the direction of Zhu City leading to Ningwu Pass, Li Ziking's army deliberately let go of an opening, deliberately leading out the defenders of Zhu City. The guardian also climbed up from the bottom of the soldiers step by step. He had a foreboding that the direction where there were fewer refugees might be a trap, but he had no choice. You can only choose to take risks. Zhang Yuan's strategy must be an arrogant plan, but people have to jump inside. A side door of Zhu City quietly opened, and the Zagard led the last group of fresh troops in Zhu City to kill out by night. It is difficult to see the direction at night, and even difficult to distinguish between friends and enemies, but this is also the last choice. For the enemies who are ambushing outside, it is also difficult to find them preparing to break through. Zhang Yuan, the commander of Li Ziking's army, fell asleep outside the city because of extreme fatigue. When he heard the sound of screaming from the northwest of the city, he immediately awakened from his dream and called the guard on duty to ask, did the defenders in Zhu City stand out? In reply to the general, there are still torches and figures on the walls of Zhu City. They don't look like they are abandoning the city and fleeing. Maybe they are divided into two groups. One person breaks through the siege, and another person continues to defend the city. The soldier replied, no, I heard the sound of the fight. The new forces in the city almost came out. It is unlikely that there will be enough manpower to defend the city. Zhang Yuan said, this is their bravado. Our chance to take down Zhu City has arrived! Exclamation mark. Zhang Yuan, who judged the situation, awakened the refugees in various camps. These refugees were confused and complained before they woke up, but after hearing that it was Zhang Yuan's order, they were frightened and got up quickly. More than 100,000 refugees continued to attack Zhu City noisily. Only this time, the power of Zhu City was empty, and it didn't take long for these refugees to invade Zhu City, turning Zhu City into a sea of flames. General, you really are as decisive as you are. There are just some torn clothes and scarecrows on the wall. Before their guards left, they were suspicious and wanted to delay us a little longer. Order the troops to looting, but not to kill. Zhang Yuan said. But the general, they resisted to the end. We should slaughter them. The soldier hesitated. The people who really resisted have already escaped from Zhu City. They will be slaughtered until the next time they are caught. Zhang Yuan said. However, although Zhang Yuan didn't intend to massacre the people of Zhu who had not resisted, after the influx of more than 100,000 refugees, it has become a hell on earth. Not much different from massacre. Zhang Yuan could only watch this group of undisciplined livestock ravaging the city with cold eyes. Even with a ruthless person like him, the behavior of hundreds of thousands of refugees cannot be completely prohibited. Without the stimulation of burning, killing and looting, they will no longer be able to drive them forward like unconscious animals. After conquering the city of Zhu, Zhang Yuan found a house and fell asleep directly without worrying about these troublesome guys. The burning and looting continued until the early morning of the next day, with black smoke still lingering over the city of Tzu, and vultures hovering. After Li Ziqing, who went to ambush Tzu's guard, returned with his army, the city of Tzu became more tragic, and the ancient city of hundreds of years was almost destroyed. Ha ha ha, this time I won a big victory, killing thousands of people, killing them into an army, holding their heads. After Li Ziqing returned, he couldn't help laughing openly. King Guang, do you catch the guard alive? Zhang Yuan came out immediately after waking up and asked Li Ziqing. Let him run away. It's too dark to see people. Li Ziqing also said straightforwardly without hiding. The kind of firm-willed people sent them to the strong in Ningwu Pass to break the king. Do you know how much more casualties we have to pay? Zhang Yuan said dissatisfiedly. Isn't it just a small Ningwu Pass? The big deal is to spend more lives to conquer it. I said, brother Zhang Yuan, sometimes your requirements are too demanding. Li Ziqing said. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction of Ningwu Pass. There are some defenders at Ningwu Pass, plus the soldiers who fled from Tzu City. There may be thousands of them. We have to wait before the arrival of reinforcements from Datong and Xuanfu. Rush to attack Ningwu Pass. I think we should take a break in Tzu City. No, we must take Ningwu Pass immediately. Zhang Yuan roared, making Li startled from Chengdu.